How's DM doing? Okay, he's going for the Krellas this game, so wanting to steal some of this healing, but that does mean it's going to slow down the timing of that potential Aghanim's that, you know, could be very useful for both of his turret heroes. I love this item. You know, not saying it's a bad choice, but it does mean that it is going to stall out that potential.
Yandex ready to meet Vision here. Still 2 minutes or so under left on the Aegis for no one.
They have a full Hex on 9 class. This could catch them off guard.
It's a similar point in the map where Watson did suffer before. They might get the chance to jump him again. They're going to find
Chira
instead first, and that's the easier of the 2 kills straight away in with the combo. He's going to get Hex caught out. He's gone. Malady will hide in the tombstone. Yandex trying to push back against Vision, but Vision, they'll hold the high ground.
That's meta used as well, and they're unable to take the fight on the side of Yandex. Chira, never wanting to be the first point of entry into these team fights, walks up just way too aggressively. Dies in an instant. Couldn't get the save. Malady also tried, but wasn't quite in range to get that tombstone. Needs the Blink Dagger.
Tier 2s aren't going to stand long against the bear here. Satanic ready to clean up the objectives.
And there's going to be downtime now as well, too. Meta won't be up for the next bit. The Vision wants to keep punishing with that information. This Hex from 9 class, it's one of the earliest ones I believe we see on a Coddle with this type of earlier pickup that he also has. He has the rest of these items too. Another Hex.
With DM by his side is Zaxa. It doesn't matter, DM's already bailed on him. Zaxa trying to juke through the tree lines, but looks like the bear and no one's gonna find him.
Oh, this Hex is really problematic. The way that he can just get this little extra disable, as we said, Chira, he's not, I mean, now he's queuing up the BKB. You absolutely are gonna have to get it. It feels bad to get it, but you need to do it in this game.
He just can't fight without it.
No. 6K lead, Vision. Getting more control on the map. And they have a techies on their lineup too, so when you get more control with the techies, he ends up being able to control even more with those mines that he can place down. Satanic on the hunt. Is spotted under a sentry.
So many items Watson's going to need to carry this game.
He is.
Look for the damage next, obviously the Daedalus queued up.
But there's a lot of preventative things that can go on him, right? There's Taser, there's a lot of things that are just going to disarm him from just hitting these targets.
I mean, Satanic's very close to having the money for the butterfly as well for the bear, so not going to be easy to sort of target prioritize in these team fights for Watson.
And Watson's just going full aggression. He's not going for the butterfly himself, even though he's playing versus all this physical damage. Is just going to be going for this Daedalus build. He wants damage. He is starting to feel perhaps that pressure that he needs to be the one to dish out all that damage, because Jira a couple times now has just struggled.
Can't even step out again, Yandex. They're coming in with the smoke.
They can't find, there's bombs all over the place though, so they are probably reading this move, right? Saxa runs into another one. Vision should be aware of this movement.
They need something big, they need to find Satanic, but it feels so unlikely with the way that Satanic's been positioned throughout this entire game. Yet to die still on the lone druid.
Scan will connect, Chira trying to sneak forward.
They know that they're coming. Vision, they're set up. DM's gonna go for the jump first. We'll find here with the opening, but the Bears ready to push back the rest of the team. 9 class ready to control DM. He'll put the Stampede, but Dakalis jumps in with the blast. They'll get him off towards the tombstone, so a bit of safety, but the Bears ready to take the tombstone down, kill off DM, and now can possibly turn towards Malady left very low. No one's got the angle to fully control Chira Jr. Take the leaner out of this.
They knew it was coming.
And Watson, he's just got to step out of the fight, go for the away. Are they going to see him up and not in time?
Oh, what a play with the illusions.
All right, he gets
that was actually a nice little individual play, but the rest of his team...
It's not great. The other 2 cores are dead.
Oh, Saxa at least does find a courier kill, so will, I believe, finish off the kill off the butterfly that was coming out from Satanic, but Vision, they knew this was coming. The mines, the techies just reads it, puts these down, they see it coming perfectly. Great force staff, I believe that was 9 class to disengage the techies. They get the chain stun follow onto DM. It's such a disengaged, like, such a split up fight there from Yandex where Vision can just capitalize on it massively. No one just zoned everybody.
I mean, it's seeming that, now how do you make these sort of moves when there is a techies on the other side of the map?
Yeah, it's really hard.
It's just getting so much information off the back of these attempted smoke plays that are coming into his minds that, you know, what do you do if you're Yandex?
And you know how much I like this hero. When you start to play ahead with the techies, it really does feel like he's going to read every single one of the movements if he does have these mines in these smoke-catching locations. So back to back to back. Now Vision, a 13K lane. The game has exploded into their favor. Level 20, I mean, 9, I keep mentioning him, but 9 class is having one of the most insane Coddle performances I think we've seen. Nearly the same net worth as the Centaur, as his cores. He's going to have a BKB for himself as well. Yeah, Chira's game, it has slowed down completely in this one. Just so vulnerable.
It was always going to be a bit of a concern here for him on the Lina. Had a great lane. The lane was fantastic, but that is nothing more than a long distant memory here, as the gap's been closed. No one, he's taken over. Now having to lead us to Pango, and so much more easier for this Pango to have impact as opposed to the Lina right now.
Yep, and he gets Shivas now too for no one. The only real concern for him in this game was if Watson was able to just play that turret and hit him during the Rolling Thunder. Now at this point with the Ags, with the Shivas, the barriers that he's getting applied, now Watson can't focus fire him either. So no one, his job in these team fights is just get on top of Watson and just fully control him because they didn't go for BKBs. MKB is done for Watson, as you said, full aggressive build.
I think he has to. He has to play for the situation where he will get the chance to hit them and sort of be able to stand his ground. It's going to take a lot from the rest of his team to set up the fight in that sort of manner, but he's going to trust in them.
It could get pretty sad for him though, right? Because it could be those situations where he literally does just get chain stunned, so we'll see if they can protect him. Yeah, DM still not queuing up that Aghanims. He did go for the Krullas early on. It's been countered, as we saw the Nullifier was picked up pretty early for Notice, so does have the answer versus it as well. And now they don't have that bailout for Watson or for the Lina. The double turrets are not safe at this point.
Even if it goes through after the BKB, it's going to be a long time.
It's going to be an eternity.
Until we see that on DM.
And this current meta at the moment, like Puppy was talking about, a lot of the game is revolved around teamfight. One lineup has quad BKB essentially versus 0 BKBs. So the team fights, just the execution can be so much easier for the side of Vision. You only see 2 BKBs, but one has a bear with the BKB, and then the other one is a Pango, which has a built-in one.
You know, the only hero that's going through that BKB is pretty much the Terrorblade, right?
Really is.
Everybody else, Vision are not going to care about them one bit in these team fights.
There's ways, right? The Taser is going to be annoying for Watson in these fights if they don't kill the techies at the start, too. Vision.
Smoke on smoke here. Yandex
get the scan.
Struggle to come out on top of these sort of plays throughout this mid-game. Can they find a different outcome here?
Looking for a big wraparound. They're looking for the backline. Do they see 9 class? Don't quite see him there.
At the moment, seems like Vision don't expect this sort of move. Making a good sort of angle.
Ducalis is checking. He does expect it. He will see them.
They're going to know something's up now. And in fact, you know, Vision, they're not scared of Yandex. Notice might just be ready to make some sort of blind blink in soon.
Glimmering in.
And he comes
3 men stunned!
3 of the Notice opens up the fight. The roller to the follow comes in. Watson's going to try and react, standing his ground in the metamorphosis, but they've already lost the Centaur. They've almost certainly just got to try and get out of this one. Yandex, the fight not going their way.
Chira?
Stuck on the low ground. Chira Jr. He's got Notice back in with a close on a Malady. Malady will fall. They'll lose the techies, but they'll get so much here as 4 heroes dead on Yandex. Even a 5th as the crush from Notice comes in from the low ground. They get the team wipe Vision as this game just looking more and more impossible for Yandex. They just cannot make a move against Vision.
They're reading every movement now at this point. The techies, Ducalis runs in, gives full information. A 3-man crush from Notice. You couldn't ask for better. Chira again, he can't do anything in these fights. He just gets completely followed. Look at this, gets stunned, tries to run away. His teammate tombstones him, but it's still at this point nothing that he can really deliver. Too much damage, way too many ways to sandwich on him.
Just an awkward spot for Watson as well. Only able to try and get some, a few right clicks in, but pretty much from low ground situations for the entirety of the team fight. It's just not the position Yandex wanted to go for, even though they were the ones to try and set up this play. They're feeling desperate now in this position, and it's really starting to show.
Vision's got all the answers now at this point. Great itemization, great ways to punish this, just lack of BKBs, lack of ways to prevent these stuns in particular. Baiting the Stampedes time and time again. That's double Raxes. And even more items now going to be picked up here for Satanic, who did not die in this game. 3-0 and 14 so far. Flawless performance. 600 last hits on this bear. 340 minutes. And now another Roche.
I mean, what do you sort of take away from this game if you're Yandex? Because it's getting very close to that territory where you can only imagine they're considering what to do in game 2. They had such a hopeful looking early game. They were able to outplay Vision in some of those early moves that Vision were making against them, but as we mentioned, throughout all those moments, Satanic was having the space, so maybe those moves that looked a little awkward for Vision weren't that awkward at all. Sure, it didn't go smoothly, but space was being created, Satanic's getting out of control, and now everything's falling together as a team, and just constant back-to-back outplays here from Vision.
Chira being stalked, notices on him.
He's gonna see him. There's Chira Jr.
Finds him again.
Nobody's going to be able to come and help him. They'll try and TP out, but the Hex is there. He'll be dead again.
I mean, my biggest takeaway really is that Chira, his game it completely fell off a cliff off of one death, it feels like. One or two of these deaths, and then it was like, he can't really do much of anything. Doesn't just have all the answers. So.
Especially when you look back to what he got from the lane, dominated the lane matchup, took the enemy tier 1 tower down, 8 minutes in, didn't matter. That sort of lead fell off so quickly.
Yeah,
Gonna try and stampede, but the Bears in on top of him. He'll get the blink off. So able to live this time, DM, but only just.
Vision. Doing this to a lot of teams throughout this tournament, just
so
knowing
many times.
They just know exactly when to take team fights, and their lineup, it is insane to be able to take these team fights with this Pango, just be able to get on these targets, so. Maybe it will be some type of draft adjustment, maybe something along those lines, but we'll have to see. Gonna go for the potential end of the game here, Vision.
And honestly, maybe you got to even just look at the support duo, right? I feel like...
yeah, 9 class was insane this game.
This is going to be the most terrifying support duo to let them have. Already exposed at the base, the jump's being made as Malady's out for 50, no buyback on him. And no one ready to roll in for more. Straight in on top of Watson, holding back the Terror Blade, allowing space for the Bear to tear apart the tier 3s. Fortification will come out. See Chira Jr. back up in a few seconds. DM trying to start some sort of defense, but they just jump straight back on him in return. He's gone. He made the jump in, but he didn't press the BKB. He's dead for 60 without the buyback.
He's had a really rough game as well, too. Besides Chira, mentioning Chira having a bit of a difficult one after his deaths, but DM, too.
Quiet game.
I do think some of this itemization could be looked at for the next game, too, because just playing into so much team fight. Yes, okay, there's physical damage, so it does feel bad to get some of these BKBs, but being unable to move, being unable to play also feels bad if you don't get the BKBs. Multiple times now they've just been able to completely control these targets.
Ready to go again with the push here. Still 2 minutes left on the Aegis for Noah. They'll try and hold the Bear back. Look to burst through.
Chira.
Again, notice he's able to get the stop straight away on top of the two of them. The buyback will come out immediately from Saxon. Noah getting taken out a bit low, but the Rolling Thunder's up. He's looking to get the angle to get back in onto Watson, of course, still relying on the fact that he has that second life if it's even forced out of him. Malady gets caught out by the fear from Satanic. Back straight in. Back to the Undying, but can they really push them off these barracks? Top set.
Final one.
Taken away. That's the Mega Creeps out.
Chira.
Exxon and Chira Jr. DM's going to come in with a jump, but the BKB's already out from 9 class and Satanic's Bear. They surround Watson. The fear's there into the root. They'll try and force Watson back to safety. He'll tell with a little bit of a stun to heal up. They'll bring no one down the once, but he's going to be back with his second life. Saxon's gone. 80 seconds. No buyback on him. This Vision, they still have the full 5 of them ready to go. Notice.
Rolling Thunder's back up in 2 seconds. They're not moving.
If he sees a chance to jump, he'll go for it. Notice coming in with some fantastic blink plays this game.
Watson has his meta at the ready. Can he somehow bring down any of these cores?
Yeah, coming up to a 40k lead here. 43 minutes in.
He's got his BKB, so he can start to actually stick onto some of these targets, perhaps.
No one's in. Doesn't catch Watson immediately with the first connection of the Rolling Thunder. Will turn over towards Chira Jr. instead. They're being respectful, though. Vision, not trying to push it too far. They'll play it safe.
He popped meta. They can back up, reset, wait for the meta to go down, and look to clean it up right afterwards. Playing it very smart. This team has been pretty perfect of how they pick and choose their battles in this game.
I don't think we've ever seen them let this sort of a lead slip away.
No.
Unlikely to do so here, but you never know. On the main stage, maybe something crazy can happen. We've seen some crazy stuff. This would probably be the craziest, especially against a team that's 40k ahead. Mega Creeps in their advantage.
9 class is level 25 also. Even more heals, even more damage.
Everybody back up on Yandex. Shira Jr.
Got these BKBs now on Shira and on Watson, but it just feels it's so late. They now just die in an instant versus these massive physical damage that comes out from Vision as well.
Mega Creeps starting to approach the base.
Meta cooldown still 45 seconds. Full AC now on the Bear too. Absolutely massive on Satanic. Has not been addressed this game. The first pick gets away with 0 deaths.
Happy to just finish off that next round of items before they go for likely to be their final push.
And, you know, I didn't get to mention it much too, but Saksa having a bit of a quiet one in comparison to what we've seen from the game.
I mean,
Yandex,
it
right?
does feel like, 9 class, he's turned up today and he says, you know what, Saksa might have given you quite a show yesterday, but let me show you what I can do.
Truly, right? That off lane is insane how much of a difference it is this game. 9 class and notice what they've been able to do. Effectively shutting down multiple cores with it. Meta is going to get to come back up for Watson. But looks like Vision's not in a rush. Chilling back, they bottle an Arcane Rune. Octarine also for no one was picked up. Disperser, starting to get these super expensive items as well too. Full Constriction, putting all the wards right outside the base too, so Yandex can't even get outside.
It's just, what is it they're going to fear the most after this game? Out of the heroes that Vision are playing with. I feel like it might just be the techies. It just seems like it's doing so much on the map. Like anytime they get a little bit of a lead, your map closes in upon yourself and you're just seemingly unable to get it back against Ducalis.
It's tough to point at one thing in
it's
particular.
sure.
I think it's so many
things. You can make cases
things.
for all of them.
Yeah, because it's also right, like in a lot of these situations, Vision they weren't falling too far behind in a 4v5 situation, and then Satanic was able to get involved. So there's a lot of things to look at for the side of Yandex to improve in this next one.
Saxon is going to get found out on the map.
Oh yeah, 9 class. This is a
on the Bears in.
Absolute perfection from 9 class.
Shira Jr. looking to get the BKB off. They'll use the Tombstone as well to try and save him. With the rest of the Stampede, he'll get back to the fountain. Malady's gone. Has buyback available on him. Dax, of course, still does not. Vision. Continue to very carefully approach the victory.
Surgically.
Satanic's in with the bear. Trying to come in with the burst. See if they can take the bear down, though, once. They can. That's the bear gone. But now...
Gotta resummon. Send it back. It's gonna take a little bit of time for it to get there. How careful does Vision want to be? If they want, they can just wait for the Roche and then just look to close it out with the bodies. Meta was used, though, again. So perhaps they do look to jump immediately after that meta goes down. We'll have to see which choice it is for theirs. It's a long Roshan respawn. Just no way for Yandex to get outside, though, versus these mines, versus this bear.
And a very, very difficult game for Watson to sort of be able to carry from this point. We've seen him carry, against some pretty hefty net worth leads, but this coming up to nearly 50k. Definitely, I don't know what sort of item pickup can sort of save him from this sort of situation. Slots already filled up. I mean,
they also don't have the similar to these control, right? The BKB piercing control, and the Slardar has too. It's limited ways for them to get the catch versus a quad BKB lineup that has been built up from Vision very early in this game. Mines now controlling absolutely everything. Ducalis.
I think, at least especially in the hands of no one, very much seeing why this hero, Pangolier, still has the win rate that he does, even though it hasn't been picked too many times. The fact that he's able to still do this after having one of the rougher lane matchups.
They're going to look to end it. 20 seconds still on meta for Watson. What do they see?
Who's he going to get the jump on him? They could go with Watson. They get an aggressive force onto it straight away. The force into the Hex. I think that was all 9 class there. Setting up to kill Watson off.
What a beast.
Onto the tier 4s, onto the Ancient. He'll come in with a buyback here, Watson. Can they stop the bear? Have some control there with the Yules. Ancient coming down to almost half HP. will step back. Sharpshooter in onto 9+, but 9+ ready with the BKB. Another sort of
Chira
forced down to Chira Jr. He'll buy back immediately as well. Watson trying to stand his ground and fight back here with a Metamorphosis. Vision, they'll kite that out for now.
9 just devastating them. Force Staff aggressively into the Hex multiple times.
He's ready to catch them. He's having a lot of fun this game, 9 7-0-20.
Might be one of the best Coddle performances I've ever seen. Finding these snipes in the early game, allowing to enable Notice to have this type of game. Enabling no one as well, too, with his rotations and his chakras. Next level stuff coming out from him here. You look at his inventory, you're like, is this actually a support Coddle? Are you sure this was a support Coddle?
I mean, it's, you know, he did at the start kind of overtake the mid farm of no one. Sort of has become that additional mid player for Vision this game.
He truly has been this time around. And as you said, Ducalis, he's done some heavy lifting, some heavy work too on this Techies. I was hoping to see this hero a lot more in this tournament. Getting to see Vision
looks good.
play, it does look very strong in certain lineups.
And we do have a fair few solid Techies players still in the competition.
We absolutely do.
Ducalis is certainly one of them.
It's such an annoying hero to play against once you fall behind. Because just getting out of the map, as we saw, the smoke movements just get erratic. The base...
Vision ready to close it. They're onto the Ancient here. The fortification will come out. Satanic ready to send the bear over towards Watson. He's caught in the root. DM will try and get him out with the Stampede. They do kill the bear off.
He's got another.
Yeah, quickly he wants to send it back in there. Put the pushback on a no one. Sharpshooter as well. Swashbuckle out. Keeping the game alive somehow, some way.
62,000 lead though. Roche now will spawn. They can back up, pick that one up as well. They're all pretty much 6-slotted now at this point. No one can treat himself to a refresher as well.
It's
just hanging on here for Yandex.
It's got to be the rapier for Watson. Yeah. But again, not always not the best. The dream hero to have it on, but it still does something.
He has done some miraculous stuff. We did see that one Wind Ranger game that he was able to crazy turn around, but this one would be even harder.
I was going to say, if that was extreme difficulty, this is nightmare difficulty here for Watson. If he's at least able to get the courier out and get that purchase, it's not going to be easy with the position that Vision's in. We'll have to sell something for it as well if he wants it for this final defense.
There's no one. Full refresher for him. Back up, picks it up, resets his mana.
All right, here we go. He's getting the courier sent out to the shop. We'll see if Watson's going to be able to get that Divine Rapier picked up here for the hold.
I mean, they see
There's a lot of heroes around.
That courier ain't making it.
It's not.
There's no way.
Satanic's ready with the bear. If he wants to make that pickup, he's going to have to get out on the map himself in the next 2 minutes.
That's not
rather unlikely.
He'll have to run through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 20 mines to do so. And a whole team, of course. Not much growth has been here for the side of Yandex. The other 2 cores have gotten literally nothing. It feels like in the last 20, 25 minutes. It's only Watson growing. While Vision, it's essentially, I mean, it's 4 cores, as you said.
Oh, yeah. And Satanic's pretty much got the bear 8 slotted. He's ready to pick up a Moon Shard next for it.
And he's got 1,
and he's got the
3 bears, because he's got the shard.
Vision. Will they catch this time on the jump? Straight in. They're going to look towards DM. Notice finds the central. Will still manage to get the Stampede out. Satanic sends the bear over towards Watson. In fact, sending the bear over to the base. They're ready to get this game done and dusted with as the ancient will fall. Game 1 going to Team Vision. It looked like at the start that maybe there was some hope here for Yandex, but my goodness, for the majority of this game, it became very clear there wasn't.
Yeah, I think overall for their draft, they have to get more ahead with this Lina and can't have these deaths for Chira because his game completely fell off a cliff. Some of the itemization, too, I feel like left something to be desired. Like, I know how good this Krulla's item is, in particular in a lot of these games. It can steal all this healing, but I really was feeling just this lack of immunity versus these stuns. It felt like Team Vision could just pop their abilities, jump in. They had these triple BKBs themselves, so the team fight just felt that much easier for them, even when they were kind of at that even footing.
Yeah, just another one of those Vision games where every single player pretty much gave us a show-stopping performance throughout that. I don't even know who to highlight. I'll leave that up to the panel. Vision, take game 1.
It was a beautiful play from Vision. The fact that we see them down in the earlier portion of this game, yet they don't give up. There's ways for them to be able to take the game and for it to become theirs. And by the end of it, you're wondering at any point, did Yandex really have the lead or was it an illusion all along, Quinn?
They're just so good at knowing exactly what timing they're playing for, because Yandex were ahead in this early game. They had a little bit of pressure. They had some moves going, but Vision is not stressed. They're not worried. They're chilling and they're waiting for that moment. They understand the heroes and the grander scale of the game so incredibly well that if you let the time pass, then you're going to pay for it.
And Vision are so comfortable playing from both ahead and from behind in a lot of situations that they're starting to feel very infallible when it comes to specific strategies. And I do think Lone Druid is one of them. It was let through in the first phase. Yandex had an idea against it. The best thing that I think Vision did was take the Slardar for themselves and not enable it within Yandex, but it really did feel like an illusion that Yandex were ahead at any point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the timing of when everything comes online for Vision, you see the heroes just explode. Like this Lina vanishes, even though they're like 2, 3, 4K, even 5K gold behind at some point, it doesn't really matter, because when you see all the pieces come together for Vision, there's just no way to keep your heroes alive. And if you can't keep your heroes alive, you're never going to win.
One of the big things that Poppy talked about in the coach interview that Tsunami had with him just as the draft of this game wrapped up was talking about how one of the biggest strengths for the side of Vision at the moment, and especially in this TI or what they've been doing throughout this season, is being able to split push. And I feel like that was also one of the key moments as to how they even got to their item timings, how they were able to stall this game out to be able to get to that critical mass for themselves.
Yeah, they've got so much kill threat. They have so many heroes that can burst you, and when your waves are getting pushed by a bear, by Coddle Blast, by Techie's mines all over the place, you're losing control of the map. And if you look at Yandex's heroes, it's a bunch of squishy guys who don't want to get crushed by a Slaughter. They don't want to get rolled on by a Pango. They're not okay turning the fight around. They want to start it themselves, but they can't because they're getting split everywhere. And then whenever they show on a wave, boom, there's a big fish that stuns them. Like they don't have an answer for this.
I feel like the difference maker also is that if you look at Yandex, they can also match the wave shoving. It's not that, but the difference is that when Vision is shoving the waves, they also have the kill threat on the heroes that show.
Yeah.
Whereas from Vision side, it's so much trickier. You have to combine Lina and Centaur doesn't have a blink until much later on in the game. Not to say that it's his fault for not having one, it's the natural progression of items, but they just can't really match the same tempo, and they can't do it as early as Vision can, and I think that really is what helps them get back into the game.
For sure. I do wonder, with the Lina in this game, it felt like with the lane that CJ had, that more would come out of it. And it did look scary at some point. There was a lot of pressure going on in that mid lane, a lot of pressure was going on no one, but it seems like all it took was one CJ death Quinn and everything fell apart.
Yeah, it's a game where you're playing on very thin ice. You're playing against multiple jumpers. It's a game where it's not easy for you to itemize. We talked about in the past where Lina has trouble buying armor items, and armor items are all you want in this game. He ends up going for an Ags, not the BKB, not the armor item. We talked about it some backstage, and it just feels like, I don't know, his power is just slowly waning and dripping off after an amazing laning phase. Genuinely, he obliterated no one, but it just didn't really come to much.
I feel like it's just tricky. You can look at CJ and say, like, yeah, he dies once and the game's over. But if you want to make this kind of draft work, it requires the team to function at such a high level. And we talked about it in the green room, but there's these, like, moves that need to happen with a TB really early on where you just abuse the fact that you're 2-3K gold ahead and the enemy team can't fight you until they get their blinks online.
Yeah, these gold leads, they matter less and less as more time passes. As everyone's gold goes higher and higher, that 2-3K difference means less because it's a smaller percentage of everyone's total gold. And so you want to seize the opportunity, strike while the iron's hot. If you got a 2K gold at 10 minutes, that is so much more than a 2K gold lead at 20 minutes.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's what a Lone Druid is going to be able to do. If you don't capitalize on the small lead you get at the start, he will be able to farm up. He will be able to close that and will be able to become 6-slotted faster than what feels like almost any other hero can do for themselves. The other one that I very quickly wanted to talk about was 9class, just how impactful it felt he was in this game as well, because so often in main stage, Coddle is either getting first phase banned or completely ignored, just teams that aren't playing it. And now we see it in this game and you go, okay, now I finally understand why people weren't willing to call the bluff of certain teams about Coddle.
Yeah, 9class is very scary on a lot of heroes, but one of his scariest heroes in this patch is Coddle, and that's why it is consistently banned against him. But for me, the difference maker as well, outside of him just opening up the draft with hero combinations like Coddle plus Pango, is the early Hex that he got. At some point, it did feel like when TV got Scotty that there was a timing for Yandex to be able to fight, but 9class matched that with not going for any defensive items early on, just getting that Hex and making sure that the fights are even harder to take.
We talked about it when Nigma played, about like players with killer instinct, Sumail. And I think 9class is a similar thing going, where he understands what do I actually need to win the game. He doesn't buy like 4-staff Glimmer Cape, that's always good. He knows that in this specific game, I hex the right guy, we burst him, and the game is over.
it's just adding to more of the overwhelming team fight that it felt Vision were just slowly accruing for themselves. But so much more goes into it. There are small nuances that you don't necessarily catch when an exciting game like that is playing out. And luckily for us, we have Purge to do all of that digging for us.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, a big moment in this game came around the 25-minute mark, and a lot of it comes down to vision, coming from wards. And what these wards provide for you is spotting enemy heroes and giving you good chances to initiate. And that works so much better for team vision because they had great gankers, mainly the Bear, this invisible terror guy that's very good at chain stunning once he initiates here. He attacks, he fears you, he roots you, and then you're basically dead afterwards, and it allows your team to set up for a good team fight afterwards, which started off really good. It looked like it was just going to be the Undying, but that Bear vision spotted out the Terror Blade. There was a nice stun from the neutrals helping them out, and that chain stun and magic immunity got them this really crucial kill. And the game was pretty close before this point, but that nice jump that they got from Vision and from the Bear ended up helping them out really nicely. They killed the Hoodwink as well here. And on the other side, look what Yandex has to do for fights. They have a walk up and stun from Lina. They have other stun follow-ups, so it's difficult for them to actually get a disable. They did grab a gem, though, which is pretty instrumental because that's going to help you control the enemy observer wards. And this ward here, this is a weird one, man. On top of this neutral camp, normally Sox is going to feel really comfortable because he's dewarding this whole area and he has his own observer ward of his own. But he's less likely to run this direction because that's kind of a danger territory. So he kind of stays in the area, but he feels safe because his ward spots the enemy heroes that are coming to kill him. So he ends up dodging this gank, vision really mattering there. But later on, they instead kind of use that usefulness to both walk onto the high ground where their observer ward was, but also that's going to make Yandex think that he's safe to run to the right because his observer ward is still there spotting. And then they get to utilize their better stun jumpers. They stun with the Slardar, they stun with the techies. They do all this burst damage into this fight. They're able to kill Malady pretty easily after he defensively covers himself. I'm sorry, he doesn't die there. But this gives them really nice control of the map. This allows them to push and take control of the tier 2. And once this tower's gone, this invisible bear is an even bigger terror. So it just gets worse as time goes on there for Yandex. Vision really taking advantage of their nice observer wards and their great chain stuns.
Thank you so much, Purge. It really does come down to the vision game at the end of the day where you're able to put these cheeky observer wards. And I feel like Insania, when we saw the map of Dota change, that was the big question mark. Where are those pivotal warding spots going to be for yourself? There's a lot of high ground wards that might seem quite obvious, even though they are advantageous. And at the end of the day, you find a spot like that. You shove it in a neutral camp and you go, this is going to be a wide enough cone that we're still going to get great engagements out of it.
I mean, it's a really cool ward, to be honest, because if you pay attention to the timer in the game, it's around 20 minutes. And usually that's when the enemy team has control of your jungle. You tend to swap sides. It's quite a normal thing that happens in Dota. So when you walk past the camp and you see that there's no creeps, maybe a lot of you at home are thinking, well, it's so obvious there's no creep camp, but there should be a ward there. But at high-level Dota, people are so efficient that these camps are just farmed every minute. So when you walk by it, you can't draw that conclusion because most likely somebody's just farmed it, that's all you're going to think of it, and you're going to move on. So it's a really clutch ward, and it obviously ends up winning them 2 crucial team fights that also win them the game.
How often were you looking at that stuff when you were playing Position 5, like seeing other players' warding patterns, trying to find new spots for yourself to ward?
Like all the time. I have like a folder in my head with each player in it, like Snaking wards like this guy wards like that, this Tofu has tendencies to put these kinds of wards. So it's something that as a 5, it becomes like your own little game, and you try to explain it to your cores and get them like on board with like, hey guys, I need you to put a sentry here. And they're just like, stop talking about wards. We don't care about this.
Yeah, it's actually an area of Dota that half the players know nothing about, and the others are like, oh no, you got to place it 2 inches to the right and then 1 millimeter up and get your protractor out. And I'm like, bro, I touching these things.
I mean, it ends up winning you a game. It ends up putting you one step closer to be able to go to a grand finals of an international. I mean, the energy is so crazy right now in Shanghai. Everyone was having so much fun looking at this bear being able to do what it's supposed to do. And Effie, are we really going to get the chance to see another lone druid when there is vision in the series?
Honestly, it's seeming very problematic letting through Satanic Slendrid because they had a great start on Yandex. They managed to do a lot of really cool moves, even kill the bear early on, but all it took was a few item timings on that lone druid, a few pickoffs, and the game snowballed out of control. I think banning it can make it very easy, especially if you see the Wyvern plus Enigma bans that we saw at the start of the game. It made it obvious that they wanted it. You try to beat it one time, don't let it through game 2.
Yeah, it's scary though when the heroes you want to ban start mounting like this. It's what turns a team from extremely strong to impervious, that now suddenly as a lone druid you feel like you need to ban. As a Coddle, the 9 class has 0 deaths and an insane amount of impact in this game, but you want to ban that hero too. And you've got your preset bans for all the normal meta heroes that everyone else plays, and suddenly you've got 7 heroes you want to ban, and that's not how the draft works. And this is going to cause some real problems. You have to pick something to beat. It's what all the best teams in recent years, the strategy they use is, we've got this set number of strategies, you have to beat one of them because we have too many to ban them all out.
The silver lining of it is that Yandex should potentially have first pick in the next game here, but then you have less first base bans for yourself. When you're first pick, you only have 3, compared to when you were second pick, you get to have 4. And so they were more than willing to let the Lone Druid in, even though they had more bans up their sleeves.
It changes the dynamic though when you're on first pick. Generally, first pick, you have the option of creating like this unbeatable draft, where second pick kind of has to respond to whatever you're presenting them with. So that at least changes the flow of it.
We're seeing our teams walking back out now. A lot of cheers for them. And I know everyone here and watching at home would love to see it go to a game number 3. And I'm hoping Yandex could take that time to themselves, be able to recalculate, readjust. We've seen them do it in their previous series where, again, they were having a massive lead up against Nigma Galaxy. And it was big team fights that ultimately led to their downfall for a game. But they fought back. They were able to bring it together and come up with great new adjustments in their draft. So I have full faith that Yandex are going to come in just as strong for game 2.
Yeah, I think they're a team that have a lot of respect for Team Vision. They've played them a lot this year. They were mostly evenly matched for a bigger portion of the season. And I think that in the game 1 in particular, a lot of it did come down to Lone Druid. And I really think that this Slardar that Puppy took and gave to Noticed was what threw a wrench into the idea that they prepared today. Because Yandex do have a very good history of beating Lone Druid, but they always beat it with Slardar plus ranged carry. And here we see a hero comparison of Watson and Satanic. Watson actually impressed me with how he was able to keep up in GPM even while they were losing, but it just wasn't enough in Stadium.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Watson, I think this entire tournament has managed to stay like 10k gold ahead of every single other carry player, even when they're in losing games. But this time around, like Satanic, he's a different beast, I feel like. He matched him and eventually even overtook him.
Yeah, Lone Druid is just, the hero just farms so disgustingly fast because he's farming with 2 heroes at once on opposite sides of the map. It's hard to match, but I agree with you, Nat, that I think they will be able to bounce back. And I think part of the reason why this game looks so dominant from Vision is that it's just easier for them to play. They have the jumps, and generally you want the wave push, and you want some team fight and some jump. And I think Yandex has maybe 2 pieces of the puzzle, but not all 3. Whereas Vision, it's just much easier for them to play. And in a high-stress situation, on a TI main stage, a match that's going to the grand finals, you don't want to have to play at 100% because that's just not reasonable to expect from every game. You want a little bit of slack, that mistakes are acceptable, not, like we said, 1 death on Cheer Jr. and the game feels impossible.
And to be optimistic, I mean, Yandex did play a very solid early game. They've looked really clean in the first 15 minutes of every game they've played this TI. They make really cool moves. They're able to creatively overcome some difficult situations. An example that comes to mind in that game 1 was Satanic was like dragging a wave with the bear around minute 9, and he was going to just do shenanigans that would have catapulted him in net worth, that would have made DM's lane harder, but they just bring everybody. They chase the bear with Undying, Lina, and Hoodwink. They kill it, and they're able to take the top tower off of that, and that is very creative, and that is a Soxa call, and it is things like that that will push them over Team Vision in those first 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. That was incredibly clutch. I remember looking at that game thinking, like, when is TB going to gate top? When is TB going to gate top? How are they going to open up this tier 1 tower? And then they find it in that creative way that you mentioned.
Yeah, it's little things. It's so many little things, and I think it just speaks to how high level these 2 teams are and how high level, when you get to the end of the tournament, people, they step up or they step down. And I think both of these teams are stepping up. Vision especially has been just incredible. It's not often you see a team that is so good. It's hard to honestly properly iterate how incredibly skilled and talented these players are when you play with them, against them, when you watch them play. You can just feel the skill oozing in everything they do.
I really enjoyed what we got to see from the supports of Vision as well. It's a Coddle, it's a Techies. Whether the heroes are getting banned out, whether teams aren't necessarily looking at them, the creativity really gets to shine through the supports because of how stable the cores are. I'm hoping Yandex brings a little bit of that because we know that their supports also love to be creative, but we don't have all the answers just yet. In fact, we're going to get most of them in a moment as we head to a game number 2.
Team Vision versus Team Yandex. Game 2.
a game 2 draft where we are going to be seeing Yandex now with a first pick for themselves. That is the reverse or the inverse, however you want to coin it, compared to game number 1. And so it brings back that conversation that we were having before. What do you still want to prioritize banning out now that you only have 3 bans for Yandex? But also at the same time, what are you hoping to leave in the pool that will become an issue for Vision when you get to first pick it?
Yeah, these bans are, to be honest, I think not what you want to see when you're on first pick. You're banning Lone Druid, which a hero was first pick last game. You're banning Earth Spirit, that's a first pick hero. Well, you've set 2 of your bans on what you would expect the enemy team to ban against you. That potentially does not bode well for series if they win this game and it progresses or matches in the future. It's a little worrisome, but it's not totally decided.
That was a great SF ban. I think a Watson Shadow Fiend just crushing the lane and connecting early on would have solved a lot of the tempo issues they had in game 1, and they saw the Darkseer ban. It was pretty telegraphed there. Puppy's on top of things.
I think for Yandex, to be honest, like the map play and everything, I think they can match Vision quite well. And just to tie back to what Puppy even said in his interview, I think at TI, you always have to be able to win fights, because when you're playing high-stakes, high-pressure games, eventually the game just boils down to that anyway. And people are going to ball up more. You're going to have to be able to win a team fight at some point. And I think that's really where their draft was lacking last time, where it just didn't come together nicely for the team fights.
Yeah, and we talk about how Vision is a solid team, a team that's difficult to break. And while I think Bounty Hunter, it lets you get the first layer of towers down. It lets you slowly break the map down. It's difficult to penetrate when they've got their sort of fortress built up. They ward these wards, they hold these camps, they don't let you take too much gold away, and they keep farming just enough that they get to these key timings. And so I think with these heroes, there's a lot of early aggression, there's a lot of back and forth fighting on enemy sides. And so who's able to close down the map faster and get that early start is really important.
So the trades come out with Bounty Hunter for Yandex, this hero. We haven't really seen much of it after the first day where he kind of emerged as one of the heroes of the main stage, but it was Saksa that brought it into popularity. And for Team Vision, the trade-off is they get Nature's Prophet on Satanic. We talk about some key strategies for this team where they look unbeatable. Lone Druid seems like one of them, but the other has been Nature's Prophet too. A lot of teams have let it through and just not won to it.
And it's a consequence of the bans, right? If we look back and you end up banning Lone Druid, that is a potential first pick hero. We obviously saw that in the last game. Earth Spirit's been super dominant in the tournament, but it hasn't looked as confident for Yandex. And the drawback to that is that you're now playing a much more open draft. You're going to have to play against some heroes. And they decide, Bounty Hunter's been really good for them. It was one of the heroes that I think also utilizes Saksa's comms more than anything. It's kind of an underrated aspect of the hero, but you get to move around the map a lot and you're not really playing lanes. So you're a lot more in the mindset of like, how do I enable my team? How do I set things up? How do I actually make things happen? And Saksa is the guy to do that. He can talk, he can make sure his team is moving in the right places, finding those right moves in the early game.
Bounty Hunter really fits into what TI is so about in terms of we didn't really see him much during group stages. Everyone felt like they had an idea coming into the international, how it would play out, the heroes that people would prioritize. And we get to a main stage. We've seen him 7 times now, and he's won 6 of those on this stage. The fact that he's only lost 1, it's just a true testament to what this hero is able to do, but also a testament to the teams and the players that are able to get their hands on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it takes people out of their comfort zone, and I think it's also an interesting risk Vision takes picking Nature's Prophet into it, because traditionally Bounty and Invis heroes that sneak around and set up on you are pretty good against Nature's Prophet. He's TPing in random places and farming in corners, and if suddenly someone sees you, scouts you, gets sneaky wards on the sides of the map while the team can set up on you and kill you, you can have pressure coming through the gate. There's a lot of dynamics to this Bounty Hunter that they're pretty good against Nature's Prophet.
And I think they try to match some of the dynamics that you talked about with Vision of their own in Slardar. He's one of the better heroes to play against Bounty Hunter, especially in team fights, and it amplifies a lot of Nature's Prophet's objective taking. Like, he will TP around early and get kills in towers, but when it comes to things like Tormentor and Roshan, he does need a little bit of an extra boost, and Vision feel very good about it after that game 1.
It's also a flex, so you don't have the easy counter pick. It could go mid or off lane, so when Yandex is coming up to the next core picks, well, Nature's Prophet is most likely to carry, but the Slardar, it could go either place, and so it's not as easy to just straight up one-to-one counter someone.
I also feel like this, I see the Vision, like for Team Vision, they're trying to build drafts where they amplify each other. It's the idea of this like triple core is going to match up against whatever you present to us on Watson in the end. Slardar, amazing for that. He makes any hero on your team stronger. Everybody that's hitting one target are going to be stronger. And this whole concept that Yandex has been playing of this 4+1 ultimately just becomes weaker against that.
Yeah, I didn't think of it that way, but I think that is a great, very important idea, and I think the Tidehunter combats that a little bit, and now I can purge the Corrosive Haze. You're trying to focus one guy down at a time. Well, last game we saw everyone getting jumped. They don't have a hero that's okay being in the front line, and I think this is trying to rectify that. It's saying we want that ease of execution. We want this hero that can just waddle into the fight, a big watermelon, and you just can't crack his shell. Like, that is a very useful tool that makes it much easier to play.
And it's saying we want that team fight, right? Which they very sorely lacked in that game one. A team that actually did beat Satanic's Furion this tournament was BoomBoys. They were the only ones to do it, and they did it with Ember Morona. They did it with skirmish heroes. They had an Undying as well, but they just essentially kept running at Team Vision, even if the laning stage didn't go so well. They made it so that Nature's Prophet couldn't sit back and farm.
This was how Vision were beating our Nature's Prophet after like our TI win. They kept giving us Prophet, and we're like, oh, free win. Of course we'll take it. And then they would just keep bringing heroes into our lane and just delay that level 6 so much, never allow Mickey to just sit back and farm for a couple of minutes and just snowball the game that way. So it is a great strategy against Prophet. What I do find interesting here, though, is that Vision have a lot of options, right? You mentioned the flex between these two heroes. Prophet could even be a mid hero, and they look for something that actually cracks open the Tidehunter and opens that up too. So it's an early Tidehunter pick. You're assuming it's laning as Prophet. If it gets to be there, great. But Vision, they have options here.
Yeah, they do, and it's something you'll have to consider if you are Yandex. I'm sure they have. No one is a player that is very, very comfortable on carry heroes, range type dudes. He can play the sniper, he's played the Nature's Prophet in the past, so it is definitely not out of his wheelhouse. I don't think he'd be uncomfortable one bit. But I also like the Wyvern quite a bit against the Nature's Prophet and the Slaughter. It's more into, I really think they felt that in the last game. We're getting bursted and we can't do anything about it, and they're picking hero after hero that prevents that so that they don't lose in the same way. We've talked about running drafts back, and losing the same way feels very silly and sort of stupid. And I think in the same way, losing to the similar type of gameplay, the same strengths and weaknesses in the draft can feel similar. And so I like that they've covered those over, and they're saying, let's play a different game. If you're going to beat us, you got to beat us in a different way.
Yeah, that's great. It's fundamentally different with the heroes that we're seeing, but it still feels like it's not enough oomph. Not enough skirmishing, not enough running at this Prophet and making him uncomfortable. Like, Tide is going to be farming for a while, Bounty Hunter will be providing vision, and Wyvern can counterplay a lot of team fights, but there's not that hero yet that's going to set the pace for this game.
Yeah, essentially I feel like Yandex, that they've tried to like fix their team fight. They have this Bounty Hunter to play the map, and now we're looking for something, like as you mentioned, Mira, to provide damage, to provide ways for them to actually also kill their opponents.
And that's where the genius of Vision's draft comes in, where the hero that would do that can be countered by the Slardar mid. It's typically the Spirits and the melee type heroes that CJ plays, right? Slardar lanes against them exceptionally if they flex it. And if they try to do it through Watson in the tempo setting, then you can run the Slardar plus Willow off lane, which is so hard to play into for Watson's hero pool.
Wow, very forgotten hero, I feel, in the last little bit. She did get that small change in a recent patch, and so some teams still favored her. There's still good situations for her, but seeing her here on the main stage finally.
It's a good mix, I think, of damage types, and it pairs well with Bounty Hunter. When you've got that hero, he kind of wants follow-up damage, oftentimes from a distance, because he's scouting people, he's finding a random guy. Okay, now Bounty sees them, and you throw globs, and this guy just dies. And on top of that, it's got a great lane against Slardar, and it's just a very solid laner in general. So if they do decide to put Slardar off lane and pick a new mid, well, it's very difficult to beat Snapfire in lane with pretty much anything. So you've got guaranteed a good start, you've got good synergy with your 4, which is one of the most important building blocks of, sort of a draft in general. So I like this, and I think CJ is also very good at it.
Lots of damage as well versus Dark Willow, and we've seen 9 class be an absolute menace on it. And it also doesn't worry about Bramble Maze, which the Spirit heroes would have.
Sox has also been one of the few players that I've noticed on these like really, really early game rotations. Even at minute 4 sometimes, he can TP mid and try to like... We have an Ogre off.
Which one wins, left or right?
Left for sure.
I think
left
for sure.
hooked, yeah.
Somehow looks more lost than the actual Ogre.
No, but you have this cool thing that Sox can do where he can TP mid very early on, maybe even at level, like minute 4, get cookied from Invis, and there's like, you don't even see it coming. So I really like this idea from Yandex. I think Soxa is very enabled in this game to be that shining star for his team.
Yeah, and they leave Watson for last pick, but they don't have the absolute last pick. So whatever Vision wants will be on the absolute last slot, which means that Watson may potentially be playing against a counter pick in lane. They do ban 2 mid heroes, so it seems like they think the Slaughter mid is too bad against Snapfire. It's going to be in the offlane, and that's what they're preparing for. That's what they're gearing towards. Sometimes people split their bans, but they're all in on, we think it's Slaughter offlane.
I think conceptually that's really smart because like you decide to counter Slaughter on the mid lane, essentially telling your team that we're going to guarantee that it's in the offlane, and despite not having the absolute last pick of the draft, we now get to ban the 2 best matchups against the Snapfire mid, and also get to counterpick the Slaughter. So you're setting yourself up for a very strong situation, despite the enemy team having a counterpick on you.
Yeah, it's solid ideas all around. I think so much of it will just come down to execution, though, and that you can pick great heroes. I think they had heroes that could do pretty well last game. They had a solid early game, but you have to stick to it. You have to keep that confidence, and that's where I look at last game and how it faltered a little bit. You talk backstage, you come back into this, you've got a good draft, you've set yourself up well, but you need to, the play does the talking at the end of the day, and I need to see that from them because it's not a game that you just waltz over. You'll never outdraft Vision so hard that you'll auto-win. They're just too good for that.
Yandex are definitely going to try, though, with their last pick here. And spending a little bit of time because Watson has definitely preferred the Kez and the Terrorblade have been taken out, but Watson's proficient on many different heroes. Is there something specific in a hero that we're looking for here?
Probably a melee hero, something that pushes waves. Generally, Wyvern wants to sit behind people, and so you want something that sort of enables that. Luna's an interesting one. It's great against Slaughter and Willow because you naturally buy Manta. It's not a game where you want to BKB a lot. You want someone who can push the waves and also buy a Manta, a Pike, because it's, like I said, it's just not a great BKB game. You want to kite and be sort of fluid. And Luna is very, very cool and good at that. And it's while it may not be a melee hero, it pairs with Wyvern in that you're sort of a manly ranged here. You get in there a little bit. You don't have super range. And so I think it's a cool pick.
Yeah, this Luna is going to play a lot of tempo. To me, Yandex are saying, we think we played a strong early game, and we're just going to push our advantage. We're going to group up with our Luna and Tide. We're going to take objectives before you do, and we're not going to let you get to a point where Satanic carries this game. Because while Luna is amazing on lane and amazing at grouping up, eventually she will lose in scaling to Vision's Prophet.
Yeah, that's true. She does have a lot of armor that I like. It's a hero that buys items that naturally give you armor. I think Slardar, as a hero, needs to be able to kill stuff like they did in the last game. If things don't blow up to you, once stuff doesn't die to you instantly, it becomes a lot trickier to play. And I feel like this time around, when I look at Yandex's heroes, I feel like the team fighting is completely solved. And the more of the question is going to be, how do we address Yandex playing them out? Or sorry, Vision playing them out.
Yeah, Puck definitely adds to that. There is no way to kill this Puck in the early game. You kind of need to wait for a Hex almost. So it's going to be a game where Puck cannot die. You cannot really attack the mid lane anymore, and you're looking for plate moves elsewhere. You're getting farmed, and you're waiting for that Hex timing later on. And so the splitting from Vision, the Nature's Prophet, the Puck TPing around, like that is going to become the name of the game for the first, solid chunk of the game.
Puck has not had a great tournament, though. Like, this hero has failed to deliver on the main stage, and while it is exceptional in that there's no disable for it, it's also a hero that I'm only going to really care about in the late game, in that scaling. And again, the onus is on Yandex to just keep running at them, group up with their Tide and Luna, and take everything, and I think they can do it.
They definitely have very different tools than they did last time. This time around, I think Teamfight is completely secured up, and the question is more going to be like, how are we going to be able to play the map? Are we going to get split push to death? And this is, again, ties back to what Puppy said. We can play both styles. We can play split push, we can play team fight, and we're going to prove it to you here.
Is there enough of Yandex's draft that could deal with both those elements? Because you're saying they've really corrected on the team fight, but have they overcorrected in your eyes?
I think there might be risk for that, yes. But to be honest, when you get this deep into TI, these players are so good, and they're able to find ways to utilize heroes in ways that you wouldn't expect, that I wouldn't be willing to bet anything on it. So yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I would back Yandex, and if I look at this draft compared to the last one, I think this is much more comfortable for them. It's much easier. I think their players are better suited to this, and like when you go deep in a TI bracket, being able to fight. Puppy talked about it, we talked about it. Just being able to fight, like sure, they can split push you, but you can't split push to win anymore. It's not TI3, it's TI15. Dota's a different game, and at some point, you gotta knock heads and fight a little bit, and I think Yandex is very well suited to do that.
We'll see if Yandex are suited to do that. If they're able to get the game number 2, we would love to see a game 3, but of course, everything plays out here in this best of 3. We do have Tsunami joined with Yandex's coach.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by Excel, where I had some questions about your mid lane decisions. So we see Slardar get picked. You guys seemed confident it was not going to be a mid lane. You banned out Lina and Invoker in the final phase. If they did pivot the Slardar mid, would that have caused any issues for you?
I mean, I don't think it would be causing any issues because Semifinal is really good against Larder and mid, and it would be like rough for him to play the game.
And then whenever no one ends up getting the puck, you guys don't have many solutions to a puck, but puck seems to be doing very bad this tournament, like 27% win rate. No one's already lost with it twice. So are you worried that you don't have any counters for puck, or it's just not a good hero?
I mean, it's kind of a free puck game, I would say. But yeah, just like you said, this hero seems to be successing too much. And I think it's also like very harmless last pick we could get. Like we don't get like stomped on lanes or anything. And yeah, kind of chill.
And then how about your mid lane with the Snapfire pick? We haven't really seen it too much on playoffs. It seemed like more of a group stage flavor. Why'd you decide to bring it back?
I mean, it's good against their suppers and gives us very strong early game with tight counters, so looks pretty good as a blind pick. So, yeah.
Perfect. Well, let's see if that works out. Excel, good luck in this game number 2 as we send it to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Excel and Tsunami. Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, here. We're going to find out if Team Vision's going to be able to make that move to the grand finals with a clean 2-0. If Yandex is going to have something to say about it in this game 2. They've decided to rally around a Luna draft, something a bit different. You know, we're not seeing a lot of lineups trying to go around the Luna. But then that last pick, of course, from Vision, as was discussed there, it is this puck.
Pretty
and
free.
This hero, as you say, it on paper looks like a free puck game, but puck just hasn't been winning.
Nope, not even no one, right? I believe that they're saying 2 losses for him on this hero as well, too, but playing into some pretty limited catch and disable this time around. Bounty, I think one thing that people maybe, you know, have to consider sometimes too, they were mentioning a little bit on the panel, is this Invis Bounty with the Snapfire. There is this tricky little plays you can do with the Shadow Walk with the stuns. It's a bit hard to execute sometimes, but I can see them tripping up something like the puck a couple times here for no one. So I think that's the main thing to look at for me, is the Bounty Hunter. You know, there's so many other things. Yes, the Luna is interesting, all this team fight, but it's a Saksa Bounty Hunter. He has won, I want to say every single game on it throughout this tournament, at least in the main stage. He has been literally the one that's deciding and making so much space.
Yeah,
so
because I feel like if you were going to say, right, we need Saksa to do the most he can in the first 10 minutes of this game, would Bounty Hunter be the top hero for that?
I think so. I mean, it's hard to say because Sox has had some pretty explosive first 10 minutes on a lot of heroes, but this is a different beast, and it gives you so much information when a team is looking to play this more 4v5 kind of style, have another one TP in afterwards to get some kills. So really curious to see how much Sox is going to be able to do in this game. And have to talk about the team fight as well, too. They did talk about on panel. This time, Yandex, they double and triple down this time to have that, you know, a bit of a better way to be able to fight into Vision, even if they do fall behind.
Can certainly use some of Team Vision's powers against them. They get the positioning for a good curse.
Good curse can be very strong. Good Ravage, the kisses as well, too. I feel like Chira on this one feels a little bit safer for him in particular, too, in comparison to the Lina. I'm not sure. That one just felt really rough really quickly for him. No one will juke the first cookie. Does eat a blast, though, and he's taking a big beating in the mid lane. And no one, uphill miss, he'll be okay, but my goodness, takes a ton of damage there from Chira.
And how is this matchup? Is it meant to be a bit of a tough one for the puck early on?
Yep, definitely a bit of a tough one. We'll start to recover, but Snapfire has an 11 base damage advantage or so, has easier ways to play.
So, they're going to get him. They've got the damage to kill off 9 class before he's successful with that TP. So first blood coming in for Yandex.
I'm happy to see Luna, too. I'm unsure how strong the hero is in particular overall, especially versus Nature's Prophet. That one I'm going to have to see later down the lines because it doesn't sound too great on paper. The Treants are good versus the Eclipse. The distancing with the Nature's Prophet is good versus the Luna, so we'll have to see. But I'm glad that they're trying something a bit new here because Watson, a lot of his heroes were banned. So looking for an extra option to be able to fight early and perhaps get that early advantage that we do want to see them get in this game. I want to see them getting that early advantage, getting objectives, getting buildings, and Luna has traditionally been one of the better ones to do that, like a Terrorblade style, but not as reliant on the Metamorphosis.
Satanic. Kind of low here. Sax is going to be able to get the chance to get in on top of him, but Satanic keeping his cool. Only down to the Fairy Fire.
He is being brought very low, though. He's sticking around. Treants are at the ready. He's just going to TP back and come back afterwards. This Tide pick, too, something to talk about versus the Nature's Prophet. Very solid lane, right? Always able to anchor smash the Treants, can just kind of stand there. And this might have been one of the better heroes I've seen for DM in this tournament as well, too. He's had a lot of good ones, but some of his Tide performances have been really nice. He's been a rock for the team. See if he can continue to endure this pressure versus the Treants. As long as he gets the anchor smashed on them, he should be all right. But Satanic, very unlikely to be pressured down here in the lane versus this double melee. Gonna have that free farm, gonna be able to TP and perhaps join with his allies on these other sides.
Yeah, the lane itself feeling like very similar sort of vibes as last game,
Yeah.
right? Whether it be the Lone Druid or the Nature's Prophet. Those extra units, you're going to have a good time in the CS regardless of what they've got against you.
Something for Yandex, a lot of times I've seen them have success is because of how much DM and Soxa gets out of lane of just outplaying in the lane, right? I don't think I've seen Ducalis and Satanic lose a single safe lane in this tournament. I mean, I could be lying, but I feel like I've seen them win 90% of them at least. So that's going to be definitely slow down the potential that Soxa can do on this Bounty Hunter as well, too. If you can't slow down the NP, your movements don't connect. Could be problematic very quickly. We'll find a courier. Extra bit of money.
Mid lane, Chiro Jr. continuing to have that little bit of an edge here against no one.
Couple extra denies coming into play here. Top lane. Malady. TP's coming forward. Satanic's getting involved, looking for Watson as well too. Soxa will come in, but
not a lot you can do.
No.
Just got to sit back and watch Malady get taken down by the rotation of Satanic.
This is always the concern when you're playing versus that NP early. He's free farming in lane, and he can sandwich onto these ranged turret heroes very successfully. It's been one of the best answers versus a lot of these ranged turrets. Soxa is
Can mess with him a little bit. Watson's coming over to see if they can get a chance to take him down.
It's very good damage.
He's going to sprout, but he kind of sprouts himself up close to the Luna. So Watson, he'll take that, able to kill Satanic off.
Soxa, we said he has to be that clutch factor for the team coming into play. Really bullying that Nature's Prophet rotation there. Great patience from him.
Any slowdown they can get against Satanic, it's going to feel pretty good, especially after a game where they could barely touch him at all.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not just the Nature's Prophet this game, right, too? He's going to have this Bloodlust maxed very early on. Ducalis will get a decent amount of levels because this rotation and Satanic doesn't come back. He's actually higher level than his Nature's Prophet now because of that. Kind of funny, but that does mean that he's going to have this high-level Bloodlust very early on for two really good Bloodlust targets, too, right? It's the Slardar and the Nature's Prophet. Even Pucks is pretty decent, too. So actually 3. Speaking of the Puck, though, no one.
Scatterblast is going to miss, but doesn't matter. The Shadow Walk hit into the Kisses will do it.
I think the Shadow Walk is going to be a bit tricky for the Puck in a lot of situations. Soxa very good at using the double Shadow Walk to get that extra stun as well, too, as we've seen multiple times in these games.
Saxa.
In for more.
Ready to dive in a little bit for 9 class. Chiro Jr. stepping up. Doesn't want to look the combo yet. Scatterclap still on cooldown.
Rambles will not connect. Quite off the mark there. I think they would have TP'd the Nature's Prophet if they do connect it there to go for that kill. Won't be able to punish the movement. No one, still not quite level 6. Chiro now having an edge.
Definitely getting the feeling already that Sax is going to be able to be much more annoying here in this game too.
Already feeling much more than he did in that last time on the Hoodwink in this early game.
For space, it's going to be there for Satanic. Sax is sort of making these moves up and down the map.
Another move noticed, will just get poked, won't be able to commit for him. But Watson, he is getting that free farm this game. Last time he was slowed down a little bit on the Terrorblade in terms of the laning phase, did end up having a very successful farm afterwards, but this time, getting enabled nicely from Soxa. They can leave DM on an island, similar to that Centaur as well too, so yeah, I feel like a lot of the game, it's eyes on Soxa. How much can he get? How many couriers? How many times is he going to be able to shut down no one and give the information?
Further information being given to Carlos is going to start laying down the sentries, wants to try and put a stop to Saxa being able to just find this freedom across the map.
It's very pesky. Power Rune, 10 seconds. Finding another courier. All these add up. That extra bit of gold. 250 each time for the team. And Chiro will get the bottle too. So it does have the illusion to look for the aggressive play. The reason I like this Snapfire a bit more than the Lina is just because you can play safer from distance versus some of these turret heroes. While the Lina, kind of put yourself at risks in a lot of times. So I want to see how much more success Chiro has in this game as the Snapfire.
Definitely looks to be much more potential and more of a struggle for no one. Again, if just anything, because Puck just has not been doing well. I mean, why do you think that is? You know, why has Puck got such an abysmal win rate this international?
Probably because a lot of these heroes counter him so hard right now, very popular ones. The spirits are, the two popular spirits in particular, right? The Earth Spirit and the Ember are very good versus the Puck as we've seen, so I think that's one of the things for me, but the hero has gotten nerfed as well too, right? That orb cooldown, even though it's 1 second, it hurts. You definitely do feel it when you play it. Teams have also just gotten overall, I feel like, better at playing against it, knowing how to punish it. The scaling from the hero also has, again, been nerfed, right? That 25 talent for some time hasn't existed anymore. It's just harder to make it work in a lot of situations. Some of these other mid heroes, they're just better. They've gotten buffs, this hero's gotten nerfed. Bottom tower, this Chira rotation very successful. We'll be able to get the entirety of the tower here for DM.
Satanic not interested in turning up for any sort of tower defense right now.
Top lane, they want to slow down Noticed. He's getting a bit more than I think they want here. Chira,
they've got the combo. Set a bit with the Shadow Wall, Lucid Beam to keep him out in the kisses.
Done. Saksa giving the information for the team, and Chira with a quick TP over can get the setup. Chira also this time switching the build up, at least from last time when he's on the Lina. Gonna go for the blink to be able to close that gap, to be more aggressive. On the Lina, he just went for the boots of travel.
Any sort of gap close against Satanic's going to be feeling pretty good early this game.
Yeah, the early burst can be super nice, because Nature's Prophet early can be a bit fragile. Saksa.
The Cold Embrace. Unlikely to be able to walk away from this one. Because Team Vision will finally be able to take Saksa off the map. Being quite annoying for them.
I like this move top in particular. I really like from Yandex, because last game I feel like they gave Notice too much. He still is getting a lot on this Slardar, but last game he was almost getting the Blink Dagger now at this point. And it felt like it was a crucial timing that Vision was able to play around. So slowing down this Slardar can be very important, because he really is that big playmaker for the team. Closing the gap versus the Luna, closing the gap versus that Snapfire. So if they can stall out Notice the Blink Dagger, that can be very good for their mid-game timings, because it's a very strong mid-game draft this time from Yandex to force these buildings, force the team fights. Saksa continuing to scout things out, is under some sentry wards here, might just get picked off. We'll dodge the brambles. He's way too fast.
I mean, he's
JK.
so speedy, right, as this bounty hunter.
Yep.
In the river there, going over 600 move speed.
2K lead for the side of Yandex, similar to last time, but I would say, I like the way that they can team fight quite a bit more this time around, forcing the issue, taking these objectives. Something I do want to see them do as well is take those objectives. I feel like last game they had a window where they perhaps could have tried to force a Roche with the Terrorblade advantage, with the Undying. They just hemorrhaged so many kills so fast around that 20-minute mark. 9 class. Shadow Realm off, they'll be fine.
Bottom lane DM, it's going to be feeling pretty untouchable at this point.
Yep, he's occupying the area. His hero this game overall, right? Not much kill threat onto him until the later stages. It's going to be very survivable versus just the limited burst damage that they do really have for him.
When you sort of hear that there is limited burst in play, I mean, I think it leans more towards why they felt happy to get the Luna this game, right?
I think so.
If you're not 100-0ing the Luna, there's good sort of team fight potential for Watson to get a lot done.
And it's a very good Cold Embrace game, right? When you look at it, yes, there's going to be some damage from the Puck and the Willow, but those heroes have to get on top of you in order to do that damage. So yeah, Malady, I feel like he can do a lot this game as this Winter Wyvern, just preventing some of that aggression to come onto his Luna, either from Cold Embrace or from Curse, to prevent the Slardar from getting that connection. Because the real threat, the big threat for Watson, is that Slardar getting on top of him in the early game. Later stages, sure, Nature's Prophet turreting on top of him can be an issue. Blink, done for Chira. I want to see them be aggressive. See if Saksa can give the information for him to try to find one of these core kills.
I mean, we did see, obviously, last game, the early game, also looked pretty nice for Yandex.
I don't want them to slow down in this game. I want them to keep that aggression going, because already I'm seeing Chira. He's actually behind in net worth versus no one now at this point. No one's just maximizing the farm. Saksa will be able to get some scouting information. Noticed is actually aware of the courier here, trying to sneak it away from Saksa.
Oh, and I tell you what, he's a step ahead. I think he's going to be fine with this. Out of the side of the... Oh, maybe not. Okay, Saksa, with the persistence, will still succeed, despite Notice's best efforts there to try and keep that courier away.
How annoying. And he's actually scouting also that Noticed has the Blink Dagger finished up, so very nice moves from Saksa, giving great information for the team. He knows that the Slardar's not making an aggressive move. They can play chill across the map because of that now. said, a lot of this game is going to be eyes on Saksa, how much information he gives.
So far, it's been a lot. Doing everything that we saw him do before when he's been getting his hands on the bounty hunters.
He is very annoying. He's sticking around here. Potentially even looking for if he can go for a wisdom steal as well, too. The game is very slow paced.
Okay, he's not going to get this very likely here with 9 class and noticed around. Time to let that be here for Vision.
They seem to know that he's still lingering in this area here. They're not really overreacting on the side of Vision either. They're content just hitting the creeps. They do know how hard their lineup scales when you do look at it on paper.
No, he's around, noticed.
Oh, this time they'll find him.
He's going to have his eyes on him. Saxa, best he could do is try and make them work.
He got the courier.
And I tell you what, on top of that, indeed, getting another courier. Honestly, he'll take that.
I mean, 9 class, that was a little lazy by him. He should have been able to move that one there, but either way, Saksa, he'll be happy to take that one. Watson, that farm pace, it's looking pretty solid this time around.
It's looking pretty crazy. This is some pretty insane numbers early on here from Watson on the Luna.
I want to see, like, when Manta comes out, I actually want to see Watson play aggressive. We did see him on the Terrorblade last game, even before the Manta was done, him getting involved. I want to see similar case this game on him. I don't want them to slow down too much versus this Vision draft. If Vision's just able to sit back, get their timings, we know how good this team is at taking their fights.
I mean, here's the Blink Dagger reveal, though. They're going to make a move straight away with the smoke towards Watson. Would be a huge kill to find if they can make the jump.
They seem to know exactly where he is. Is Watson going to see this?
He's tempted to stick around for the camp.
It's got Manta. He looks like he's in a safe position enough now.
Yeah, he should be. Same time, Shiro Jr. able to take down Ducalis on the other side of the map, so Yandex a step ahead, not to get caught out there by Vision's attempt to make a play around the Blink reveal.
Pretty much perfect timing for Watson to get the Manta done, too. If he didn't have it there, they might just go for the full chase forward, but not able to get the gap closed. Nighttime as well. Luna, very good at nighttime, to be able to see these smoke movements. Malady, getting baited.
They're going to have the Brambles into the fit. Satanic, he'll TP over to be a bit of the action. Cold Embrace, do nothing against the Nature's Wrath of Satanic.
Tower time. They've stalled this tower push a lot, though, on the side of Yandex. The fact that it's 16 minutes in and Vision hasn't been able to claim this tower is a pretty big deal for them. Mid now, DM just going to rotate over, has the Consecrated Wraps, he's feeling safe.
And he's got a Blink Dagger on the courier.
He does.
So they can take the Seal one out. And as you can see with Watson's position already moving over to Team Vision's half of the map to find the farm in their jungle, they could group up and try and do something around a Blink Ravage.
I like, yeah, the double Blink Daggers, right? Snapfire having it, the Tide having it too. Not easy for Satanic to just walk and join into a fight. He could just die to the magical.
Yeah, this is where Vision are going to be at their weakest this game. So Yandex, they have to try and hit them as much as they can.
Catch.
Cookie connection. He'll get the Shadow Realm off. Shouldn't matter. 9 class taken down. Track kill here for Yandex.
Keep accelerating things. Keep looking for all these kills. If they can get a big core kill, that's the immediate call I want to see them try for a Roshan. Even though their lineup isn't the absolute...
They might find another here. Eyes on Ducalis. Another track kill coming in for Yandex. So we're going to add up.
And nothing committed. No big spells used. Just small little pickoffs.
They'll look for the dive, but it is under a tier 2. They've got the silence to make sure there's no Cold Embrace or Curse coming in, but can they get back out of this? The track's out onto no one. Further TP's coming in.
They close the gap onto no one. The blink is there from DM. No one, he baits them.
He tries to fake them out with the orb, but with the track persisting, they know exactly where he stands. No one, he's going down. Yandex getting to do exactly what they'd hoped to here in the early game.
Saksa always in the right place at the right time, just getting that little Shadow Walk stun. It is enough to trip up no one. Another death for him. Watson getting that freedom, getting that farm going for himself. I want to see what build he goes for, too. I think it'll just be the standard, right? Just going to go for the Pike. Butterfly BKB kind of style here. But Watson sometimes does throw a little bit of a wrench into the works in some of his builds, so I'm wondering if he is going to deviate from the norm.
We'll catch Saxera. Watson's heading over towards them. Do have the curse and very early timings on these blinks. 18 minutes in.
Wyvern
they've got the triple blink dagger online here for Yandex. So very much going for those early plays, those early team fights, as was to be expected here with this draft.
And playing versus the Nature's Prophet, right? A hero that does not like to get gap closed early on. Satanic is in jeopardy of just getting burst early, but Shira...
They're trying to dive him in the mid, and they'll
already
he's going to come in with a counter play, comes in with a Ravage, catches notice. They'll get a trade.
is a Ravage, though. Having to be expended there to get the kill on that Spartan. They did already lose Chira. Can they get more?
Here comes out. He's going to push back Watson, but Saxa and Malady will still closing on to Carlis.
They can.
Themselves more and more of these track kills.
This time, DM is having a much better game. Last time, he was already starting to be pretty slowed down, it felt like. This time, I'm really liking the way that he's built the wraps into the blink, going for the Aghanims next. He buys a shard in between. This shard can be very annoying for the Slardar in particular in the early game. If Notice just jumps in, can't just get stuck in the fights, can't just get blown up. They're going to need early BKBs on the side of Vision. Similar to last time, at least the Slardar will. We'll see how much Satanic wants to delay him.
He wants to go aggressive. Get the Silver Edge online after the Mjolnir Dragon Lance. At least that's what he's got queued up for now.
Okay. It is into track, so they will be able to see him in some situations versus that Shadow Blade, but does look like he wants to go for that aggression and split push. 7 to 10. 4K lead at the moment for Yandex. 9 class. Gets the destroy.
Cookie not going to quite reach the distance of 9 class, and TP backups come in.
And he disjoints the anchor there. The jump back now.
Yeah, he's able to find the 2 squishies. Gets straight on top of Chira, Juni, and Saxa. Very quick with the counterplay there. Yandex coming a little too close to the tier 2 on that one.
That was dangerous for Chira. Last game, he did fall off super hard when he did have 1 or 2 of these deaths like that. This one is reminiscent of the one on the Lena.
It's true. He's already at the bottom of the course on the net worth.
Don't want to see him making too many more of these mistakes. We're already seeing the gold start to shift. 9 class, he gets the Shadow Realm as the animation of the anchor is coming in, so dodges the dead in the water. Causes that entirely to happen there. That was a very painful death for Chira, losing so much momentum. He had just picked up the boots to travel to, didn't have them on him just yet. Gonna slow his game down massively. For no one, he has died twice, but this is a puck game where there's so little disables, then it can get to a point now that he has the blink that he can be safe. Wondering if DM switches build, because I know he had Ags queued. He's got Shiva's queued now, but there's arguments for an early Hex for him. It doesn't sound like there's something you want to always do, but versus the puck, could be something maybe he accelerates into the build as well. Because then no one's game is super hard. Very hard for him to protect himself until he gets an A on disc, so.
That's fair. But I mean, the Shiva's does feel just so
It does. It absolutely does versus the Slardar.
Nature's Prophet Slardar adds an extra element onto the team fight. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him consider it after. Satanic!
Jump!
Gonna be an easy jump. DM just goes straight for it, drops the Ravage. That's the carry gone. A little bit of a surprise there for Satanic. He did not expect that one bit, but underneath that tier 1 on the top lane, honestly, one of the riskier positions I feel like I've seen Satanic in.
There. Yeah, I'm surprised he was actually farming there. They'll punch him, and they go for the roast threat. It's only 30 seconds when without Ravage, maybe they're thinking they can't just force it.
Maybe just sort of a moment of a lack of focus there, getting caught out in a very unsatanic sort of way.
He better go BKB as that next item, though, after the Silver Edge. I'm seeing he just switches and queues it up. Definitely needs it this game versus the Tide, versus the Snap. We'll just die to the magical damage.
Andex keeping on this good trajectory with Watson in prime position, ready to go for the butterfly next.
He's keeping himself ahead in pace over Satanic pretty decently here. He's queuing a couple different items. I also want to still see him get the...
That's true.
I want either...
BKB.
I want BKB Butterfly in particular. That's what I want to see from Watson this game. It feels like it answers a lot of what they're playing against. Saxa...
He's got friends. Not really a whole lot the Vision can do on the aggressive here. I mean, it looks like they're looking at some sort of chance.
Noticed in the back lines. Very sneaky positioning.
Maybe if they can get the jump on a Malady. Two-man crush will give them a pretty good shot, but is it good enough? Yes, with the Nature's Wrath it is. They're able to take out the 2 supports, get the Sprout on Chira. The backup collapses him very quickly this time from Vision.
And there's nothing you can do to predict that. Notice just comes out of nowhere and actually able to set up for the Tormentor, something we almost never see Vision do in this tournament, but it's so natural for them this game. They just progress right into it.
And that was very nicely done there by Vision. Yandex, they were not expecting for that sort of jump in to come in as quickly as it did. And for Vision to just be able to turn up like that.
Chira's falling behind so hard, Owen. concerns for him. Even though Watson's having this explosive game again, the snaps game just has fallen off a cliff.
It is looking like Watson's going to have to carry pretty hard. You know, sort of between Watson and the ravages of DM.
And Watson will be able to find a snag here onto Ducalis. Can he get more?
Gonna try. Satanic already sneaking away with the Shadow Blade.
Okay.
Down to the, just get that delivered. It's gonna save his life.
I think this is a game where Watson can't make any mistakes.
And he has
played this perfect, and he has so far.
He has kind of hyper carried games before. Right?
Sure has.
He has done so here on the main stage. Can he do it here with his Luna?
He's got BKB. I don't want them to stall too long for him because the matchup of the Luna versus the Nature's Prophet,
gets harder.
it does get harder and harder as the game progresses.
Especially because this Nature's Prophet has a Slardar and an
a
Ogre.
Bloodlust.
You know, they've
Exactly.
got all these ways to sort of enable the Nature's Prophet and make sure that the matchup goes even more favorably for him in those team fights. So definitely on a bit of a timer here. Yandex
Silver
towards
Edge.
the bottom. They're going to make the jump on a DM indeed with the break from Satanic. They take DM down easily.
Big
the
brain.
team around Watson, they are starting to crumble. Everything might just have to look towards this Luna.
I mean, this Silver Edge is such a big brain pickup, right? Sure, it sounds kind of obvious when you're playing versus the Tidehunter, but DM in particular, this game has no threat until that Silver Edge comes out, and that's exactly the kill they need to open things up massively, because this is a Tide who has Ravage. They're able to just kill him and reset without any too much of a big commitment here. No one now also, he has the Aeon Disc already finished up. He's 3,000 ahead of Chira Jr. now at this point, so even if a Hex does come out, he'll have that protection for the next move. Early days, even though it's only a 1K lead, but Vision very good at playing with just even that small lead, knowing exactly how to play around the map.
It's sort of what happened before in game one, right? Yandex, they were allowed to kind of get this 4 or 5K lead. Similar things happening here in game two. But when it started to slip away, they never were able to reclaim control of that.
Have to start to get Chira back into this game somehow. He can't die before he gets his next BKB. They're going to smoke him, but it's under a ward, and it does get seen.
And as you say, it is that risk because it is before he has the BKB done.
And look at No One. Blinks in, breaks the smoke. He's got the Aeon Disc anyway, so even if he does get caught, was safe. And they don't even know where it came from. Like, wait, where the hell did he break the smoke? Because he did that fancy orbed backwards, blinked on top of them. And look at Satanic. I've seen him do this many times when he's playing his Nature's Prophet also. Look at the trees on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4 clamps were just 4 camps were just blocked by him. So preventing that extra farm for Watson.
Let him go for the jump hit. It's a Wars 9 class. We'll make them work for it with the Yules. Won't be able to get the fear off. They take 9 class out. Ideally, they need to try and find a way to bring this team fight to Satanic.
Yeah, I mean, for Yandex, they need to get a kill into just leading them into a Roche, ideally, to get that advantage back into their favor. Gem now picked up for Ducalis after having his Midas picked up. He's starting to farm, starting to be able to hit these creeps. Yeah, watch the Treants. So watch what Satanic does with them. Sending 1 to the Ancients, 1 to the hard camp. I believe he's going to be able to block at least 2 of the camps here. But this is so annoying. He does this every game when he plays the Nature's Prophet, preventing that extra farm.
So, Sax has been found.
Oh, this is dangerous days. The Bloodlust is so good on these on the cores.
It really is.
And Chira, is he about to get soloed by Satanic?
I think he might be. This TP is not going to do him any good. No one comes in to borrow the kill. Satanic will give him a tip for that. Excuse me.
He's like, that's my solo kill. Uh-oh, and this Snapfire, it's truly falling off a cliff here. Yandex not able to find a position where they can force a big kill, get that Roche, get the advantage going for themselves. It looks like they're starting to feel that pressure.
They are. I mean, as we keep saying, Watson's going to have to do something insane.
Watson.
He is going to have to do some of the biggest carrying that he's done in this tournament to try and get Yandex through this game 2 and try and force a game 3.
Butterfly timing is going to be the big one for him, but noticed now he has a full nullifier as well, too, for these aggressive plays. Chira does at least have the BKB finished up now, but yeah, it's come out pretty late, and yeah, the tip comes out because this is just blocking the tip.
I was going to say, even then,
he's blocking everything.
He nearly was able to clear them out so he could get the Ancient camp, but still not quite able to fully unblock it. I think even himself having to They're being sort of found in position on top of it whilst it's killing the last Treant.
There was
Very annoying stuff here for Watson.
I mean, there's multiple games I've watched from Satanic where he literally just blocking 4 or 5 camps at a time. It's super annoying to play against. Because, yeah, Watson, he had the edge of this extra farm over him, but now it's starting to close that gap with these little extra moves and just the map shrinking for Watson in particular. When he's got Butterfly, they better go for a fight on
I would imagine so, right?
I would imagine they have.
Because they have the team fight. They have this Ravage.
They do.
Curse. Getting, just buying time to get the Luna in position.
It's just Chira's fallen. He's level 16. He actually doesn't even have the BKB and I thought he did have it on the Courier. It's still not even finished for him.
And that death slowed him down a little bit extra.
And no one is level 20 with a full Parasma with the Aeon Disc too, so he's got the protection. His damage is high now at this point. And just the lack of disables for him is going to be apparent. If Soxa can force something here. He's got Blink up.
Yeah.
Oh, the orb a little early.
They're going to go for the curse.
Might be able to get him. He's got Aeon Disc though.
Have a look. We'll get popped. Dakalis dying to the kisses. The orb's back up though. No one should. Oh, no, it's caught by the anchor. All right, DM able to fully lock him down. Not a bad move at all there. Very nicely done. Gem secured.
A bit of a slip up there from no one. The jaunt only a few, just a small little jump there. Is that the option for them to go for this Roshan? I think you go. On Yandex, I think you want to just immediately run to this Roshan, try to get that advantage building for yourself off of this kill. The biggest kill they found in the last 5 minutes or so.
I mean, the thing is they can also obviously push objectives first.
Oh, the Rosh is shifting. Sorry. So they're going to have to wait for it anyway. They're going to push first and then perhaps back up, but the Pug's going to be back in time.
Yeah, I mean, they kill it pretty quickly, but maybe not quick enough to try and force it in that window. We'll see what move they want to try.
Playing around Watson with this Butterfly, though. Getting that tier 2. They've got a solo crest to buff him up to. I like this formality this game. One side's got a Bloodlust. You got to be able to counteract it somehow. 20 seconds, no puck. Do they start to force it? They're going to smoke instead. Look to catch him off guard again. His Aeon Disc, it will be back up pretty much when he is back up. But perhaps trying to catch Vision off guard here with this movement.
Yes, still have the Ravage and the Eclipse.
Treants being sent to scout. He was expecting that Roche. Can't get the catch. Roche on time. He's going to be scouted though.
Yeah, despite the fact that Titanic had the info with the Treant in there.
Watson kills it so fast and super safe. Will lose 0 HP.
I mean, it looks like they're not making any initial moves over here, so Yandex may just be allowed to claim this Roshan for free.
This is really nice. Getting the gem, taking that away from no one, getting a Roshan. Soxa will end up surviving.
He's going to be fine. Yeah, Notice doesn't want to stick around too long to try for a bounty kill.
Notice?
Because he knows he might not have a chance of getting out. Has to put the BKB to try and run.
He's still being chased, though.
They're going to continue to chase him. He's going to try and turn and take the anchor out. The BKB's about to come to an end, and nobody's coming to save him. Notice gone.
Great kills. Another track, too.
And now, Aegis on the Luna. Watson ready to, I would imagine, lead the charge, try and take some tier 2s. Maybe even try and pressure for more around the ultimates.
He's close to Satanic. He pretty much has it done, actually. Continuing to get that scaling, and Chira now starting to catch back up here at this point as well. And the Snapfire does have a plate mail. They give him the gem, so he's protected to check out these wards.
At the end of the day, as long as he's able to sit back and get those kisses out to follow up the Ravage or the Curse, he's still going to be able to do his job.
Keeping this one much closer than that last game.
They really are.
Rallied around Watson. That is the Satanic finished up, so he is having a bit of that edge over Satanic, a full item here. Satanic has to go for the MKB, so we'll take him a little more time to be able to get that Satanic himself versus the Luna. Chira with the BKB.
Yeah, very quick with the BKB TP there. No messing around for Chira.
Important that he survives too, because he does have that gem. If he gets brought down, can be dangerous in terms of map control for the next few moments. Teams matching each other with the moves. Blink on Dakalis. He's the one queuing up the Hex himself. Very powerful timing when it does come out. It will take a long time though. Let's see how much Yandex can get done. With this Aegis still
They want to
3
do as
minutes
much
on
as
it.
They can at least, yeah.
Get the tier 2s, all of them.
Top lane. Cannot afford to slow down. Titanic. Still a few thousand behind that of Watson.
Toxa is limiting the map a bit for Satanic to play in his usual places, though. That is the thing that this bounty always does in these games. This invisible impact that we talk about is it's not safe to go for these very aggressive, like usually that would be safe positions for you to farm in. This bounty is running around looking for somebody. If he does find Satanic even once in a wrong position, could just kill him. And speaking of Satanic, he's actually maybe looking for something here onto Chira. Noticed is in the area. They're gonna show himself. He's not. And that's the Shiva's done. So decent recovery here for Chira after a bit of a slowdown for him. He's gonna have that extra armor. Bigger globs too, but the smoke vision, they're also keen to fight now. Into this Aegis still for 2 minutes. See how they want to approach it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
How much do they want to try and push this high ground?
I think he's gonna at least poke. He has 2 minutes on this Aegis here.
I mean, just see what sort of happens. One. Step back here away. They get the break up to DM. DM's getting focused down here by the damage of Satanic. He's dead on the high ground.
He doesn't respect the Silver Edge at all.
It destroys him.
Oh, that was a very over-aggressive play.
Satanic, he's ready to try and push on for more. They look towards Watson. The curse comes in. Will lock down the 3 of them. Keeps Watson alive a little longer here on this first life. Still, the Aegis will get taken away from it. Round
buyback.
2.
DM comes back with a buyback.
They haven't got any control for no one. No one's going to be able to orb away back to safety. Comes up to the high ground here with the Waning Rift. DM did buy back for this. Short noticed is dead for 80. Do Yandex still want to try and push the high ground though without the Aegis?
They do because the BKB is on cooldown for Satanic. They're trying to force things because they have Ravage still.
It's true. DM has to be careful, but at the same time, if he sees a chance to get him with the Ravage, he will go for it.
They can't just full commit onto Satanic because he doesn't have the BKB if they do see an opportunity.
He's so careful about how he shows himself. Watson. The barracks, Chirikin in with the jump, they get the full combo on Wolves 9 class, that's the Dark Willow gone!
Nicely done. This looks like it should be that Rax cleanup.
They're getting the objectives here, Yandex. The full set, taken away top, they swing over to the mid. Satanic, he'll show himself.
Ravage.
There's the counterplay, DM's in with the Ravage, but where's the follow-up?
There's no one with him!
In on him, and now the 5 blast down on the DM, they'll try and cook him back to safety. Watson attempts to step away with the Eclipse, but 9 class has the control with the Yules. Watson starting to back away, pops the Manta and runs. Notice, in with the crush, with the fear. Catch anyone immediately. DM goes for the ghost.
Satanic, right in the middle of the wall.
Just turns over towards him. He's dead. They kill Satanic off.
They have vision on him there. He just TP's right in the middle of it.
Very aggressive move there from Satanic.
He didn't have. If he had BKB ready, I could see why he would do that.
It was still cooled out for
desperate.
like 15 seconds.
They're making them feel desperate at that TP forward.
You cannot TP up this close and personal to the Luna. Watson's just going to be able to turn and destroy you. They use 2 buybacks as well there.
They did.
On Team Vision. But they do not get a whole lot at all. They lose the full set of Rax top. And Yandex, they even look at a strike again. Saxa, Chira Jr. seeing if they can find anyone out on their own.
DM's buyback ends up being pretty beautiful there because they get a full Rax advantage because of it there. I mean, Satanic, a rare, just full TP forward.
A very, very risky play. He did not have the BKB backup. TP's into the middle of the fight under the assumption that that sort of position, I guess he felt that maybe they wouldn't have their full vision on him or something, but I don't know, that's maybe the pressure getting to him a little bit in this game as Team Vision, they're getting tested a bit.
Smoke up, 25 seconds until he does respawn. There is no Aegis now for Watson. Scouting out DM. 9K lead now for the side of Yandex.
They're feeling very good right now, Yandex, but of course, as they know, against Team Vision, still far from over.
Watson now has hit the level 25. His damage is really starting to increase, and I believe he does also have the full data list now for the next fight. Satanic might not be able to stand his ground versus him.
They're going to kill him so quickly.
He's almost 2 items behind now versus this Luna.
Yeah. Watson, as we said, he had to come into this game very clearly coming into the mid-game. You know, it needed to be flawless from Watson, and so far it has been.
And look what he's found himself to, an amp damage in the top side.
Carlos caught outside of the base. He's out for 50. Does have the luxury of buyback. Watson ready to move down the mid.
And Chira's made the full recovery in this game. He's able to play the backline, follow up with the kisses. It just feels easier to play the snap from behind than the Lina. The Lina just feels very dangerous and very threatened. Seeing him have much more success. Push is coming in.
One. Jump forward. There's Ravage straight away. They get the jump on a Satanic. Satanic is immediately gone. DM immediately with the Ravage. Puts a stop to Satanic. He has got the buyback available. Likely going to need to use it. Dead for 90.
No
and Yandex, they're going to be ready to push on for another set of Barretts here.
I love that DM does that. The point-blank Ravage. Do not give him an opportunity to get that BKB off. The burst, it's there. Watson just gets right on top of him.
And at this point, no, catching Satanic, that will do it each and every time with these moves. And honestly, it does feel like I'm kind of seeing why
the puck's damage isn't there.
I don't even know. It just feels like the puck can't really do much. I mean, you know, no one, he's got the farm and stuff, but I'm seeing these orbs flying around. It doesn't seem to do anything at all. I don't think Yandex even care what this puck's doing.
It's not the puck of the past. It just jumps in and feels like it can 1v5 in a way. Not by any means. The supports are just too strong too. Like some of these times, you know, for Malady, the Wyvern, that's where the difficulty be when you're playing versus this puck. But Malady has gotten the space to get this Aeon disc too. They actually can't even get to the back lines because of how strong the front line is of Yandex as well too. These moments, massive for them. And Chira now, he has the Hex himself. He's made the full recovery in comparison to no one. Now he's got the lockdown as well to follow up. This next hit could be the end of the game here.
Now, we'll make sure he holds on to the buyback gold here on Satanic. Very much needing it. If they do kill him and he's not able to come back into the action, the base will get taken away from them.
He's gotten no growth, though. Look at that. In the last 5 minutes, he's gotten, what, I mean, now he old, so he gets up to 600, but he had like 200 gold gain in the last 5 minutes or so. Unable to get much of anything. And perhaps, yeah, like that invisible factor of the bounty. He can't go for these type of crazy plays where he's farming. No teams have been able to deal with Sox's bounty hunter in this one. Perhaps looking like they can take it as well, too, on the side of Yandex. Ravage coming back up in 10 seconds. Yandex, they'll wait for that before the next fight. Roche in about 90 seconds.
They have to just find some sort of way to ensure that Satanic is not caught by that Ravage.
I'm wondering what the next... I guess it's going to be a Hex from Ducalis. He does almost have it done to give them that extra team fight, because you're absolutely seeing that lackluster team fight in comparison from the side of Vision now at this point. Much more single target oriented.
Next, new approach again here. All the ults ready to press.
No one is outside. Be able to jump him just yet.
Yandex, are you waiting for Roche?
Yeah. Unless you catch somebody outside. You should just probably wait for that Roshan. You're still getting so many gains out of the map. Watson now having a 10k difference between him and Satanic.
That's crazy. Watson is, I mean, he has had quite a few games like this where he has been absolutely in his prime.
But nobody else has done this on the Luna this tournament, which is very impressive.
And not a lot of carries daring to try it, really.
Yeah.
Class trying to make a bit of a setup onto him.
Trying to force some reaction.
Oh, no one jumps up and immediately gets caught by the Hex. The curse is well to lock him down.
He's
into
on.
The cookies, no one's out. Immediate reactions there.
And the curse dispelling the Aeon disc as well, too. That's why he pops it instantly, just to prevent that ability of the save.
Yeah, very
smart there.
Absolutely, because, you know, he doesn't sort of sit back and go, oh, we got him with the Hex, don't need to do anything. No, make sure that everything required is thrown down onto the puck to ensure he is not getting out.
Yeah, that basic dispel is very important versus something even like that Aeon disc, because maybe no one could play his way out of that one somehow because of it.
Roche timing, hitting perfectly for them here. Aegis on Watson once again.
A hell of a game from him, truly. We said he had to make 0 mistakes. He's made 0 mistakes. It does feel like this time around.
Yeah, absolutely perfect carry play from Watson. And on the other side of things, Satanic, a rare game where a few struggles and a few sort of mispositioning in these team fights. Got to be careful. If they see him, they'll go for him. He'll get the BKB off this time. The reaction's there.
But the damage.
Once it turns over to Watson, Satanic's got to keep his distance. The kisses are going to zone him. He'll have to head back to the fountain to heal up. Ducalis under heavy fire here from Watson. He'll fall. He's out for 50. No one at the side has been caught out by the stun.
He's full control.
Cookie's coming in. Satanic's going to move forward to try and help out, but the Eclipse is going to get laid
He's
down.
dead.
Satanic, he's gone. He'll buy back. But Vision, they're going to have to try and defend with just the 4 of them. There's Brown.
Fight going.
Allergy's healing sacks are up. No one's trying to finish him off, but no one. Phase shift off in time. DM. Oh, but the Crush trying to get away from Satanic, but Satanic will finish him.
No one is still alive somehow.
Sprout out to Watson. That gets taken down as soon as he comes out of the phase shift, not able to jump over to the orb. He's dead for 2 minutes. That was a dieback on him. See 9 class trying to bully the support, but the support, they've got backup. DM jumps in. Watson's here, ready to clean up 9 class. As Watson ready to continue the push here, down the mid, the buyback comes out here from 9 class. They're ready to throw out their buybacks as well to try and shut this game 2 down and keep the pressure on whilst no one's out for 100 seconds.
Buying a small Vlad even for Soxa to keep the push going. They want to close this one up. 3 minutes still on the Aegis.
Trying some sort of way to keep Watson off the base, but it's not working. Watson ready to slide in and look towards them. Noticed is gone. He's out. 9 class to fall. As Yandex cleaning up the final 7 takes onto Satanic. Shira Jr. wants to take him out.
GG.
This game's over. We're going to a game 3.
What a performance.
As Yandex, they needed a level up here in this game 2. They absolutely did. They rallied perfectly around Watson, who came in and gave us a show-stopping Luna performance, 13-0-8. You cannot ask for more from your carry.
Can't ask for more from your carry, and yet again, the Soxa Bounty Hunter cannot be beaten. The small information he's gathering, just beautiful stuff from the team. Great plays from them, and honestly, also, right, like you said, Owen, the puck continues to disappoint.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing that one again this series. I don't think it's coming back in game 3. A tough one there for no one. That 27%, probably 26%, some quick maths, win rate after that one. Not showing us any other reason to believe that that hero can kind of fight that win rate. It's not looking great.
They clutched it up. Really like the way that they played the map this time around. Completely constricting and controlling, getting the Roshan, playing the objectives. This time, they didn't let go of that pedal. They kept putting their foot on it, didn't let that space come out for Vision.
Yeah, Yandex striking back hard after being knocked down in game 1. We're going to a game 3 here in this upper bracket final. 1-1 right now between Yandex and Team Vision.
And that's the joy. That was what we were all hoping for. The fact that we would get to see a game 3, get to see Yandex come back, have control, and be able to apply that pressure in the way that they were able to for game 2. It was just phenomenal. We already said it. We know that their laning stage is strong, Quinn. We know that they're a team that can apply pressure, but are you able to overcome the hurdles and the challenges that Vision throw at you to be able to close it out? This time around, their draft was phenomenal, and they were successful in that.
Yeah, I think it's the exact kind of game that defines a TI run. You are ahead early, you fumble a little bit, the game is shaky, the game is on even terms, and you clutch it out, you win some big fights, and you win the game. That's the kind of thing you need, the kind of gumption, to stick to it even whenever it's tough, that lets you win. Aiden talks about it all the time. On the runs, you don't think about these close games. Whenever, you know, if they win the Aegis, they're not going to look back on this and think like, oh, it was so close. Everyone will be like, oh yeah, they beat Vision, and blah, 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 blah. But no, it was on thin ice, and they clutched it up, and that's what matters.
And gumption is a very good word for it, because at some point it did feel like they were letting slip of their lead, they were letting slip of that early tempo that they tried to set, and they just didn't overreact. They didn't make any moves that would have been overcorrecting for maybe giving away a pickoff here and there, losing their snap here and there, and they just waited for their timings and they executed it very cleanly in this game.
Yeah, I honestly have no clue what gumption means, but probably was the perfect word to describe what we saw. I mean, this game, what's really cool, and I feel like the story of the series has been, whichever team has a stronger team fight, whichever team is able to play those 5v5s, has ended up coming on top. I was watching in the green room thinking, like, oh my god, this is an amazing puck game. I've seen Nisha do it time and time again, where he just split pushes the map, they cut waves, you delay the game, and eventually you're just this unkillable raid boss. But Yandex just didn't give them time to do that. They decided to take it straight up to the high ground. I believe they had a 2k lead the first time they walk up high ground, which is unheard of in modern Dota. That's not what people tend to do. Usually, you don't see that until 80k ahead. So, amazing gameplay from Yandex. They were able to recognize their timing is right now, and they went for it, and they clutched it out.
Yeah, 13-0 and 8. Like it's not easy to do that. I totally agree. Whenever the game is even like that, especially kill score, the vibe of the game, you've sort of been on the losing foot, and that affects your mentality and how the game feels. And so to have the Chad energy to say we're going to walk up anyway, that is really, really difficult. Like it looks difficult, but it's even harder when you're actually clicking the buttons.
Yeah.
Everyone doing so well on the side of Yandex, and I know it's very easy to look at a 13-0-8 Luna there, and obviously everything else that went that well for them, but the Bounty Hunter, again, I think is so pivotal in what helped them in that early game, and another win on the main stage for this hero too. Like, you cannot overlook it anymore. You try and call Yandex's bluff when you're Team Vision, and you go, we're going to let it in, we're going to think maybe a little bit of a fraud check, see if you guys are actually that comfortable on it. You can't do that again. You cannot do that in a Game 3.
Saxa is absolutely the guy that you do not want to give this hero to. He devastated, again, a lot of that laning stage, and he was able to catch people off guard. There was this one moment where Satanic came through the gate to try to pressure Watson, and Saxa was there. They caught him at that gate and killed him, and little moments like this add up to making Watson that pivotal force that he was. We can see in his score, 13-0 and 8, his GPM was 1,058. It feels like he's had 1K GPM this entire tournament in Semian.
I mean, Watson has been unbelievably impressive. I think, like, we've talked about it, so I won't go too much into it, but he is honestly showing why he has been ranked 1 for so long. I think what's really cool now, though, is that the draft script kind of changes now, because we were in a position coming into this game where we were doubting, like, okay, you're banning 2 heroes on Yandex that you potentially could be first picking. And now they've managed to prove that, you know what, we don't need that one hero. This Bounty Hunter is crucial for us. And once the Bounty Hunter ban comes out, Quinn talked about it earlier, it gives them something else. Now, you're going to get your Invoker, or maybe your Enigma is on the table again, or you get the SF. So you're going to get something else that you previously didn't have in your pocket.
And to talk about another reason why I think this Bounty Hunter really succeeded, and it's because they were able to pick this Tide as well for DM. And I think it's really cool that they did this, because not only did Tide have a really good lane against the first pick Furion that you saw, having a hero like that can self-sustain is what activates Bounty Hunter in the early game. If your Bounty Hunter has to sit on your lane, drag waves, try to snipe couriers for you to make it somewhat tolerable, you can't really get maximum value out of that hero. But because DM was on this Tide, he was able to move around. And outside of that, this Tide became kind of a problem in the map. I think it was very cool how they used him. He got that first item, Consecrated Wraps, just parked himself on lanes, and they couldn't run into him. They couldn't bring the heroes to take him down, so they just had to avoid him on Team Vision.
Yeah, it's a problem that you don't really have ways to deal with. And I think if you look at the way Vision pick their heroes and the way they strategize this game, it's very focused around Satanic. They've got Ogre buffing him. They've got Corrosive Haze for him to hit. They've got Puck to keep people controlled, which is typically the way Yandex structures their draft, right? It's all around Watson, and they're experienced at doing that. I think they've had great results doing that. Whereas Vision, we've talked about it, I think they do better whenever everyone sort of has their own way to shine, and they get to show each person's individual skills. So when they focus all their eggs in the Satanic basket, I don't know, I think the basket broke a little bit this game.
There was a lot of weight on the Nature's Prophet's shoulders to do so much in this, especially when we go back to this Puck. I feel like we cannot overstate how rough of a game this Puck is, or just in general, a TI a Puck is having right now. The win rate looking really rough, but it was so confidently called by Yandex's coach, Axel. He was saying that it's a harmless Puck pick. In fact, Puck in itself is quite harmless. And you can see it. It's reflected in a lot of different ways where you would expect with that little bit extra XPM, that little bit extra GPM there, that we would have seen more coming out from no one's Puck. But there were still ways, despite the side of Yandex not having instant stuns and reliable stuns, there were still ways that they were able to ensure that he wasn't as slippery as a Puck loves to be.
I mean, I think it does speak to the state of the hero currently that he can be picked in a game where there are no instant disables against him and still not be let through. Axel said that, yeah, technically it's a free Puck game, but we don't care. It's the most harmless pick we could have let through, and that's what we saw. I think no one couldn't really get that much done, to be honest. Maybe it's the fault of not being able to run into this Tidehunter, again, tying it back into the draft, but there were some weird decisions here and there. I don't think the Aeon Disc, for example, served that much purpose in this game.
I think no one, to be honest, amazing mid laner, but Puck just doesn't seem to be his most, comfortable hero either, which in a situation like this where Puck isn't that strong, even though it's a free game for it, maybe when in a patch where Puck is more powerful, he would be able to pull it off, but he's not a specialist Puck player like Mikoto or Nisha or some of these other players that have been here at TI. So I think probably stay away from that hero moving forward.
Yeah, I think it also speaks to the understanding of a hero, and sometimes the counters are less obvious than it would seem. In this game, they don't have ways to kill the puck, but they have ways to beef up and be super tanky so that puck can't kill you, and you reach a point eventually where you can buy the item called Hex, and it gives you the disable to kill the puck, and so there's a timing window where, okay, puck has Blink and he has Witchblade, and you can't deal with him, he's a nuisance. But if you wait 5 minutes longer, now there's a Hex, and he spends his next 3.5k gold on Andisk, he throws it down the toilet, it does no damage, and you can run out of damage in these fights. And I think we see it where Yannick jumps in and they go on them, and Satanic is hitting and Puck is hitting, but nobody is dying, and eventually Yannick's damage just pushes through.
Yeah, you've run out of solutions. You've run out of answers there. But fret not, especially for you guys at home. You're going to get the joy of a game number 3. But before that, if you're here in the arena or if you guys are wanting to do it online, there is the secret shop that is still open. There's so many goodies and adorable goodies at that. We have the little froglings. This one's got the... I don't really have a shoulder to put it on, but you can... He sits on your little shoulder. You got your courier Quinn.
His name is Jimothy. He is mine.
I don't think you can name him. He's not actually yours.
No, I named him.
Okay, it's Jimothy. You got Roshan next to you?
I got little bro Roche. It's little bro Roche right
Little pup.
here.
What do I have?
The mugs.
Here, have this guy.
You can have Lago.
Have this Johnson.
Yay! Bull Belly Blitz.
Is that your favorite of his 3?
I think so. Actually, I like Hot Feet Hustle.
I was going to say, I think Hot Feet Hustle is my favorite.
Probably.
It's up there, it's up there. But there's a lot of things, yeah. Mugs, so many plushies, t-shirts, yeah, merch galore. So make sure you guys head out and check out the secret shop as well there. And we can look back at what game number 3 might have in store for us here. The winner here, going to grand finals of TI-15. It's crazy to think that you are one game away. We had that pretty heartbreaking interview earlier from Semail where, you know, just 12 hours ago, 24 hours ago, they were one game away from making it to top 3. I feel like there might be a similar sentiment for a team that feels that they don't make it all the way to a grand finals when it comes to Vision and Yandex. You come in as heavy favorites for this tournament. For Yandex, you struggle a little bit. For Vision, it feels like it's been mostly smooth sailing. And so to put it all in a game 3 to make it there, I got to wonder who stands up, who is going to be that slight bit more confident.
Yeah, it's the most important thing, genuinely. All the draft and the gameplay, these things matter a great deal, but the vibe, the environment, how they feel backstage, how they think they're going to play, they're imagining how they want the game to pan out. These things are so incredibly important. It's a skill that is very difficult to create, but you can see the conversations backstage. People do these things in different ways. Sometimes you want to be involved in the conversation and talk and be energetic. Other people want to recede into themselves and think and go to a different place that allows them to focus on themselves. There's so many different ways to approach it, but it's up to each individual player and the team as a whole to focus on what really matters.
And to fill that role for either team, again, we have to talk about Saksa and how he's able to unify them in moments like this with his veteran experience.
I would say right now, if anything, probably Team Vision are very happy that they were in this position yesterday against Spirit because they dropped that game 2, which was, I think it's always a tough position where you win game 1 and then you lose game 2, and it's a high pressure stakes game 3 because I think the team that wins the previous game usually comes in with a slightly better mental state. Like, you don't have to reset the same way that the losing team does. So they have this experience yesterday and they managed to pull it off, and they pulled it off in fantastic fashion against Spirit. So I think for them, it's nice to have had that experience yesterday.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I think it's also impressive for Vision, a team that, I think if you look back earlier in this team's history, they had a bit of a tilty vibe. Like if they started losing, I think they would keep losing and the game would crumble. But they've shown that to not be the case in any of their games in this tournament. There have been many games where they mess up a couple of fights. Even the game 1 in this series, they were down some gold, but they're okay and they stay strong. They had the fast GG in game 2 against Spirit yesterday. Once again, they bounce back, they win game 3. I think this team is different than they used to be, and I think they've improved a lot of fortitude. And so while I agree there's a slight sort of emotional vibe advantage for Yandex, it's nothing that I think Vision can overcome.
The growth that has occurred between both of these rosters throughout the year, obviously Vision, last TI, they had a top 3 finish for themselves, and it's crazy to think that they have an ex-teammate on the other side, and whilst you both have secured at minimum a top 3, you want to take it that one step further, and you want to be the person that it isn't a right or wrong situation, but justified in the move that was made, knowing that your teammates are that slight bit better than what you left behind, that the fact that you could advance and be in a position that those who you used to play with aren't going to get to be in. And so much more rides on in this game 3 that you're hoping when they enter the booths, whilst that is a fire that burns underneath them, it's not what sits there at the forefront of their mind.
But it definitely is pushing them a little bit, right? You want to be the one who was correct in your decision. You want to say, if you're at Yandex, that we were absolutely right for taking DM. And you want to, if you're Vision, say, look at that, Noticed is a beast, and you guys lost. You know, that does inspire them a little bit. I think even Decalis had his player profile. He has like a meme of...
It's like Saksa kicking Notice.
Kicking Notice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't seen this.
I've seen it. So his player profile is literally that meme of this player getting kicked, and it's just hilarious to me.
There's definitely some tension there. Like, I mean, you can even see it at the end of game 1. I think no one tips DM, and there's no tip back. It's not like a friendly tip. This is a, hey, you lost. Like, I'm coming after you kind of tip. I think you can feel that. To be honest, I think there is definitely an extra level of competition here. And especially with that offlane swap, I think there's a lot of, no, I was the right one. Like, who was right and who was left is a classic Dota story. And I think this is the manifestation of that in modern times.
Also, anyone that tells you that they don't care about beating their previous teammates is just straight up lying. There's always that extra fire when you play against somebody that, you know, old teammate of yours, whatever like that. I think in this case especially, because like, obviously DM wasn't utilized in the right way on Vision, and Notice wasn't utilized in the right way on Yandex, and they both had like differing opinions from the team. So being swapped over and then now feeling like we found our home and we're being able to play to our maximum potential, that for sure is like lights a fire on you, and you definitely want to prove that your way of playing it is better than the other guys.
Yeah, and since we bring up the swap, like I do want to talk about both of these players a little bit in the series, because I do think that DM has delivered today and yesterday, and he's kind of gone a little bit under the radar. His axe yesterday was really good, and part of the reason why they were able to clutch that game 3. And in this game too, his Tidehunter, while his role wasn't very flashy, and it wasn't like the end-all be-all, it was the reason why Watson was able to go 13-0 on Luna.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's on the biggest stage. It's in the most important game. It's down 1. Like, I think if you're not able to shine in those moments, then when are you going to shine? And he has. And I think they will need him too in the future, because the pressure is on. This next game is only harder. And that's why TI is so exciting, right? We talked about Simel's exit interview. And the reason why TI is the coolest tournament is because everybody cares so much. It just matters more. And that just creates for way more exciting and awesome games.
The pressure is on. The pressure is definitely felt by these players in whatever regard and whichever which way you want to point it there. And so when you look at a game number 3, we thought Saksa would be that voice for the side of Yandex. Is there one that sticks out for you, Insania, when you see the lineup of Vision? Who would be that voice?
I think outside of the game, it's definitely Puppy. And I think Puppy probably centers them a lot coming into games like this. I think knowing that they have Puppy behind him and knowing that he is like, he's been here so many times and he's done it before, it just gives him confidence. I think whatever he says, he has like that aura buff of having all these results in the past, that whatever he says, it's going to speak to them and they're going to trust it. And then I would assume in the game, you know, no one has also been here. He's the guy that they're going to look for. But to be honest, I don't even know if they need all that.
Team Vision versus Team Yandex. Game 3.
They might not need it in the game, but they're definitely going to need it in the draft, because a lot is going to come down to what these teams can get their hands on. We've already spoken about how detrimental it felt putting no one, quite a stable player, on a hero like Puck that hasn't been performing. How Saksa was able to get his hands on a bounty hunter that has almost been overperforming on the main stage. And so now you wonder, how do you correct and ensure that you're not over adjusting? It is going to be Yandex with the back-to-back first picks for themselves. That's the game that they were able to win. And so we look to see if there will be any changes when it comes to these bans. Right now there isn't. An Io and a Treant taken out. And for the side of Yandex, it's still going to be that Lone Druid and Darkseer. And I wonder, it's going to be that change up, and Earth Spirit is going to be left in the pool, and instead it's Coddle that's taken out this time around.
I think for Vision, it's just a matter of responding to the problem that whatever Yandex will throw at them will be. Because in that game too, we saw the Furion, we saw the Slardar. That's heroes that have heavy physical damage and intend to burst, intend to do a lot of damage. Yandex responded with a Tidehunter. They said, we're giving you an unkillable hero for your lineup that wants to kill. What are you going to do about it? And essentially, they just choose to not reply to the Tidehunter. And it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, Tidehunter is one of those heroes that if you don't have an answer for it, he just absolutely takes over your map. and he will just sit on any lane that he chooses and just make your map super small. And it's really problematic to play Dota against heroes that are unkillable very early on into the game.
This is I think this Coddle ban is super interesting because my read on it is that they thought Vision was going to ban Bounty Hunter this game, and so they want to leave the Earth Spirit open for themselves because Bounty Hunter's gone, and so we need that extra hero that we want to pick. So instead of banning it, we're gonna have it open, but that's not the case because they don't pick it. So then I'm like, okay, why? Because I feel like Nature's Prophet is better against Coddle than it is against Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit rolls on you, he presses Magnetize, he closes that gap, and he's really good at ganking. So to me, to not ban it and then pick a hero that is vulnerable against it versus a player no one who is very comfortable on it is a strange like offering of a trade.
My only guess would be is that they have some hero up their sleeve that they just want to counterpick Earth Spirit mid with, like some old school CJ counter, because I agree with you. I think between Coddle and Earth Spirit has been more problematic this tournament, and no one is one of the best Earth Spirits here. So I don't know what that counterpick will be. Like typically for CJ, it has been Slardar, but we haven't seen it come out so much. Could there be something else up his sleeve?
I think it might be as simple as like they don't know how to deal with the Coddle, and Coddle kind of messes with the way that they want to play Dota. It stacks a lot of camps, it doesn't let them play through their lanes. They kind of maybe want a 9 class on a hero that plays the lane more, or they feel like Coddle open up too many potential pairings down the line. Like there's the Ember Coddles, there's Pango we saw, there's stuff that you can pair together with Coddle that are problematic and you don't know how to deal with it. But this forces the early mid lane pick. This guarantees that CJ gets to counter pick it with something that they know, like at least they've seen it before, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the Coddle they don't have a set answer for.
Yeah, that is fair. And there's stuff like Ember Spirit, there's Slardar, there are heroes that CJ plays that are sort of classical counters to Earth Spirit they could go for. There's also an option to put Nature's Prophet on 4. Soxa is very, very skillful on this hero, so it's an option if they feel like there's a carry pick laid out on the line as well. It's not full committed to carry on Nature's Prophet.
And just to follow up on the Earth Spirit, Team Vision haven't lost a single game on it. So I kind of doubt this a lot.
I mean, they also, on the side of Yandex, have not lost with the Nature's Prophet on Soxa. So what's going to win out? They're not even comparable, but what's going to win out?
It is ultimately like, that's how the tournament goes, right? You're going to have to play against something that just doesn't lose, but you're going to prove that we are better, we're going to beat it. Like, I'm not sure how many games 9 classes lost on Coddle either, so that's just the nature of the game, I think, when you reach this end point and you have to play up against the best team in the world.
Yeah, it's pretty much never that both teams will have the exact same ideas, and what Dota eventually comes down to is who's right and who's wrong. And if you're picking this, you're making this trade, you're saying, I think we have an understanding edge on you, and we're going to exploit that, and you're going to pay for it because we understand this hero in a way that you don't. That's so much of this. Every hero, you need to understand the matchup knowledge, and if there's a slight deviation there, you get a little bit of space, you get a slight advantage, and you can continue to build on that, take a gold lead from it in the game, and snowball.
It's interesting to me that they banned out the Slardar. We mentioned it as a potential hero to lane up against the Earth Spirit in the mid lane. This makes me think they're more leaning towards a potential Ember coming out. And I personally saw this matchup once this tournament. I didn't think it was super inspiring.
Yeah, it's not what he used to be because Earth Spirit's base damage is just so extreme. And if he has 2 points in kick and 2 points in pull, he can just insta-break your shield at level 4, which is something that not a lot of other heroes can do. So it's certainly not a lane that Ember does well in, but the synergy with Mirana and Nature's Prophet is very nice because you get in there, you have chains to allow them to hit and also to land the arrows. So like there's validity to it, but it's nothing crazy.
The issue with Ember, if it comes out now, is there's still Largo that we haven't really seen be a factor in this series, but it still can be, especially if Earth Spirit comes out. There's always the potential for the combination. And there's this Doom ban in the second phase by Team Vision, which tells me that they're building a heavy sustain lineup and they don't want that Doom counterpick that we've seen DM do many times this tournament.
Also find Enchantress to be quite a strong hero whenever Ember starts playing on this Flame Guard build. Ench likes to position himself in the face of enemy heroes on the map, and you can pretty much just follow Ember around and just press Purge on his Flame Guard, and he can never farm. So it is quite an interesting pick for Team Vision. It's not a hero I really see them play that much, but I think they have it in mind. They're building heroes that are able to respond to something that might come up in the future.
You're also stacking up a lot of early aggression and gank potential when you pick Earth Spirit and follow it up with Ench, but it's not in a way that's too redundant. Earth Spirit gives you teamfight and magic damage. Ench gives you a lot of early tempo and tower push, and these heroes combine very well together. If Ench walks to the lane with a creep, Earth Spirit rotates, suddenly not only do you get the kill with Earth Spirit's ganking ability, but you get the tower too with the creeps, and so they synergize in quite a nice way that I think is is sort of underrated.
Also, if you think about how they team fight, Ench deals very like single target damage, whereas Earthspirit's damage is very spread, which is a nice thing to have because Earthspirit's going to roll in, you're going to catch some people, you're going to silence a bunch of people, and then you have these like impetus raining in from the backline. So gives you ways to kill heroes.
Yeah, I think it's very solid from both teams. My biggest question still comes back to Nature's Prophet versus Earthspirit. To me, that's the biggest discrepancy. This is the trade you chose. This is the way you start the draft. And it's very polarizing. Like, Earthspirit is absolutely good against Nature's Prophet, but it's not fully one-dimensional. And so I want to see how they change this matchup, because other heroes in the game in the draft can shift how a matchup would normally go, and I want to see what their answers are.
Wow, they take a double answer, Quinn, to this Nature's Prophet with Timbersaw. I would be very surprised if this ends up being the carry after having this Earth Spirit that you talked about, but now notice Timbersaw, it's enabled by Dark Willow on lane. It's just going to give so much damage versus this Undying as well that I don't think you want to be playing into this if you're Team Yandex.
Are you thinking about a potential like Undying off-lane angle? Because that's a DM special, right? He's done it in the past. I will say I quite like Undying into Earth Spirit. I remember thinking long time ago, whenever Earth Spirit rolls in, if you're not the target, you just press your ult, you hit him, you drop Tombstone, and especially nowadays where Earth Spirits don't really max the roll, it can be quite tricky to do the whole get in and out thing for Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it is true. You have to play more on the fringe, which is going to reduce your damage some and mean you don't have people going in as much. And when you've got two backline supports, the fact that now you can't commit, maybe Timbersaw doesn't want to commit either. He gets cold snapped, arrowed, there's stuff for that. So it can become difficult to actually run into them, which means maybe the game is a little bit slower. Yandex has more time to get their cores online. Little interactions like this can change the duration of the game quite a bit, which allows Yandex to potentially scale with their two range cores.
I also think it's kind of interesting how both teams this time around are a lot more focused on like making sure they solidify their team fight. They go for the Invoker. Invoker and Undying are quite nice heroes together because you get Tombstone vision. It allows Invoker to press buttons on the right heroes. Invo has a lot of crowd control that allows them to keep people inside a Tombstone range. So it's a nice way to play team fights out for them.
Also, this shot, by the way, we're seeing like the Tundra win that Suxa had back in 2022. It's crazy to see that he's the only one from that lineup that's still playing competitively that hasn't won a second TI, and he could do it this year, which would be right off the back of Skeeter and Snay doing it, which was right off the back of 33 doing it. Like,
That's
it's pretty wild
cool.
to think about, right?
The script says Saxa has to win.
He has to win it.
Yeah.
What's going to be stronger, Puppy getting first place at his next TI, or Suxa winning right after his other teammates did?
That's a good point.
Are you guys concerned at all about Invoker, though, in this game? Because I feel like we've seen Invoker versus Earth Spirit a couple of times, and Earth Spirit tends to out-tempo him, especially if you add in heroes like Enchantress into the mix that we know are going to be rotating mid early on. They're going to be playing around it and trying to shut it down. The only counterplay coming out of Yandex is going to be this Undying rotating to the mid lane and maybe a potential counterplay with an arrow, which can always be good, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be the aggressors. They're just going to be reactive.
I think on paper, the Yandex trio is slightly weaker. But if you manage to time it right, you manage to catch Earth Spirit on the creep wave with a Tornado into an arrow, with Tombstone and Decays, you can definitely kill him. You also have the Nature's Prophet adding in damage from the other side of the map. So if they can find the tempo on the Earth Spirit and never really let him come online, there are a lot of angles there for them.
Yeah, I do think it is an Earth Spirit favored lane, and I think I agree on paper. Vision probably have the stronger 3v3, but at this point, I'm not willing to put my money against Saxa because this guy has been owning every single early game. They have come out ahead on lanes, in lanes we thought they had no chance. I can't remember the last game they weren't ahead in the early game, and so for me, I look at Yandex. Yes, they might be a bit weaker, but I think whenever you're such a good laning team, you can pick weaker lanes and abuse your skill to give you better matchups in the game, and I think that may be something they're trying to do here. That yes, I agree, this is a weaker 3v3. They're accepting a weaker start to the game. Maybe they think they're so good at early game that it doesn't matter.
So interesting, they banned PL and Lifestealer, and on the other side they banned Centaur and Axe. Trying to see if there's any obvious heroes. Okay, they just go back for the Tide.
Is it one of those things that running it back in this situation does make sense, and especially added that extra little bit of comfort?
I generally like Tide against almost all the spirits because he's one of those heroes that just doesn't die to them, and he also gets a shard down the line, which is problematic for all of the spirits.
Yeah.
Once you get the anchor put on you, you're not moving around, and all the spirits rely heavily on mobility to play their game.
Yeah, it's very true. You're obviously against Timbersaw, which is not ideal. He cuts through you and it makes you not unkillable like you were last game, but they needed a hero at the front lines, right? They've got 2 range cores elsewhere. They want setup. They want someone to help them around to land arrows. And so I think all those strength tanky heroes are going to tend to suffer versus Timbersaw. And so that's just how the draft goes sometimes. You have to have bad matchups on some heroes. Not all 5 heroes are going to have good matchups.
I would say within the range of strength heroes that play against Timber, Tide is in some ways one of the better ones, because the way Timber deals damage is he reduces your strength, but Tide purges the debuffs off of him. So for that reason, he's kind of tricky to kill, even though you have the Timber against him.
I understand the reasoning that both of you mentioned, but I do feel that it's still a little bit disrespectful towards the Timbersaw in this draft, because I think Timbersaw has the potential to do a lot this game, and we did see Notice in a position where he got an 8th pick Timbersaw and lose, but he was playing against the Doom, so he was essentially erased from every fight. This time around, that's not the case. I think that when he gets a Blink Dagger, this Undying will be food. This Nature's Prophet, if the Earth Spirit rolls on him, will also be food. And Tidehunter can just be ignored. I mean, Enchantress won't die easily, Dark Willow has Shadow Realm, and now that this Tiny's come out for Satanic, it feels like you're not really worried about that either. Like, if you're a Tiny, you're not interacting with Tide much, he's not killing you, you're not killing him, you're killing the rest of his team. It doesn't inspire that much confidence in me personally.
You also get a Silver Edge Fire, and I think that's the big thing. You have a way to eventually crack the Tidehunter. I would say, I really wish Crossfix Invoker was viable, because looking at this draft, I feel like old school Crossfix Invoker with a Spirit Vessel would absolutely demolish this game.
Yeah, it would. It's true. But I think it's just not good enough to go for. So he's going to be the typical Quas Exort one, farming, Sunstrikes, and I think because of that, I like what Vision have. I think both these past games have been defined by who has the ease of jumping in and just bursting people, of taking the fight to the other team. And if I look at Vision, I think it's much easier for them to do that. They've got a bunch of big, tanky, beefy boys who can run in first, and it's not that easy for Yandex to jump them. Whereas the inverse, if they see Nature's Prophet or an Invoker or Morana, Tiny jumps them, they explode like that. And so if I'm Vision, I'm very happy with what I've got so far.
I agree with that. I mean, for the reasons that I mentioned at length, but I also just think No One Earth Spirit, probably the best in this tournament. He's 4-0 with it, and they bled it through.
I feel like I would agree with you guys if this wasn't so similar to the draft we saw yesterday from Nigma against Yandex, where, swap out the Tiny for Alk, and it kind of looks like a similar thing that they had going on. And Yandex proved that they could beat it yesterday, so I have hopes that they can do it today.
To be fair, do you feel that the Tiny could join the fights a little bit earlier, though, and so another tempo being pushed back by Vision could be that break, despite it being, in your eyes, almost a similar run back?
I mean, to be honest, I think the drafts are really even, and maybe even would give a slight edge to Vision. But Yandex has proven that they can beat this kind of lineup before, and I think that matters a lot more than you think.
All right, it does matter a lot, right? Especially the fact that we get the joy of a game number 3 here to decide who goes to the grand finals. The fact that our drafts are split 50-50. There's only one last thing to do. That's to get into it, to see who comes out on top. And to take us through that, it is OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, game 3 time here between Yandex and Vision to find out who's going to be going on to the grand finals at the International this year. Fogged, we did see, game 2, some sort of breakdown in some of the ways that Team Vision were trying to bring fights together. Do you think they're going to be able to recover from that going into game 3, or is this an opportunity for Yandex to maybe strike whilst Team Vision has been weakened a little bit?
I think these two do look like that 50-50 probably in terms of the drafting, but there is this Earth Spirit this time, right? We did mention a lot about No One in this last game. Even though he kept up in farm, he was able to actually be ahead in farm in pretty much the entirety of the game in comparison to the Snap. The impact, it just wasn't there, right? The puck, we really did feel the problems for it. This time, he is playing that Earth Spirit, a super strong, if not one of the strongest mids in this tournament. So we'll see how they do whisk down that pressure. That being said, Yandex, a lot of team fight again. That's what I'm really liking that they did go for. Crazy amount of team fight and good global pressure. So I do want to see them again accelerating the pace of things, taking these early towers like they did last time, getting Watson off to that good start. Could be one of those cases where they can run over, but we'll see. Because I do like Vision's approach to this one. They might have less team fight in particular, but the Earth Spirit kind of can bring all the team fight just himself.
That's certainly true. And the last pick for Team Vision, deciding to go for the Tiny, for Satanic. I mean, I feel this is maybe sort of off the back of the vibes of game 2, where, it felt like during those last moments, Satanic felt like he needed to be the one to kind of go in and start the action, which, as a Nature's Prophet, doesn't feel great. He's like, well, if against Yandex, the carry, I need to be more in the front of the fight, starting the action, get me on something different. The Tiny, pretty much the perfect carry hero for that style of play.
We'll have to see whose early game is better, because in both games, even the first game, even though Yandex did lose that game, they were the ones setting tempo, right? So an important thing to look at in this game is how much tempo there will be, and I always have to say, eyes on Saksa. How much can he actually do this time? He's not his broken bounty hunter that he has literally been untouched with. He's playing a Mirana, but in this game with the Mirana, can make some interesting rotations and connections. It's not the one that sounds the most obvious, but I know we saw it the other day. The Invoker plus that Mirana,
They were doing
you get
it
the
perfect.
combo.
Yeah.
Tornado plus the Cold Snap into the arrow. There's ways to shut down, go for these kills early on something like an Earth Spirit. So that's for what I'm looking at least in this early game coming out from Yandex to set that tempo.
And for the off lane of Team Vision, noticed on the Timbersaw.
One of his best.
And one of those heroes that not everybody's playing, but when it is picked in the right situation, it pops off. When you look at Yandex against the Timber, like how good of a Timber game is this? How many answers do Yandex have if the Timber gets out of control?
It can be pretty problematic. Yes, they have the Invoker, the control, he's got some dispels, they have the damage amplification from the Undying, but overall, looking at the Timber, he's going to be off to a good start in this game because of the lane matchup. He's playing versus a Nature's Prophet, he's playing versus an Undying, so he is set up for success in this game. So I would say it's eyes on noticed. He could potentially become out of control in this game.
This Yandex. Deep here with the smoke. Maybe see if they could catch out Satanic, but Satanic will be on the high ground, won't get caught out by this move. Does end up being the 3 bounty runes going here the way of Team Vision to start things.
And to mention with Noticed, right, he's going to have this strong support with him as well in the lane. They're actually making... like 9 class maybe just wanting to TP down here. This is the, I guess this is the lane that they're going to end up setting up with here. They're going to have the Willow paired up with the Tiny, and then the Enchantress paired up with that Timbersaw to just grab one of the Treants probably and get that extra bit of control, just beat on the Undying from a distance. Interesting that they do this one. Maybe just feeling that this one is just a bit better, because both feel pretty strong, to be honest. Either the Willow or the Enchantress down there. Maybe feeling that the Willow is going to have a better time versus that Mirana. Sunstrike, it gets kicked.
Oh, we love it. Seeing these Earth Spirits do this against the Invoker players.
So I think every game, no one has done this versus these Invokers. He boots it. I think the other game when he was playing a Largo, it was the same thing, right? You see that Sunstrike, you kick that range creep. You don't let him get that CS. And let's see how Chira Jr. does, right? Because last game, he did have a bit of a hiccup again, but ended up recovering nicely because he's playing a hero that can play from distance. Invoker can be a bit of a difficult one like the Lina, where if you do get caught, you're playing in the front lines at times. So I'm going to be watching Chira Jr.'s positioning a lot here, playing versus no one on the Earth Spirit. And yeah, talking about the Earth Spirit, right? No one. He went from probably one of the best hero. He went from probably one of the worst mids
to one of the
best. So
I think maybe the worst to the best in terms of heroes that are being consistently picked this international. Yeah, I think no doubt about that.
And the matchup in particular, right? The Earth Spirit versus the Invoker, but also versus that Nature's Prophet. This gap close, it's going to be very strong for no one. All stages of the game, really.
First few waves looking very nice here for no one.
Doxa, he's in trouble. Blood Grenade, he's going to try for the TP out. Is it enough? Oof.
He's going to live.
Oh, wow. Picture perfect there. They try to even use the Shadow Realm, threw it for just like the smallest amount of damage. They grabbed the tree and threw it too. They tried everything to bring him down. Heads up TP. I thought he was dead for sure there.
This lane as well. How long does Maker go here with the Avalanche onto DM? Or try and turn with the Gush, but the Shadow Realm's back up. DM, he's going down. That's going to be first blood for Satanic. Sticking around.
Another one, maybe.
The Brambles catching him. The right click, not enough to kill him. But still left so low on this bottom lane. That's going to mean that Satanic's going to have a lot of space to farm very peacefully.
And absolutely seeing the reasoning for that swap, right? I'm watching Ducala's top. Every time Watson spawns his Treants, he just takes one over, while bottom, this effective trading from the Willow is so good versus something like Mirana, and even Tide. You have this high burst damage for him early, unlike an Enchantress would. Liking this approach, actually, this little lane that they did end up going for, this little switch up, even though it's... I rarely see Ducalis get put in this 4 position. Very cool answer here. Mira.
Super low, does have that final tango and a fairy fire.
Gotta be careful how far he steps up. Overall, not the easiest to get the Sunstrikes in this game on these side lanes either. Nobody's going to be really low for them. The Tiny shouldn't get pressured. Neither should the Timbersaw in particular. Maybe Noticed can if they get a couple decays built onto it. But overall, this is a hard game to see Chira get set up on these Sunstrikes on these side lanes.
No one. And Chira Jr., he did sort of, you know, you could tell he knows the limits. He was trying to bait no one in because he is ready to turn with these sort of like cold snap, Forge Spirit plays.
Yeah, if you can get the Cold Snap, Ice Wall, Forge Spirit, you know that this Earth Spirit doesn't have roll, so you can get him stuck inside of it, but a lot of damage coming in from no one. Satanic, though, full HP. A lane where he's not going to feel any pressure playing versus this Tide Under, playing versus this Mirana. Has the stick charges, always has mana to threaten as well. Doxa, careful how much you want to trade with this Willow. They're going to pop the glyph. Mid lane, Chira.
They're ready for the dive. Ducalis coming in with a wraparound. Chira Jr. in a whole load of trouble. Blood grenades down on him. He's going to get taken out by the Alpha Wolf.
Ooh, actually crits. A lot of damage coming in from it there with the Rabble Rouser, too.
Same time, one of them attacks. He walks back into the brambles.
9 class will survive. Denied from Saksa.
Yeah, able to get over to the neutrals in time.
Now at this point, though, you can see the movements. Ducalis is like, all right, my Timbersaw is going to be chilling in the top lane. We can just go 2 points in reactive armor, and it's difficult for them to bully him. Ducalis is going to be pressuring these lanes very hard. So another reason that they probably did this lane setup is that he has easier angles to sandwich onto the mid lane, as we see there. Malady, let's see what he wants to do with these movements as well, too. Since the lane is broken top, he can leave the NP alone for now.
Coming back over to the mid. Chira Jr. does have this ward down, so decent information. We'll know when Ducalis is trying these plays.
Might still try for the dive. No one is about to be level 6 with the Magnetize. They're pushing him off of the tower here. See where 9 class wants to go. He's going to join bottom, help out Satanic, bring his items, get him back up to full HP.
Can Yandex bring anyone in towards this mid to help out, or is that just not a move they want to do? They just want to sort of leave Chira Jr. to fend for himself.
They don't really have the best heroes to deal with this enchant. Oh, Malady gets hit by the second Bramble. He might just be dead here.
Pretty dead. It'll drop the tombstone, and in fact, they're scared about running up to the high ground for him. So head up now. Trying to get the decay off, the tree hit, and the shadow round, that'll kill him. They'll be able to farm the tombstone on top of it, so more money for Satanic.
Oh, this early game is pretty brutal so far here. The lane's pretty much perfect from the side of Vision. I mean, shutting down some of the greed that's there from Yandex and the Invoker.
The switch-up's looking pretty big brain.
Yep, and noticed at some point soon, when he hits 6, Watson can't just sit in this top lane either. You're at risk of getting killed and getting dove from this Timbersaw with this type of start. Well, they're going to have to start making moves, though. We're going to have to watch Saksa, right? He's the one that has to kind of break this map, make the movements around Chira, but Chira is so behind right now. The concern, leaving this Earth Spirit, going for the more greedy Invoker. We've seen it punished a couple times in this tournament. Notice? He's stuck.
Quite a nice little tree and block there from Watson. He does have the TP to respond to it, though, notice.
And Watson's been an absolute beast, right? This guy, I don't know how he does it. Almost seems like AI sometimes, the way he's just playing to perfection in a lot of these games. Nice little trap there from him. Tips back and forth from the two of them. Bottom.
Brambles down onto DM. Have enough to take him out, but still bullying him back, ensuring that Satanic is getting very little pressure applied to him.
They're looking for Wisdom Steal. It's a little late, though, so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to fully go for it here. Well, on the other side, Malady trying to contest Notice, but Notice has hit 6.
I want Watson. Wallace. The setup. Not quite able to close the gap with the roll forward.
Notice gets a free kill.
Free kill on top of securing his own Wisdom.
Malady.
Some good XP burst here for the Timbersaw.
He does instant respawn, but yeah, this early game, it feels like Vision, they have all the answers for the lanes that Yandex has tried to set up for here.
This is, I mean, where does that first move come from when you look at Yandex right now? Like,
that's a good question. I mean, it's got to be
hitting the 6 on the Tide. What?
I guess so, right? That's probably the easiest one to see. Besides that, it is going to be the Chira Tornado Cold Snap play with an arrow, but damage is going to be lackluster from Yandex early on in this game. Watson, I don't know how much he wants to get involved. Sure, you want to on a Nature's Prophet TP in, but this is a dangerous game for the NP to TP into. He'll TP in at a Tiny, an Earth Spirit, or a Timbersaw will be there. These are not easy targets for Watson to bring down in the early game. Very just innately tanky. All 3 cores. Actually, we've seen Falcons do, of course, in the past, but 3 strength cores, essentially.
And honestly, it feels like any game where there's a Willow, it's always a nightmare to sort of TP in and make a play against, right? Because especially once the 6 is there, that whether it be the Fear or the Bramble, so many things that can get idly thrown out your way as the next Prophet and disrupt the attempt that you tried to make me TP in.
Yeah, there's definitely damage problems in the early game.
They should be able to get 9 class here. It will get found.
Nice grab.
Trying to scout out Watson. Watson at the back of the Malady. Getting themselves a kill on the board, Yandex.
And Chira not getting damage onto his tower, so just sticking in the mid lane, waiting to get his Meteor Hammer to try to pressure. If he can just sit mid, right? Every time the Earth Spirit makes a rotation, doesn't have to react, try to keep getting as much as he can out of the map, just playing the lane. Watson playing in a very careful position, but no one is right on top of them.
They're ready to dive pretty deep here around the tier 2. Carlos is coming in to help out. The Magnetize down on a Watson. There's no saving him, and they know it. Nobody's even bothering to TP over. Watson will die under the tier 2.
These movements from Ducalis are beautiful this game so far here. Sandwiching on the Invoker, now sandwiching on Watson, allowing no one to dive without even losing HP because he's got the creep there to tank all of the tower hits. Oh, bit of a DC we have coming out from no one.
This is a difficult early game for Yandex.
They have ways to come back in games always, right, with all this massive amount of team fight, but this early game, this is the first time in this series at least that Vision has the advantage out of these lanes. And with very strong heroes to pressure the map as well, too. Satanic probably going to just go for that rush of the Echo Saber into the Silver Edge this game because he's playing into the Tide. They have good ways to initiate the fights naturally already from the Earth Spirit, so he probably doesn't feel forced to go for a Blink Dagger this game.
So many ways to start plays and react to any that Yandex dare bring the way of Team Vision.
The start is very dangerous here with the way that Notice is also coming into the game. Top 2 net worth out of these lanes. And just difficult for them to kill this Timbersaw in particular. Because there's just not that much magical damage until the Invoker isn't online.
And it's just already a lane, right, where nobody can really go up and sit there to soak up the XP in the farm. Like, none of these heroes want to sit anywhere close to this Timber right now in the lane.
No, you'll have to bring just numbers in particular, just kill him. But you'll have to bring a lot of those numbers, and the Invoker in particular, who isn't a hero who likes to really rotate out of the mid lane too much.
They need to... Again, it just feels like they need the Ravage to make some sort of a move. DM, he does have the skill point ready to drop on it. He sees a chance to make a play.
It's probably the slowest paced draft that we've seen from Yandex in this series so far. While for Vision, maybe the fastest paced one that we've seen. Playing around this Earth Spirit, playing around ways to be able to take towers early with the Enchantress. Bit of reason, by the way.
Reason? See, hopefully everything's all right there. Turn it off and on again. It might just sort the situation.
How much DM can do this game, right? Because DM, he also was quite a rock for the team. I think his Tidehunter, I think I said this like 5 times now, but I think his Tidehunter overall, it's been one of his best heroes in him just coming out of the lane in a good position and then having clear entry into the game to be able to get these setup Ravagers, just occupying an area where he feels unkillable. This isn't one of those games where he's unkillable. He's playing into the Timbersaw every single time that the Timber comes into threat.
And they've certainly addressed some of the weaknesses that were getting punished last game.
I'm seeing already they're deciding how they want to itemize in this game too. DM, he had the Raps queued up, but I don't like the Raps this game. It's not going to save you versus the Timber. This Mage Slayer could be an interesting one though, right? Playing versus triple.
It's pretty nice.
Playing versus the cores that are kind of spellcasting.
3 melee magical cores.
He's still debating, so we'll see which one he does end up going for, but I think I could see the Mage Slayer, even though it's not the most traditional nowadays. We'll see which one he wants to try for.
Noticed. Certainly going to try and chase Malady down.
Malady, this is out. This matchup is so sad for Undying. There's just not much you can do. You don't even touch a hero like Timbersaw, and you just get erased from that strength damage.
Keep the pressure on for Taria, Noticed, and again, just a lane that nobody wants to go to right now for Yandex.
I'm surprised Malady was up there, to be honest with you. They're trying to at least push off of the tower here a little bit here. Saksa will arrow the creep, but it's just a mud golem.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bottom. They're just trying to mess with DM. So, extra brambles, just some little bit of extra damage onto him here. No one will not get the luck of the rune. Chiro will be there in time for it.
Still, though, continue to be fully evasive. I mean, I say that he is looking towards top, Chiro Jr.
They get the setup here. Nice tornado. Do they have an arrow?
They do. Into the meatball. It's not enough. He's at the tip check of low ground. The deafening blast will reach and take him out. Though. I mean, so that's a well-needed kill.
That's the way they got to do it. It's got to be the tornado, cold snap, arrow combos. And we do see if they bring the numbers, they will be able to bring down Noticed. A nice move there from Chira. Instantly with the haste rune. I love that, right? Just runs across the map. Usually not a hero you see do these type of rotations.
Satanic.
Dire's middle
They get
tower
involved quite early here with the Echo Saber alone. 9 class, ready to move him over towards the mid. Looks like no one's eyeing up the chance to dive Chira Jr. and wants to have the backup with him.
They want to get this mid tower. They even glyphed the wave to keep the catapult alive.
Chira Jr.
Shira expected.
He's in trouble. The Brambles is there. We'll be able to put a stop to Rolling Boulder with a cold snap. But Satanic's coming in with a wraparound. Avalanche is there to set up for the silence from no one. They take Chira Jr. down, and they'll be able to look towards his tower.
Malady also spotted by the ward, has to immediately run away from notice here. That was a heads-up move there from Vision. Immediately when they have the glyph, or when they have the glyph and they have the catapult wave hitting the tower, they already preemptively make the smoke move to ensure that they can get this tower. Really smart there from it. Satanic making that move over. Saksa, even though he's not bounty hunter, will still be able to find some of these couriers, delay some of this timing for the vessel perhaps. At least taking out that stat item. Can he get himself out of it?
Gonna try for the TP.
There's the burst.
Too much. Too much burst here from these two.
Notice.
TP out from.
They notice turning up to these fights. DM. Whoop. Whoopsie.
Little off with the combo. Will force out a Ravage from DM. He'll live, but that is the Ravage down. And with the Ravage on cooldown, that's pretty much any hope of Yandex trying to fight back gone for the next couple of minutes.
Especially around the tier 1s. Like if they're looking to defend a tower now at this point, probably not going to be the case without that Ravage. DM, he is going to commit for the wraps. So, okay. See if he can protect him versus this Timber Burst that will be coming out in the early game. Maybe feels like it's a little too hard for him to get in and apply the Mage Slayer at times. This does give him at least raw HP, which is nice too. Noticed. Power is claimed. His timing is going to be very fast on his Kaya Sanj. A lot of times I've seen this Timbersaw when he's struggled in this tournament, and even before this tournament, it's when you shut down his lane. This is not one of those games where his lane has been shut down, so he has this great farm, and he even has ancient stacks to go back to.
Chira Jr., another game where falling behind. I feel like we've seen a few teams do this. There's a lot of them that want to go for this approach where they just focus Chira Jr. very heavily in the early game, knowing that he's going to struggle if they keep him behind at the start.
Especially if he's playing a greedy hero, right? Invoker can get punished quite a lot here from these moves. Looking for the cats at the notice. Tornado's off the mark.
Coming with a TP from Watson.
Cold snap.
To the right click to the Deafening Blast. They don't have to hit everything right now to be able to bring Notice down. Meanwhile, in the mid, 9 class finishes off Malady. Chira Jr., despite the tough start that he's had because of how much focus they put to him in the mid, he's the one that's actually doing the most for the team right now. A couple of moves, he's managed to set up for them to actually take down Notice twice in a very difficult early game.
In a very good position to kill him too, right? Because he does go for Kaya Sanj. He's gonna go back for BKB.
And they're looking for him.
But now he does get caught.
I mean, Vision, they really know that Chira Jr., he is the one that can potentially be a threat with these setups in the early game, and they are doing everything to make sure that he doesn't find the momentum to get out of control, despite getting these small windows to make moves against Notice.
Wisdom will be 1 for 1. Yeah, the Invoker overall, right? That's why this matchup is so difficult versus the Earth Spirit. If he just gets on top of you, you're dead in most of these situations until the much later stages of the game. And now Satanic, his timings are accelerating also. He's got a Shadow Blade. Malady sees him, but can he run? Pop the ulti.
The burst. Is it enough? He's got backup coming in from Watson.
Satanic's caught.
And Chira Jr. is there again with the cold snap to make sure the TP out will not be successful. Again, Chira Jr. continuing to do a lot here with quite a little.
And Malady with the bait too. Very nicely done. Gets the ulti off, which means he tanks long enough to allow Chira to get the time to get there. Now they can get a tower out of it too. Nice moves from Chira. 4K lead still for Vision, but punishing that first timing of the Tiny. As soon as he gets the Shadow Blade, that's his first death.
Promising signs from Yandex being able to make these plays despite the net worth lead and early advantage that Team Vision got across the lanes.
It takes them a lot of rotations to bring down these tanky strength cores, but at least able to get them and get Chira Jr. into an okay spot. 9 class also. Meteor will not connect onto at all, but he's
still going to get him. Same time up top. Malady dead again. He's
just a
suffering
sacrifice.
quite a bit. 6 deaths already here on the Undying.
He's back, though. Ceaseless Dirge. He'll be able to come back and die again.
They're adding up.
meantime-
I mean, it does feel like this is the best way for Yandex to sort of get themselves back in the game, right? Chira Jr. is just going to be constantly running up
He
and
has
down
to.
the map, looking to make these plays.
Which usually isn't the case for a lot of these Invokers. It's a bit hard to do this before the boots travel. You're pretty immobile, so smart that if they can get the setup here. And maybe Malady is just going to be that bait time and time again for them to get these trade kills. For Vision, though, time to back up, farm a little more here, especially for Noticed. If he gets BKB, then he's pretty much unkillable. They'll have to commit. I mean, they'll have to get the chain stun before he gets the BKB off in particular. Otherwise, he will just survive in those later stages.
Heading up to his top lane, but Chira Jr., he's got the backup of DM, and they've got the Ravage. Tornado set up here from Chira. They'll throw out the fear to try and push them back, but already the combo's dropped down to Carlis gone.
And again, Chira, the one making the moves.
High class. The Shadow Realm off, but Yandex still looking for an angle to make this fight happen. They'll drop down the tombstone. Satanic was thinking about entering it from the side. Dusk gets dropped onto him. The Ravage is there, catches a few of them at the tip as well. Satanic will back away. Should be able to get out of this. Does get hit by an arrow, but they will not be tempted to chase up to the high ground. The cause, they get out, but still, I mean, again, Chira Jr.
He's being so clutch.
I don't think I've seen an Invoker that's just been sat at the bottom of the core net worth do as much as he has. You know, they really went all out to shut down his early farm, but despite being the lowest net worth core in the game, he's had the most impact in the last 5 minutes.
Satanic having a bit of difficulty entering as well, too, as we're seeing. Even though he has the Shadow Blade, walking into this lineup, they're prepared every single time, it does feel like, with these sentries, so. Don't know if he's going to go the Blink anyway, right? He's still probably just going to go BKB Harpoon, Silver Edge this game. And those BKB timings are going to be the big thing to look at for the side of Vision, since they're playing into this heavy team fight magical damage that's coming in from Yandex. And the Silver Edge is now done. Watson also needs a BKB pretty early in this game. Standard kind of build for him on the NP. Mjolnir, Lance, BKB into this heavy magic damage. Vision looking to accelerate. Ravage is on cooldown for 70 seconds. They want to punish it.
See if they can catch Chira. Him and Malady. Holding close to tier 2. Chira Jr. is going to step out over towards the camps. They're going to get the setup with the fear. He'll get the Ghost Walk off. Doesn't matter. Detection's down. Chira Jr. will turn with the Tornado, but Night Class will finish off the job.
They go for any type of trade here.
They've got the Tombstone dropped down, but they don't have any control now without their Invoker, so they will not manage to punish Vision. Vision, they'll get the 2 kills.
Have to try to protect this Invoker a little better. It's not easy to do, though, of course, until they have the Shard on the Undying to be able to protect him. But he, like you said, he feels like he is everything for the team at this moment in the early game. Watson still not able to get involved much on this Nature's Prophet. His farm is very good, though. Watson, as always, making sure that he keeps up in pace, if not ahead.
Dire are scanning.
Triple BKB timing, though, when Vision does have that, I'm worried for Yandex if they are not in a similar type of footing. $5K lead now for Vision. They are getting that much more out of the map, even though, as we said, Chira, he's making the nice moves. It is only Chira making the moves for Yandex, while for Vision, it's much easier for other heroes to really look for this setup.
I mean, when are we going to see sort of the team smoke come out from Yandex? Is it around the Shard timing for DM? You know, what would you imagine they're waiting for?
I think they can do it now. He has Blink.
They're on a bit of a timer.
Yeah, I think they can do it right now. Whenever he has Blink Dagger, whenever he has Ravage, they can look for these plays.
There we go.
BKB number 1 is done already, though, so Notice does have it. If they don't get the chain stun, he will just survive. Oh, actually, 2 BKBs done. Uh-oh. So they have the response. Vision has the answers versus this Blink Ravage. This could be a pretty dangerous moment here. Yandex has to execute it perfectly.
DM got some pretty impressive Ravages last game.
He did.
Gonna have to be a good one here. They're setting up with the Moonlight, approaching in towards the mid, but Night Class, he's gonna kind of tank the initial jump. DM will now use the Ravage, but it's in a bit of an awkward spot. The rest can't really connect to him. And now Vision, they can just turn with the BKBs, take out Malady.
And they run.
Chira Jr. and DM will retreat back under the tier 2. They get BKB charge out here and there, but there's just no one who ends up pressing his right. Yeah, Notice still able to hold on to his. But that was the Ravage play. Just a little too split up. They didn't really have any direct follow-up to that Ravage in the river.
You could, I mean, as soon as they saw the BKBs, they're like, oh God, never mind, we gotta get the hell out of here. So they tried to go for this Ravage play, but Vision very ready for it. They'll have the response BKB used, but well worth it. It's gonna be coming back up in 60 seconds. Good that they are able to disengage though. Very important for Chira that he's not getting caught in this fight. Has to be able to keep getting some of this momentum his way. He really needs this BKB timing himself too, this game. Both him and Watson, not going to have it as fast as we do see from Vision.
No, and obviously with that Ravage being used, there's a nice, comfortable window for Satanic to be able to finish his BKB before there's any chance of another fight being brought to him by Yandex. So next time round, likely going to have BKBs on all of the cores, Team Vision.
Continues to be the first time in this series where Vision in the early game, they continue to have this gold lead. They continue to have that better control of the map in particular. Notice now even starting to pressure toward that top side, because as we said, him with BKB, it feels pretty invulnerable unless they commit absolutely everything onto him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
On the bottom lane.
Doxa does go for the Vessel this game. Feels like he wants that extra damage versus the... I mean, it's a triple strength course, right? So it does have merits to buy it, but that does mean limited extra setup for the team, because most of these Maranas, they get the Yules so they can play around and get that extra catch for the team. Now, it's, as we said, it's pretty much only reliant on Chira, and if they can get that Blink Ravage. Smoke up. Ravage still on cooldown. Magnetize is ready. Chira showing himself in the wave here with the Quas Ghost Walk.
Good turn towards him.
Very vulnerable right now. Dust will connect onto him.
They're going to see him.
He's caught.
They get the Brambles into the fear. Melody's around, but he cannot save him.
No way to save him at all. I don't believe he has the shard still. I think it's coming out on the Courier for the Undying. Even when he does have it, unlikely he can save it in that type of position. Oh, and they get a Tombstone for free. Extra money. Wisdom, Saksa trying to go for some type of snatch here, but it was already grabbed here from Satanic. Watson, he has BKB at the ready, so can start to get more involved, but his other two cores, they're really starting to fall behind. And there is the answer versus those two cores, the triple BKB timing from Vision. It's there. Much easier ways to take the team fights now on the side of Vision. A Blink also finished up for Noticed. See how Yandex plays around this in these next few moments. Feels hard. Quite difficult for Watson this time.
Is under attack.
Is keeping up in pace with the farm though, as he always does.
He is, but say only him on Yandex's side.
Dire's top tower is under
Chira
attack.
really needs to get this BKB. Until they have that BKB, I actually do not think the Yandex can take a team fight in any way. Sounds like suicide almost until they do have it finished. EM, nice little blink. He'll be able to get himself out of there. Yeah, Chira, he has to just play in these kind of crazy spots, cut the creep waves with the Ghost Walk, get to that point where he has the BKB, because they just can't take a head-on fight right now on the side of Yandex.
Middle tower is falling.
I think his Vision, they don't feel necessary pressure to try and hunt for these fights too hard. They're more than content to just sort of grow this lead.
They have great ways to just pick off. They don't need to have as much team fight in particular. And Chira, he's in a dangerous spot. Satanic's right on top of him.
He's going to find him straight away with the setup. Chira's going to try and get away with the Moonlight Shadow.
Distiller's on him.
He's going to get surrounded and caught. The Brambles there. Chira's dead again.
He's desperately trying to find a place to farm to finish the BKB, but he doesn't want to mess with where Watson's farming, so he gets himself in a really dangerous spot. And now it's the Roche Vision. We'll just get away with this one. There's no way Yandex can contest this.
I mean, last game, Watson had to carry pretty hard. He's going to have to try and do that again here, Fogged.
Does feel like it. He does have the backup of the heavy team fight combos with him. But this one, yeah, it does feel like this one's a bit more difficult because it is that first pick Nature's Prophet that feels like it was pretty addressed. The last game, it was that last pick Luna where he had that kind of beautiful entry into the game, beautiful ways to itemize as well, too. This one feels quite a bit harder for sure. The itemization just not as natural. Sure, he's got BKB, he can go for this crit, but there's ways that got through it with that heavy damage from the Tiny.
See what Watson is able to do here under pressure.
Get him all the buffs. I want to see same thing. Get him some solar crests. Get him all these little things to be able to increase his damage. He's got the alacrity. He's always got that always built in for himself. That will be pretty massive in the mid game.
I guess the question is for how much time. Is he going to be looking to join the fights, or for a long time, is he going to sort of look to play the split push game and just try and grow the net worth by out-farming across the map and avoiding these team fights completely?
I think it's got to be the split push in this game. Until Chira has the BKB, like I said, there's just no way for them to team fight. And now into Aegis too, it probably means another 4 minutes where he just has to avoid. So Vision now can look to really continue to set this tempo and maybe even start to beat onto some of these tier 2s.
Coming in towards the bottom lane, ready to use the Moonlight.
The rounding 9 class here, can they get the setup onto him?
It's not an amazing kill, but maybe not even one they're going to get the chance to go for. Yeah, backup's coming in now. It's getting a bit spooky. Satanic comes in from the side, gets his hands on Saxa. Saxa's gone. The rest of Yandex, they have to run.
And he is going for the Blink Dagger on Satanic, so he wants that extra gap close versus the Nature's Prophet. The Fear connects. Malady.
9 class getting another catch. Tukalis ready to bring in the damage with the impetuses.
They're getting so much in this early game.
Same time, Chira Jr.
He's caught again.
No one noticed and found him. He tried for some sort of control and setup onto Notice. Was not going to happen.
I know, and a night and day difference on no one. He's playing Earthspirit in comparison to Puck. He's running the map.
The shackles are well and truly off after being weighed down by the Puck picking game 2. He's back here, no one, ready to play a proper hero.
He's everywhere. And on top of them having now this 11k gold lead, the experience lead is really starting to be there as well. Level 20 on Tiny, 20 on Notice, 18 on the Earthspirit. It's 18, 15, 15 on the cores of the side of Yandex. And map is now shrinking. 2 tier 2s to fall, bottom tier 1 as well. And quick items coming in. Satanic just bought the Blink. He's now got the Harpoon. So yeah, double ways to gap close. Well, triple in a way, right, with the Silver Edge as well versus that Nature's Prophet. This game is looking harder and harder as it progresses. Yeah, but he just can't get the same amount of farm this game on the Tide because he can't go to those places where he's like, hey guys, I'm unkillable. He will be killable versus the Silver Edge, versus the Timbersaw. They're losing control of the map quickly here.
I mean, how easy is it for Watson to get away with some cheeky rap plays this game? Kind of, take a tower here and there whilst the team fight's going on. Is that... They're going to be able to back up and find him.
Chira. Panic knows he's in the area here. The Silver Edge did get Ghost Walk affected. Fight around the Wisdom. It is into this Aegis of Satanic. Let's see how much they commit for him.
I mean, they're going to try and throw the arrow out, but the BKB's already there onto Satanic. He's going to get held in position now by the Sprout. Now he's able to get his way out of that. The Tombstone there buying time from Malady. No one rolls into the center of the pods. The BKB gets the magnetize onto the 3 of them, splitting them up.
A lot of damage.
Watson is going to turn with the Sprout and the right control.
No one's in trouble.
They're going to be able to get off.
That's a gem as well. He just got it.
Oh, maybe getting a little too ahead of himself there with that deep dive in, rolling right into the center of them, feeling that he could get away with his BKB magnetized play. He could not.
He did not respect how much damage Watson has in that area around all these trees as well, too. He does have the Daedalus finish now, too. He will kill these targets with the physical damage.
I mean, that's huge.
That was the biggest play they've gotten so far, and it's around Watson. This guy said he has to be the Rock. That's step 1.
Yeah, definitely be a bit more careful about where the Nature's Prophet is next time round he rolls in. I'd imagine no one.
And overall, the play, too, for Vision, it's a pretty greedy one. They're going just for like a Wisdom steal, something that perhaps isn't the most necessary play to go for here, diving into high ground. Yandex is super ready for it. Everybody was there. Now they've got a gem, so they can start to reclaim that map control, start to play versus the Silver Edge Tiny a bit more here.
Understandably, they probably feel that they're decently ahead, but maybe misreading how far ahead they are. It's an 8k advantage, still very much a lead that can slip away, especially if they go for these sort of risky plays that don't really seem to have that much of a reward, really, relative to the risk.
Watson's there. They can show that they can fight still, especially in this type of positioning, right? All of them on high ground, one by one positioning that comes in from Vision. First time we see Vision falter in this game.
Yeah, they've got to keep their cool, especially when they're this close to being able to move forward to the grand finals.
Aegis will get reclaimed. Satanic is able to put his Quelling Blade back into play. Can't be able to break away through that Nature's Prophet. They're looking for a gank here. Ravage is at the ready for DM.
Watson would be the big catch.
Doxa gonna scout things out as well here with the gem. Stepping forward. Panic seems to know where Watson is.
Double Dust, not going to catch anyone.
Panic will find the grab. Soxa, that's the gem. Did they see it though? 9 class did. He'll grab it back. Okay, it's been recovered. Small little hiccup there. Oh, small. Pretty decent hiccup there from the side of Vision. DM. Aghanim soon on the horizon for him too. So all about buffing up this Nature's Prophet, getting that extra minus armor from the Gush. They've got the Alacrity. Malady doesn't look like he can go for the Solar Crest just yet. He wants to be able to have that extra buff up, but he wants to at least have that save. The catch
was close there, went for a risky blink TP, but he'll be fine. DM gets out. As you say, that's the purchase done.
And they've got the blink. Starting to get more and more ways to get these team fights in together. And if they can get the connection, if they can point blank Ravage again, the damage is starting to be there for Yandex.
You know, having just the Miona and the Daedalus alone on this Nature's Prophet, you cannot understate how hard the Nature's Prophet will tear through these heroes.
The Timbersaw, maybe that's a bit of a difficult one,
with this
but the other
heart
two...
and the armor. But yeah, no one rolling in's got to be careful. The Satanic, if he jumps in, drops his combo, and the distance is still there between him and Watson, he could still run into issues.
Notice, though, that's going to be a difficult cookie to crack. We'll have to see how they do deal with him, because, my goodness, Heart and Shiva's now picked up from him. He's going to be hard, and he's going to be able to give a lot of information, too, for the team, because he could just play in that front line. Tough to bring down.
We have it outside of the base.
Yeah. Forward, notice.
Gonna try and see what he can force out of Yandex.
Arrow will connect Satanix in.
Oh, it's a beautiful two-man avalanche. Gets it onto the two of them. The Tombstone save's going to be there to buy time for DM, but he's so low, will be able to get out. Blink away. TP's out of this. DM, is he going to live? Nearly gets caught by 9 class, but the TP succeeds just in time.
Malady, though, doesn't look like he'll be so lucky. Back in the Tombstone he goes, but inevitably will get brought down. That was the
Support's gone.
DD from Satanic coming in.
I mean, Vision, do they want to do anything with this?
Wait, it was the DD, wasn't it? Am I crazy? He did have a DD, right?
I don't think he did.
Oh, okay. It looked like he did from the damage.
That was just the damage alone.
Okay, whoops. Because I saw that one of the damage was
It got denied earlier. But yeah, there wasn't one since, no. That was just the combo alone.
Can I actually see that again if we don't mind for a second here? I swear he had the DD. Was it picked up and killed at the same time? I don't know. Maybe he just didn't blue. Whatever. The damage looked very high from it, but... I didn't think he'd have that burst to almost bring down the tide, but that was interesting. All right. Well,
DM did drop very low very quickly to that.
We're able to bail him out, though.
Here we go. Coming in, and...
no, he's just blue. Okay, I'm crazy. Sorry. But just the damage was so high, it looked like he did have it. Thank you. Production.
I noticed, does get the BKB forced out of him there in the mid. Pop it back off. AC very close to being done for Satanic. So as we saw there, already how much burst damage was coming out, it's going to be even greater. So DM has to be very careful. You know, there's only so many heroes that Malady can try and bail out with the Tombstone save. And ideally wants to save it for Watson.
And Satanic also, not just the aggressive potential, right? The defensive with this AC is going to be massive versus Watson also. Because these triple cores, they are getting to that point where the armor is going to be difficult for Watson to break through. The Shivas is done for no one as well. Double Shivas plus an AC versus the single physical core. That last game, Watson was able to do it. This one feels a bit more difficult in particular because DM, he's struggling a lot more than in comparison to that last game. I didn't do it against Watson. DM.
Got set up. Nobody else here with 9 class, but of course DM doesn't necessarily know that. Keep this cool though.
They should actually make the aggressive move themselves here. Also to point out, Ducalis, he has gone for the aggressive play. He's got the Distiller plus the Pike.
Kira Jr.
He does a lot of damage too.
I'm with the wraparound, has to put the BKB. Same time, Satanic in with the Avalanche. He's going to get caught in the Sprout. Watson turning and standing his ground, looking towards Satanic. Satanic go back off here with the Silver Edge. They've killed off Malady. If they can go for more, it's a good Brambles in the fear. Catching the 3 of them. Ravage has to come out for DM to just try and hold them back into the arrow onto Ducalis. Satanic, he's in though with the Avalanche. BKB there from Watson. Turns towards no one, brings down the Earth Spirit. So now to be careful now with the BKB coming to an end. The Chakram slowing him down.
They're
Curse
diving
Brown, a dive forward here from Notice, in with the Timber Chain. Watson caught by the Curse Brown stun. He's out for 80. Malady dies beyond the tier 3 tower, and DM has been caught by 9 class, 4 dead on Yandex.
By 9 class, holy crap, a 3-man terrorize onto all of them. Beautiful connection. No one kind of hands himself on a silver platter onto the Nature's Prophet, but it forces the BKB, forces the Satanic.
It all works
It's
out.
not just one core in this game. They've got multiple different ones on Vision. While for the side of Yandex, it really is just Watson at this point doing that damage. Chira, he's struggling in this game.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. Chira was trying to find some sort of way to start the action off. Has to put this BKB very early to try and get himself safely back over to the rest of the team. They look to Satanic, but with that AC that's just been picked up, they don't have the damage to threaten the Tiny. And here's where it starts to get really awkward. The control comes in from 9 class, and at this point, through the duration of the BKB, Watson, he can try and turn and look towards the Enchantress, but he knows now it's running short the duration. Yes, they're able to kill no one, but at this stage, there's nothing else to save Watson and Vision. They know it. They dive in, they kill off the carry, and make sure that this fight is well and truly in the bag for them.
Top also, Saksa, 9 class going for the solo kill. Almost does get him completely here. Can Saksa get out? He's trying.
Out leaps.
Chira's connecting. They've got the TP coming in too, so 9 class could be in trouble himself. He is being annoying.
He
Really
really
making the
is.
work for it. He's got a Wind Waker.
All right.
Okay,
They'll get him. Of course, same time, space being created. Satanic's able to finish off the Roche, get the Aegis picked up for the next play.
DM overall too, in that last fight, he needs to have a bit more patience with this Ravage. This one is a bit of a panic one because that Fear connection that came in, it ended up just catching like an Enchantress. Sure, it caught the backline of the Timbersaw, but they need that Ravage when Watson's just standing his ground and able to just wail on this on these targets. This was not the case for him this time around, so spellcasting has to be a bit better from the side of Yandex to be able to have a chance at this deficit.
Some pretty crazy levels now on Team Vision. We've got the 25 on Notice, the 25 as well on Satanic.
We said this is one of those games where Notice has the potential to be that carry. He is being that carry as this Timbersaw as well. There's just so much HP that they need to get through of these 3 cores.
And they were able to hit him with those rotations early on from Chira Jr., but since then,
he hasn't died.
Not been able to kill him.
Yep, it was the 2 deaths early on from the rotations, then he got the heart, and it felt like from there, yeah, they can't really touch or threaten him. He is a nuisance.
UK lead now for Team Vision.
No one now also having the Bloodstone. He is dying a couple times here. We do see the 2 deaths for him, but it's still doing his job, right? One of the heroes, one of the cores essentially has to be the sacrifice for the others at this point in the game to be able to have that success. Cheer up. He has to be in the back line. He cannot get caught at the start of these fights again.
Oh, they're gonna see him. They've got
gets
the
caught
Hex.
at the start.
Can he survive through this? He'll get the chance to put the BKB turn, but the Tornado is going to go for the BKB TP out. Nothing to stop it. He'll get out.
But a full defensive BKB, it's going to be 90 seconds. They don't have that for the fight. Cheers positioning this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Watson really has to do so much here. Nature's Prophet, not easy.
Is a Butterfly gonna be I understand the Butterfly versus the Tiny is fantastic, but it's not good versus the rest of the heroes so much. So, I mean, there's not much else he can go. I'm thinking that Rapier Territory can start to be something he might be thinking about, but maybe he still feels like he doesn't need to rush it that much more still. But we'll see. The push is starting to come in. Satanic, 2.5 minutes on this Aegis.
Got the odds to the red. Ravage is there. This is going to be TP back to be a part of the defense. Yam. The anchor down, set up for the Tornado. Banner's out though for Team Vision, keeping the pressure on the tier 3. Saxon trying to step up, they're trying to get rid of it, but the Hex is there. They make the jump over towards him. Malady comes in with the Tombstone save to keep Saxa alive.
They'll be able to take care of the banner because of that. So at least stopping the push for a moment here. The creeps are starting to beat on bottom. Also looks like Vision doesn't want to stick in the area too much more here. They'll respond to that push.
I like this as well. I was going to ask you about this.
He's changing it a lot.
He's looking at the Hex, looking for the Ags. Surely the dream of the Ags combo to follow up a Ravage is it's worth going more into than the Hex, or what do you say at this point? Because he's considering either.
The Ags damage, it's just, it doesn't work as much as it used to now in the old days. Like, I think the Hex just feels a bit better. They need that extra control because it's all about Watson to do the damage. The magical, it just really isn't what it once was. Sure, it's pure damage from the Sun Strikes, but it still is.
They're pretty high HP heroes.
Exactly. Like, eventually, sure, he can go for it, but I think the Hex is something a bit more important because they can kill these heroes if they don't get the BKBs off.
Trying to step out the base here with a bit of a smoke. Vision already backed off. Maybe they catch Ducalis, as he has potentially stuck around a little too long.
He's very deep.
Yeah, they're going to get him. So Ducalis
It's a gem.
get punished, and indeed hanging around like that with the gem. A little bit of a mistake there.
I'm surprised he's sticking around there with like nobody around him. It was Satanic near him, sort of, but not really the rest of the heroes.
I mean, they might
They're
be
looking
trying to
for
go for
Satanic.
Satanic there, and with the jump over towards him, he does of course have this Aegis still for a minute.
But he's pretty alone.
I mean, no one's trying to get over to help him out. He's trying to get away here with the Silver Edge, but the dust is upon him. The gust will slow him down. Chira Jr. with the wraparound from the side there. They're trying to wait for the timing of it. They're going to wait 40 seconds.
Long time.
They've just got to kill him at once.
Backline.
At the side, will get the fear down on towards Saxa. So that's the Mirana out. No one and Satanic turn with the full combo onto Malady. They deal with the two supports of Yandex. Chira Jr.
Again, it has to be KB and TP out. I mean, you can feel that indecision from
Sure,
Yannick. Do we want to really chase this? It's kind of crazy.
But at the same time, I felt like they were going to be able to kill him,
Yeah.
or at least take that Aegis out of his hands a little bit quicker, but they hesitated a bit.
They're just afraid. You can feel it there. And the push now coming in again.
Nine class.
Still has BKB.
He knows that Watson was there in the trees,
Oh
but
my god, if he gets
not get the catch onto it.
gets the UOS to at least interrupt, could be annoying for the push. It is coming in, notice.
All right, Butterfly's done, and they do still have the Ravage here for the defense. Down 26k. Still, without the supports for 10 or so seconds.
Buildings are dropping. Nice little save there from no one. Pulling Satanic out of some of the damage. BKB gets popped, plays it safe.
Finish the job and get out. Nothing to stop the BKB TP.
Smart. Not risking anything there. Not trying to like back up and reset. Can get caught and killed if he doesn't pop that BKB and TP out.
I mean, is there any way they can get out and try and force a fight whilst this BKB for the Tiny's on cooldown?
Is it worth the risk? Could just lose the game with that move there. So I don't know if Yandex is going to want to make that type of aggressive move. Watson, okay, this is smart. He's going to go for the Hydra Breath afterwards. I like this, the percent damage. It's good versus these tanky heroes.
I mean, all three of them having over 4,000 HP, the Hydra's Breath is absolutely going to hurt. He hits hard. Like, I think once the Hydra's Breath there, he can take down these heroes as long as they have the control, which, as you say, but they're trying to build towards. Chira Jr. very close to having the money for the Hex. We'll see how much they want to spend up on these big items over saving for buyback, because buyback is probably going to be preferable in this sort of situation.
Saxa doing some missions here, getting the Lotuses, trying to get any little thing that he can to be able to have these buff-ups. These greater healing Lotuses can change the times of some of these fights. If you don't commit to kill a hero, can potentially get saved. So eyes on those for the upcoming one as well. 27,000 lead. It does continue to grow here for Vision, and it's multiple different heroes. That's the scary thing. Everyone is scaling on Vision. It is mostly Watson on the side of Yandex that's getting the scale. And Chira, he's been slowed down so much this game. 8 deaths.
It's enough here for the Hex. Does he want to spend up?
Buys the one component. Probably does want to just be careful to have that buyback. The smoke, though, Vision. They're looking to strike again.
Know that Yandex is likely outside of the base. Be aware that Chira Jr. is pushing out that bottom lane.
Chira, be careful.
Titanic
Gets caught in one stun.
coming in from the side, the supports. Nine class and Ducalis.
Not Chira, be careful.
They'll sense it just in time. Yandex.
Here for neutrals. Chira. And the Rattle Kit means he did not get the Conjurers, is what that tells me. A bit unlucky for him with the timing. Saxa will get it, so some extra burst damage that can come out from the Mirana. And yeah, okay, Watson's queuing it up, Owen. The Rapiers, they're starting to get queued. He's feeling like it's not going to be the answer with the Hydra.
All right.
And yeah, I mean, the Hydra Breath, the thing about the item, it's good, but it takes a little time for the damage to come out from it. Rapier, much faster.
And it's pretty expensive, right? How much is the Hydra's Breath? It's close to the same price as a Divine Rapier.
He does have the Lance, though, so it's not...
And that's true. You spend up a little bit. But likely will be, well, I imagine, selling the Dragon Lance, right, if he does want to get Rapier in for that final slot.
And it honestly, it does feel necessary. There is such high HP pool.
Well, he's got a BKB.
He's got to kill everybody.
He's got to kill someone during that BKB.
Hex completed. Chira does have that extra control now for him. All about enabling Watson. Level 25 starting to get hit as well on the Earth Spirit. No one now has the OP talents. They also are picking up a lot of these greater healing lotuses as well to point out on the side of Vision, so not just giving those away to Saksa.
They can wait for the Roshan run.
They can.
Coming up in a minute.
Keep waiting for them to come out to them. As I said, it's only really Watson growing for Yandex. More and more heroes on Vision are scaling, even the support.
Satanic is going to see the two of them. It's an easy avalanche toss combo.
So much damage.
BKB's going to be popped by Chira Jr. He'll get up with the Ghost Walk. He's going to live. I was very close.
Oh, it almost gets to both of them.
Not quite enough damage to fully 100-0 the two of them, but it's close.
That says a lot about how scary this Tiny really is at this point. I think the Lotus maybe even saving one of them. I know that Saksa used one of them that he did have.
Yeah, and we'll see after that. He's got the crit queued up because, you know, if he's able to get the crit, those two heroes, next time they'll be dead.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got the money to start doing it.
At least can buy the small crit, which will be enough to pop them in that next occasion. Roche, 20 seconds. Yandex, they're trying to punish the fact that Satanic doesn't have BKB.
This is risky, but it's a risk that's definitely worth a shot.
It's 50 seconds without his BKB on this time.
Down 28k as a team. Notice he's going to be able to get the jump onto them first. They'll turn with the Hex and the Tornado. Watson TPing over. Here comes the backup. Noah rolls in straight away on top of Watson. Drops the magnetize. Watson turns with the BKB, looks towards Noah, but Noah's healing up with the Bloodstone. Full HP here on the Earth Spirit. They bring Notice down relatively low.
Watson
he's not scared. Gets back in. They get the Hex onto Watson.
He's gone. Notice tanked everything and he's still alive.
And he knew that he could get back in there as well on about 10% HP. Noticed having no fear.
He is the rock for this team this game. Even if there's a Tiny on his team, he is invulnerable. Blinks into 5 heroes and survives.
And here we go. You know, who needs Roshan when there's the carry dead? Time to hit the base.
They tried to take an opportunity there with the BKB on cooldown of the Tiny, but Notice says, nope, I will block your entry.
For the fortification, and they do have the buyback available on Watson.
That's going to kill his growth toward that Rapier, though. His damage, we're seeing it's not there without it. Daedalus now finished up for the Tiny.
And look at the Notice. You know, his BKB still on cooldown for 40 seconds. Watson coming in with the buyback.
They have the damage for him.
It's good control. Satanic's in with the counterplay, makes the jump on Watson, but Malady comes in with the tombstone save. Satanic turns his attention over towards Malady instead. Malady's gone. Immediate buyback comes in from the Undying. The BKB's wearing off a Vision. They've got to run. Yandex, they have to try and punish this. They're going to look over towards the Tiny. Notice comes in with the chakra to slow them down. Watson, he'll look to Dukalis. Hex is out on the multi-charger, but no one goes back in. Watson is surrounded. He'll look to Nightclass, but the Wind Waker's there. Nightclass lives.
He's gone.
Watson goes down. He's out for 2 minutes. A TP out just in time will save Chira Jr., but Yandex, they're going to have to try and hold with just the 4 of them for the next 2 minutes.
There's no damage now at this point. Chira, he can't do it on his own. Watson tries to TP in, but they're just too tanky. Oh, and Notice, again, drops to quarter HP, back up to full, super fast afterwards. They're closing it up here.
Yep, looking for the mega creeps. I'm very likely looking for more here.
40k lead at this 48 minutes. All 3 cores continue to have this incredible game for the side of Vision.
Yandex, what have they got left here with just the 4 of them? Average is going to be up in about 10 seconds.
Notice just jumps into their face time and time again.
Four's falling.
Chira.
Satanic get him with the combo, that sacks her out. He doesn't have the buyback. Look at the Hex on it. Chira into the fair. He'll buy back. TM is going to have Ravage up in a second. Tornado should be enough to finish Nightclass off. There comes the Ravage.
Notice is untouched, unfazed.
They've got the cold snap onto him, but it doesn't matter. They get him down to half HP. They won't get him any lower. TM's gone. This game, this series is over. GG is called. Team Vision are moving on to the grand final.
These 3 tanky cores, just too much for Watson to deal with. They covered their bases this time around. They knew how to deal with this draft of Yandex, and they really did punish Chira so much in this game. 9 deaths on the Invoker from the beginning of the game. This little lane switch up that we don't see them do too often, but having this Enchantress top set up success for Notice. Set up success for the mid on the rotations, as well on the bottom lane. Having this Willow Tiny, they kind of won all 3 lanes, got so much snowball potential. Watson was keeping up with Farm, but the fights really never went the way of Yandex.
Yeah, everything fell onto the shoulders of Watson, and it was just a much a different situation, right, as opposed to game 2 with him on the Luna. Yep. On the Nature's Prophet, when you're playing behind as a team and everything rests on your shoulders, it's such a tough position to try and carry the game solo.
They counterpicked him really hard too, right? In this draft, it was the first pick NP carry. The last game, it was a Luna last pick, so he got that success. They had the 3 heroes to jump him, get on his face over and over and over again. What a game for Vision.
Yeah, Team Vision overall showing why many a team are struggling to do much against them. I think on their run so far, we've seen them drop a game in each of the series, but overall, the wins.
They've only really lost with Puck as well, too, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is one of the big ones.
Maybe another lesson reiterated and learned again today here, because indeed when the Puck wasn't there, they really did shine. Team Vision are going to be the first grand finalists here this year at the International.
Ducalis, before Dove gives you your introduction, I want to give you an opportunity to process these words. You are a TI Grand Finalist now.
Tsunami 刚跟他说，在我热烈欢迎他之前，他需要让他记住接下来这一些文字。你现在是 TI 2026总决赛的第1位战队了。那现在让我们用掌声和欢呼声送给 Ducalis， 送给我们的第一支种子队伍 Vision。
So with that in mind, Ducalis, I want to know, what are you thinking right now and how are you feeling?
现场的观众非常的热情，现在你在想些什么呢？可以我们分享一下你的想法吗？
I'm feeling great because I think last year we got stolen twice to go to grand final. This time we don't choke and we are going to play there. So yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very proud of my team. I'm very proud of our journey through last 3 months because we improve a lot. And thank you Notice to come and carry us.
他刚刚说，我现在感觉非常的好，因为我的队友们在过去的3个月当中，感觉我们成长了许多。过去的这3个月的时间，我和他们一起度过，我感觉非常的好。而且我们去年的 TI 呢，其实有2次都被从总决赛当中拖回来了，最后我们是没有能够打这个总决赛。那今天在这里，我们能够进入到总决赛，我感觉非常的好。感谢我的队友，感谢所有支持我们的粉丝。
I want to talk about your path through this bracket. You're losing a lot of game 2s, I notice. And Dove was telling me about a Chinese proverb that may have some relation to that. You mind explaining?
Yes. So Tsunami 刚刚问了他说，我们现在想要去聊一下你们的队伍的风格。你们好像总是会在，特别是淘汰赛当中，第2局就输掉了。然后我们刚刚在后台做备采，我跟 Tsunami 说，知道吗？我们中文有一句古话叫“真正的大师，收放自如，游刃有余，锋芒自控”。也许这就是 Vision 吧。So the real master, they're like a little bit naughty. Play around, they kind of control how much effort they can put into the game. Do you think that's Ducalis and Vision, what they're doing during playoffs?
Because it seems that sometimes these game 2s, you're testing what you can get away with. Is that what you've been doing through these game 2s?
I think we just sometimes not on same page in games, and we are comebacking from hard game like this game too. Where we have rough laning stage, but then we pick off of them on map and we just didn't get to the ball. But yeah, it's good for us to give games because we have more practice and understand what's good and bad.
我觉得我们整个队伍有的时候可能不在一个节奏，不在一个讨论的东西不一样。我们有的时候，比如说像今天的第2场比赛，在对线期劣势之后呢，可能打得回来，也有可能打不回来。但是这样的一些比赛对局，其实可以让我们去锻炼自己，能够去总结，能够从这些对局当中呢学到一些东西。所以我觉得，有的时候输掉其实也还好啦。
So then as the master, you beat BoomBoys in round 1. Team Spirit in round 2, Yandex in round 3. Who do you think is going to get the rematch with the Master in Grand Finals?
目前我们所剩的剩下3支队伍里面有 BB、Spirit 和他们刚刚击败的 Yandex， 都曾经失败过，没有挑战成功过 Vision。那想问他，觉得最后总决赛即将迎接他们挑战的会是谁呢？
I mean, it's actually funny because all 3 teams, it's like some story behind it. Because basically, Bad Boom, it's Naruto against Sasuke, like they have Steam profile picture. Second, it's Spirit, it's Young Prince against King. And third one is Yandex, it's DM against, so yeah.
Wait, so then do you have a preference?
Let it be King against Prince.
他刚刚 要说这个问题其实很有趣，因为我们和这3支队伍都有一些历史，我们曾经的一些队友都是来自于这3支队伍的，这3支队伍里面都有我们熟悉的一些老对手和老队友，所以你如果让我非要选一个的话，我觉得应该是 Spirit 吧。
Then let's see it happen. King versus Prince. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Vision and Ducalis.
让我们最后再一次让他感受到我们上海的热情，好吗？
Vision make a statement in game number 3, securing themselves the grand final for the International 15 here in Shanghai. But an even bolder statement by Ducalis there in his interview that they want the Spirit rematch. They would love to see Spirit come up through that lower bracket and have the Prince versus King in a best of 5 this time around.
Who wouldn't want to see Yatoro versus Satanic for a Aegis potential to lift? I mean, this team is... There's something else, and I love that he praises Noticed in the interview because I think it's so hard to find a really, truly good offlaner to build around in modern Dota. There's so few of them. And Noticed has risen from nothing into one of the best offlaners, arguably the best offlaner in the world right now. And I think I'm glad that he's giving props where they're due because he is owning.
He's been such a standout, and I mean, I feel like Team Spirit have been the pride and joy of the EE region for a long time, and if you're gonna win a TI, it better be against Team Spirit, and I think that's how Ducalis feels when he brings it up. That's why he wants to go into this matchup. Winning against the team that has represented your region and won 2 Aegises, there's no bigger honor than that.
I also feel like it's a very bold statement because, like, Yatoro and TI Grand Finals is a different beast.
True.
You gotta really believe in yourselves to want to go up against them. So it's cool. It's cool. They're obviously feeling themselves. You can tell from their gameplay. They don't get phased by game 2 at all. Game 3, I think they're doing all the right things on all the players.
Everything working just so beautifully for themselves when they do get on that same page, because he alludes to game 2 isn't necessarily this like, oh, we're toying with people, we're learning lessons. It's we're just straight up not on the same page. But when they are on the same page, you get games like this. You get game 3.
Yeah, and I think it's a really impressive skill to be able to be not on the same page and quickly fix that and get in the middle of it. We've seen multiple times, right? They lose the game 2s and then come back and they fix their problems and they win game 3. And that is an incredibly important skill set. So that you don't just 2-0 all your series. You get to finals, you drop a game, and now you're just fractured and shattered. You don't know how to fix it, right? They've been learning how to fix problems while also winning every series.
Yeah, I mean, if that's them not on the same page, I worry for every team in Dota if they all get on the same page all the time. I mean, if this is the state of them still not seeing eye to eye and they're the best team in this tournament so far, that's pretty spooky.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like there's something that multiple people now have said in their interviews. It's the kind of concept of journey before destination, which I think is really beautiful. And it's something that, you know, you can take with you not only in Dota, but not only in Dota tournaments, but also in life. I think part of their journey has been to grow as people and to grow as teammates. And that's what's made them get to this point.
Yeah, I think it also helps take a lot of pressure off, that you're not so worried about, we have to win TI, we have to win TI. It's all focused on this. That if it's more spread out, that means the burden of stress is also less, focused because you're not so worried about the destination. So I think it helps for performance too.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the be-all end-all, Effie, is we either lift the Aegis or there isn't anything about it. We can enjoy what it is. We can enjoy it when it's a top 8, when it's a top 3.
Yeah, if you have that kind of mentality, it's going to take you very far, especially if you've got the Dota to back it up, and they do. This game was just a masterclass in them isolating targets, being able to blink in and stun and burst and make it so that team fights are never taken as 5 by Yandex. And Team Vision, they've got all the skills. They can pick you off 1 by 1, they can out late game you, they can win the early game. They've got it all.
And they're going to have the joy of a grand final tomorrow. They're already sitting very secure for themselves. But it's also been a journey for a lot of us at home about how beautiful this international is, what there is meaning-wise, and the fact that we get to enjoy another year in Shanghai.
大家好，我是苏秀代表性传承人汤小红。 我从小生长在我们著名的刺绣之乡苏州镇湖，从事刺绣行业已经24年了。苏绣有几千年的历史，然后它在世世代代的传承中，这个技艺不断的变化，不断的发展，然后到现在我们形成了我们现在完整的这个苏绣的技艺。比如说我们讲的平，那就需要我们在刺绣的时候，它的绣面是平整的，边缘是齐整的，那就需要绣娘每一针都是拉力都是均匀的，下去的时候它每一针都要恰到好处。细，这是我们苏绣最显著的特点，就是要把一根我们苏绣的蚕丝线最细要分到128分之一。可以这么说，每一件作品我们都不是用单一的技法去表现的。我们在绣之前，通过我们自己的经验，为这个作品选择最合适的针法、最合适的色彩。收到这个图稿以后，我们首先对这个图稿做了一些调整，比如说图稿里边的松枝还有梅花，可能是电脑绘图，它的线条会比较的生硬，所以这两个是我们一开始就改动的。云纹我们也做了一些调整，使得让它看起来更圆润，给它的层次色级多了一些。水纹我们就参考了一些它这种海水江洋纹里面的水浪的这个绣法跟这个丝理的变化，水浪跟整体会更出挑一点。然后我们对这个图稿做了调整以后，我们就选定了适合的面料，我们选的是一个我们桑蚕丝的这个真丝绡。真丝绡是刺绣的面料里边是最薄最透的一个面料，使得让它在这个整体的造型里边有这种虚实感觉会更好一些。选定面料以后，我们就开始上绷，上绷以后我们就开始勾稿，勾绘到面料上之后再配线，配线以后后面就是这个整个刺绣的过程了。这个盾其实它的面积其实挺大的，然后在绣的过程中呢，它有一个层层叠叠的过程。比如说松底下它是有底板的，底板上面再要绣枝干，枝干上面再要绣松针。那么我们就必须要在我们绣底板的时候，先要确定好它的方向、丝理，然后它的配色。如果我到绣枝干的时候发现这个底板出现问题了，后期是很难去调整的。所以我们在每一步都要在绣之前设计好它怎么绣，包括什么样的配色，包括什么样的丝理方向，然后用什么样的针法，要每一步都不能出错，到最后才能成型一件比较成功的作品。平齐细密，光和顺匀，丝线是有光泽的，我们不同的针法，然后在里边还有不同的方向，通过颜色深浅不一的这种过渡，我们就能体现不同的层次。苏绣会有它独特的丝光感，人可以走动，它的光泽感也会有变动。一件作品承载的不光是记忆，还是我们每一个绣娘人生一段独一无二的时光。我希望这个作品能带给大家一些不一样的感受，让大家感觉到我们苏绣除了是古老的记忆，还是我们焕然的新生。
A beautifully dedicated craft there, 20 years of experience put into something to represent over 16 years of journeys for so many players, 15 internationals now. And it's crazy to think that we've been so lucky to get to visit Shanghai for a second time, to see so many different players achieve that dream and see what it is all about making a grand final, making it to the main stage of an international yet again in Senia.
Yeah, and I feel like it's kind of cool to see pieces like this because we've dedicated our lives to our craft and we've poured our heart and soul into it, and we've accomplished many things in Dota. And to see other people that are so passionate about whatever they decide to work with, I always find that kind of stuff really, really fascinating. And I have it's cool. It was really cool to see this video.
In a way.
Chills.
I mean, it's around the arena as well, so anyone that's lucky enough to be here in Shanghai should definitely go and find it, have a look at it, and get to see what, all of this experience, all of the hours put into it is, because that's what we're doing every time we get to sit down and have the pleasure of watching these professionals come into a game of Dota. And whilst our day isn't over just yet for this Saturday, we still have another best of 3. Unfortunately, one of the 2 teams that's about to come out, their journey will be over. We're looking back at eliminations now, and we have to look towards teams that played earlier today. We've got Spirit coming up against BoomBoys, and for Spirit, it's such a draining day, Quinn. They played the first series and now the 4th.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest parts of a TI run. It's why you don't want to drop to the lower bracket, because you know this day is coming where you have to play 2 matches. It is incredibly draining. I've done it twice, and man, it sucks. And so I think for both these teams, it's not only the Dota game you're fighting, but it's the psychological and the energy battle to remain strong enough to actually play to a high enough potential while being tested on a time basis.
Yeah, and you're going to make some trades, right? Because Collapse mentioned that he was tired and he just wanted to finish, and he only slept 5 hours. So the question is, did they go back and sleep, or did they watch to prepare for their last series today?
I feel like usually we used to try to go back and sleep, but the thing is you have so much adrenaline going, and a lot of people drink caffeine in one way or another, and that kind of affects that. You also, I feel like I put a lot of effort into this because I feel like there's a caffeine theory. And I feel like your first hit of caffeine in the day always hits different than your second one. It doesn't hit quite as hard.
Well, hopefully the adrenaline also hits different, right? The first time you walk out on stage for the day, maybe it hits a little harder, but they're going to have to do it for a second time because they're coming out on stage. It is going to be Spirit. BoomBoys taking to the stage, walking out for the second time today. And hopefully the fact that their series was only a couple of hours ago is enough to be able to give them that advantage here in the lower bracket. They dropped down a little earlier than teams would have expected, but that doesn't mean they're out by any means. They have a lot in the back pocket. They're going to come out fighting because they know their opponent is a formidable one. Lifted their second Aegis back at TI-12, but since then they have failed to make the main stage. But this time around, top 8 is what they achieved for themselves. A top 6, they pushed even further, and despite being in the lower bracket, you cannot underestimate what they're going to be able to bring to a best of 3. A lot of cheers in the crowd for them, and I know that these players thrive of it. They love to walk out here on stage. They love to give the fans everything they want, and I feel like coming up against BoomBoys, maybe that's the slight edge because it's a Spirit at the International.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Team Vision being the final boss of this tournament, and they are, but Team Spirit are the final boss of the International. They always have been. This is the team everyone is afraid to come up against when it comes to these moments, when it comes to the lower bracket. They feed off of the energy, and they've been here before in Senia.
I feel like Spirit's that one team that you never want to see go far, because you want to make sure you knock them out early. You don't want to let them power up. You don't want to let them do this whole run. I feel like they have this aura to them that when they get to grand finals, they're probably the scariest team you could go up against.
Yeah, something about the Aegis is like a reactor that they're slowly sucking energy from until they become this giant beacon of light blasting you in the Dota game. It is terrifying and yet also amazing to watch. You can't look away because they are just, I don't know, it's incredible. The energy they bring to the crowd, they bring to the game, they're a different beast. They're a one-of-a-kind team that has ever existed in this game, and it's why they're so fascinating to watch because their gameplay, their whole atmosphere is enthralling.
It's just an insane thing to see the crowd react to Spirit walking out there. It's so hard when a lot of these people don't have necessarily a hometown hero anymore to cheer for, but the connection between Ame and Yotaro, it's there, and I love it that people are willing to back up Yotaro, the name that he's made for himself, the name that Spirit have been able to make for themselves as well. And it isn't just with fans, but it's what they're able to do in Dota. And big question we've always had is, okay, are they still that late game sort of Spirit? Are we seeing a turn for the playstyles, and is it a different sort of threat that we have to be worried about for Spirit?
I feel like they've unlocked a new playstyle without actually losing the old. They've shown signs of during this TI that they can still play the way that they used to. They can still play a little bit of a slower pace. I think that's a big deal thanks to Miposhka joining them as a coach. He's kind of like taught these players, like, this is how we used to do things. But the new players have also brought with them a lot more aggression. I feel like the two supports, Rue and Not Me, they have brought a whole different way of playing to Spirit, which is a lot more active. Laurel is more enabled. They're able to play through mid. They're able to play through their side lanes. And this team is really, really scary. I feel like they're playing extremely well. And if they can figure out their drafting, they might become unstoppable.
Yeah, I love that point because in the past, Team Spirit were by the book in the early game in the sense that, okay, we're going to sack, we're going to contest runes, we're going to hit these basic timings, but that's about it. That's not what we play for. We play for our late game timing. We play for the culmination of our carry into the monster that he is. And when you have a player like Not Me joined two months ago, he kind of made it so that that's not the case anymore. He's not just moving mid at minute 6 and minute 8. He's looking for kills wherever he can. So many times I've seen him run around on his clockwork. He's like fighting minute 5 with God knows who, creating situations out of nowhere, and it's really helped this team become more skirmishy.
Yeah, the fact that collapsing Yotaro aren't the only talking points for them anymore, that we talk so much about the supports, I think is a testament to how incredibly gifted they are. This Rue guy is respected at such a high level by every single professional player. You talk to anyone, they're like, dude, Rue is amazing because he is. The early aggression, the right place at the right time. This guy is as close to the spitting image of a Miposhka as you can get. It's a treat to behold, and the fact that they have supports as good as their cores, and we all know about their cores, that is impressive.
I feel like the way that you can contextualize that for a lot of people who might not see the extreme nuances when it comes to what a support is able to give towards their cause and give to a game is the fact that right now the only Aegis steals that Spirit have within TI is both of their supports. Not Me got one on Rubik taking, what was it, Slight, and was able to take Aegis that way in group stage. But Rue also was able to do it on the main stage. And so you're wondering, okay, Collapse, Lol, Yotaro, maybe you guys have to step up a little bit here.
Their throne is being challenged by their two supports.
Right?
There's got to be like a rite of passage for Team Spirit. I mean, you guys in the green room, I was like, no, don't do Roshan in front of Collapse. Don't do it. Like, I hear you guys, I hear the trauma in your voices, but now it's like, the supports are here. Don't do Roshan. It's just so funny.
It's genuinely crazy. And I think what you forget is that at the same time, while Yotaro and Collapse have been around forever, that GPK and Save are offering a very similar threat, that these players have been around as a duo for an extremely long period of time, both over the 1,000 game mark as players, and I think that is, I don't know, you just don't recognize it, but they played on so many different iterations, and I think there's something really commendable out of duo of players over years and years and years that you decide, hey, players come and go, and I get team invites to this team or that team, but this guy, I believe in his ideas about Dota, I believe in him as a player, and we're going to build something together. It's not just about winning, it's about winning with this guy.
Yeah, I think that's super cool. And it's honestly kind of funny to look at this as well, because if you pay attention to the roles, none of the roles actually match up. Like, you have the offlaner and the carry from Spirit, who are like the experienced guys bringing experience to their team. On BetBoom, it's the position 4 and the position 2. So it kind of creates a slightly different dynamic within the team, I think, depending on which roles are like your experienced guys that are going to guide you. For Spirit, it is those two late game cores. They're going to be farming on each side of the map. Whereas for BetBoom, it's the mid laner and the 4, so it's more aggression.
Yeah, for BoomBoys, I can really understand why Save wants to play with GPK. I mean, it kind of makes sense in that year 4 does play with the 2 a lot, like a lot more consistency than the 2 side lanes. And Save has always been considered in EEU one of the best 4s in the world. Like, he climbed to the top of the leaderboards 5 years ago playing 4 Wind Ranger. He made a name for himself, and he never quite found a team that really allowed him to shine until he kind of matched up with GPK, and then they were making magic happen in that mid lane.
Yeah, and you talk about 4 players with incredible individual skill. Save, when he plays mid, like, I don't know, takes it to professional mid players all the time. He is so good at laning that it even transfers into mid. And I can tell you from experience, most of the time when you see support in mid because there's not enough cores on the team in a pub, man, it's a walkover. But for save, he's giving you a run for your money. He is an incredibly mechanically gifted player, and you feel it, you see it when you play against this guy. He is just always right place, right time. And I think there's such a battle of the supports in this series.
For a second, I thought you had misspoken because I thought you were talking about like, oh, when your support rotates to mid, but you're talking no straight up when he is taking that role.
Yeah, no, I think this guy could play professionally mid if he wanted to.
Wow.
But he says, you know what? I'm not going to make the players sweat so much, and I'll instead stick it to the side lanes.
He's more than comfortable being on the same team as GBK, put in all the faith there, but it is going to be a big battle of sports. We're seeing, that comparison between Save and Not Me. And again, Not Me is so new to the scene. A lot of people who were watching 12 months ago were like, where did this guy come from? And that's totally valid. But what he's been able to do and the space that Spirit has made for him is really phenomenal, because Rue used to be in that position 4 role for them and was more than willing to transition into that 5. And I love that the stability comes from position 5 when it comes to the experience in a support duo.
Yeah, Not Me is amazing, and the fact that they were able to switch roles, that Rue is able to do that is that's super impressive and really difficult to do. And the duration that he was able to do that is kind of unprecedented. I think for a lot of people that takes years, or maybe you try and it doesn't work and you give up and go back to your old role. We see that happen all the time, but the fact that Rue commits to the bit and he switches roles and he becomes excellent in that new role to make space for another new young talent, that is it's selflessness, and it's also the adaptability that is incredibly admirable.
It's honestly, how long has it been since Not Me joined? It's less than 6 months, right? It was they were playing a Panto for the first half of this year, so it's also Rue adapting to that 5 role in no time at all. And these 2 roles are extremely different. I cannot stress this enough. A lot of players that have gone from position 4 to position 5, they just suddenly feel like they're locked in jail. You cannot leave your lane. You cannot do the things you used to do. Half of your skill set is just taken away from you, and you're forced to do other things.
But coming from 4 to 5 gives you a particular skill set, maybe, that gives you an edge over other 5s. And when you look at Rue's hero pool, you see Clockwork, Wyvern, and Undying. These aren't so special, but the Clockwork, typically we see that as a 4 hero. To be able to play it so well from the position 5 comes from his experience of recently shifting. Another hero that comes to mind is Hoodwink. When Hoodwink is picked for every other team, it's being played for their offlane as their position 4, but not for Spirit. This has been Rue's hero for a lot of the season.
And I think another thing with flexing heroes that is quite common is that you have one guy that you actually kind of prefer if he plays the hero, but in this situation between the 2 of them, I feel like they're so skilled, both of them. Anybody could play it and you're equally happy.
Yeah.
It feels like there is just a lot on the table for these guys when it comes to proving for themselves in that region, but also here fighting for a top 3 position at TI.
BoomBoys versus Team Spirit. Game 1.
It's going to be an absolutely insane best of 3 here. The lower bracket is where both of these 2 teams sit, and so elimination is also on the line. It's either glory or go home at this point in the competition. And we want to take a step back before looking closely at this draft of how do their playstyles match up. We've talked about this new formation of Spirit, but how exactly does that potentially take advantage of BoomBoys or give them an advantage?
I think BoomBoys are one of the fiercest laning teams that has ever existed. They stick it to you every game with their individual skill and with their hero pairing. So I think for Spirit, even though the early game has been leveled up, I think it still sits below the prowess of BoomBoys. And so I think they want to get through that early phase so they can get to where Spirit's bread and butter truly is, if we look on a historical basis. And BoomBoys is looking to run them over with their, honestly, just laning excellence.
Yeah, and I think the way that the 2 teams try to approach the mid game, I think Spirit is a lot more macro heavy. How do we play the map as a split away from each other, and how can we utilize the different resources on the map to set up plays through either baits or whatever ways we can do it globally. BetBoom is a lot more, how do we group up as fast as possible and kill them?
This is a big change of what we're seeing from our previous few best of 3s is Bounty Hunter isn't even looked towards, right? We were talking about this cyclical aspect of Dota that you start the tournament with a lot of similar bans like this. It shifts into taking out more of the supports, and yet when it comes to the BoomBoys Spirit matchup, they focus back on taking out a lot of cores, and it leaves a Wyvern and Lina trade to be had in the first phase.
Yeah, we've seen Spirit really prioritize this Wyvern before. And I think it's very solid for them. We talked about it being an amazing laner, so even though it's playing against a Lina who's got a ton of magical damage, maybe the heal doesn't do quite as much, it gives you a very solid lane, it gives you that heal, and allows potentially Yatoro to play these super hard carries, maybe have a worse laning phase, but now you've picked a strong laner who's got the heal, who's got the great harass in lane, and that can, you know, get you off to a good start.
And my question always for Team Spirit drafts is, what style are we going to see? Are we going to see where you early pick Laurel's hero and try to bait out a pick? You shaft him, but you set something up for later in the draft? Or is this going to be one of the drafts where you try to enable him? Because usually, like, shafting Laurel works against most other teams, but versus BoomBoys and versus GPK in particular, I don't want to see him in a position where he's just destroyed on lane.
I mean, it is BoomBoys' forte, right? Get GPK going. Save is going to play for his game. They're going to try to enable him on the mid lane. And I think for many ways, if you don't contest that, you're going to get run over. And that's exactly what Spirit want to prevent. Do you prevent it by attacking GPK, or do you try to have so much pressure on the side lanes that they cannot make those moves? They force GPK out of his comfort zone, force him to come to the side lanes where he doesn't want to be.
Yeah, I think both of those are very viable strategies. It's a lot just about choice, and I think Laurel is comfortable in both environments. There are games where the supports come to mid a lot and they help Laurel and they play through him, and there are games where he sucks it up for a little bit and they're owning side lanes, and eventually Collapse or Yatoro, they make a core move to mid and they flip things around. Whenever you're playing against Lina, the lane is always a big question mark because she's just so incredibly dominant against almost anything. And so I think already Laurel's in a position where he needs to survive. You're looking to just maintain and get to a period, maybe in the mid game or the late early game, where you have kill potential on the Lina.
I think also the coach interview we had with Mposhka kind of speaks to how Laurel thinks about Dota. He mentioned that he tried playing Slark against Ember and he felt like the hero does absolutely nothing in the mid game, and therefore it's fine to lose the lane. So I think for Laurel, he's kind of looking at a hero that's going to scale well into the game, where he feels like eventually I'm going to have high impact through my spells and it's not going to be through my net worth.
Yeah. I do really like this Coddle though, and I'm actually a bit surprised that it went this far into the draft, because Save, first of all, plays it incredibly, and secondly, it's super good against the Winter Wyvern. You've already got a lot of magical synergy between the Solar Bind and all the Lina nukes, but on top of that, Winter Wyvern is a hero that wants to play for the lane. He wants to win the lane and use all this harass and healing to leverage that. But Coddle says, okay, you can heal and, you know, spit on the guy in the lane. I'm going to stack the camps. We're going to get farmed, and I don't care about your early game stuff.
And he can open up problematic combinations as well, which is why this Ember pick early from Spirit is nice, for the reason of taking it away from BoomBoys potentially, with the Lina being flexed to carry. And also, now that you see the Coddle, you know that the position 4 is not going to be running to you as often if you're Laurel. He's going to be busy in the triangle stacking camps. He's not the best rotator, so you can get away with an early pick Ember. There's always the fear of Slark, now that the meta has developed a little bit and we've seen it come out as a counter pick. But I'm not sure if BoomBoys want that approach here.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick, because I feel like GPK probably feels like he can destroy him with Lina too, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what Spirit are hoping for, because the Slark against the Ember didn't look that nice yesterday. I will say, however, Wyvern is a quite effective hero at killing Slark, because if you get cursed, you have no way of purging it off, and it's very easy to follow it up with any sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's true. But they definitely are he's putting his neck out a little bit. I think this Ember vs. Lina is also, like, it's a very brave pick in the sense that, like, it's super good in the game. You have chains, you have the shield, Lina can't burst you. There's a lot of elements that are very nice. But the lane can be very tough, and versus a very good Lina, you can get smacked. And so going into it saying, I know there's potential for this to go badly, but I'm confident enough in my skills in this, you know, high pressure match that I can get through the laning phase and get to the good parts of the game. That is it's a very, you know, sort of ballsy move from Laurel, and I like it a lot.
I think in order to make that work, you need to have side lane pressure. That's kind of like the way you make that happen is by making sure that your side lanes are also not also crumbling. They need to be stable. They need to ideally be pressuring the sides, forcing Lina to maybe make one awkward move that she doesn't want to do, which then allows Ember to get a couple of creep waves mid that recovers his game.
Rubik comes out for Not Me. To me, this is my favorite hero to watch him on. His clockwork's been incredible, but it brings to mind the debut game he had at the Dream League that he joined, and he won a 3v5 base defense. He stole multiple spells. He stole a Winter's Curse into a Ravage and turned the game around. And in this game in particular, he's got Light Strike Array to steal. He's got all of Coddle's spells. I think he can make a lot happen here.
Yeah, Light Strike Array alone is insane. As Lina, you have to be very conscientious of this. And there's some matchups like that. Pango, you can't give roll. And Lina, if you give this spell, it's better than almost any spell in the game. Rubik will solo carry the game if you give this spell. It is absurd. He casts it from so far away. And if you don't kill him, he just lifts you into stun, into someone else follow-up stuns, into Light Strike Array again. And it just keeps happening. So it is something that whoever's playing the Lina, whether it be GPK or Kiritich, is going to have to keep very much in mind.
He sets up a lot of offlane kill threats. Like you were talking about side lane pressure in Sania. Like you can play with Underlord, you protect the Underlord by existing as a Rubik, but you can lift back, double root. You can also play with a Doom and play for dives with the Scorched Earth plus Telekinesis. There's potential here.
Yeah, no, I think this Rubik can absolutely shine. When I used to playing it against Lina was one of my absolute favorite things. Hoodwink Centaur, it's been a stable offlane combo throughout pretty much the entirety of this tournament. BoomBoys go back for it here. I think for them, actually, it's probably Hoodwink safe lane, right? So Karaomi Hoodwink, save on the Coddle. When you have Coddle, generally speaking, you're going to want to leave your offlaner alone. I think this is a kind of scary position to be in because I think Wyvern combines pretty nicely with a lot of really high-pressure safe lane heroes that like to play against Centaur. There's stuff like Kez, and anything like that could be quite threatening here, I think.
Yeah, it is actually quite a risky position, and Yatoro, I think, is very happy to be in the spot that he can play any hero he wants, and none of these heroes are particularly anti-carry heroes. They're good against a lot of the other roles, but carry, generally, you want stuff that, either kills illusions or pressures him in the lane or is good at ganking. Lina can't really gank. There's not much pressure in the lane because he's got a strong 5 and Coddle's weak, and there's not really that much, burst or scary stuff for these illusion heroes. So Yatoro has a lot of options and can play, honestly, pretty much anything he wants, which is, that's his dream.
And looking at these drafts, I do feel there is a lot of pressure on Laurel to do a lot on his Ember Spirit, but he's been in these cases before. When I look at the supports on BoomBoys, I think Ember can play a very aggressive game because Coddle and Hoodwink don't really defend themselves. The pressure on the Ember is going to come from Lina crushing him on lane. But if Laurel gets a little bit of help, which I wouldn't mind happening, I mean, I'll always advocate for him getting help, I think this can make Team Spirit actually be the tempo team.
I also love this Lord Art. I feel like it's a conceptual answer to whatever BoomBoys are trying to build here. We saw it in the previous series. Lina doesn't have an easy time building armor items. Neither does Centaur. So they're trying to abuse the concept of these heroes. They're trying to abuse the fact that they can't buy good items against their hero. So they go for the starter here, feeling that he cannot be replaced by anything.
Yeah, it's a great call. I fully agree, and I think it's tough. This is a pretty nasty pick, and I don't know if BoomBoys can fix that necessarily with their last pick, because I think genuinely it's rough. The fact that Lina can't buy armor items naturally in her build is sort of an unfixable problem apart from gameplay. And whenever your only recourse is we have to do it through gameplay, we can't do it through items or any of these things, it raises the level of execution to maybe a point that is too difficult to actually, deliver on.
And I think it also decreases your impact, right? Because now you're going to have to play around the starter. You can't play as aggressively as you normally would want to. You can't cast your spells as freely as you want to because of the Rubik. And this Lina that we're used to seeing GPK absolutely own with, he has two things that he has to think about that in any other normal game he wouldn't.
Yeah, no, it's super valid, and it's a big part of how the thought process goes whenever you're playing these high-impact core heroes, is you're thinking of what are the threats that impact my game in some way. I need to wait a little bit for this guy to go in the fight. Well, as those numbers stack up, you're adding things that you have to think about in each fight, that I need to wait for this guy, I need to wait for that guy. And then suddenly you're waiting all day, and you don't actually get to cast your spites ever in the fight. And so when you have multiple layers of countering like this, it can honestly render the Lina obsolete without some very good gameplay or very good lanes.
Also interesting to see that they decided to ban, Spirit decides to ban out 2 of the illusion carries that could have been quite good for them. They recognize that our draft is actually not very good at dealing with TB or Naga. And on the other side, Kez I thought was a great pick against the Centaur. They could have absolutely demolished that lane, and BoomBoys recognize the same thing.
It's a very interesting position. Both carries being let to have their last pick. One of them is going to have to do it blind, and that hero pool is a little bit smaller now with the fact that all 4 final bans can go towards those hero pools and a lot of shared heroes between the two as well.
But I think this is where Yatoro shines, right? This guy is the guy that will play so many heroes. He has probably the biggest carry hero pool of anyone, and just having the best heroes eliminated for both sides, I think benefits him more because he has more to reach into and grab from.
This is cool. We don't really see Yatoro play Tiny very often.
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't played it at all this TI, and it doesn't really fit his archetype, but it makes sense within this game. The heroes on BoomBoys outside of Centaur are so susceptible to being jumped and burst. If you have your Slardar going in, this Tiny with the Blink Dagger will instantly follow up, burst the Lina, burst the Hoodwink, burst the Keeper of the Light. The only thing defending them is the Stampede, but if you're chain stunned, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, not mentioned earlier, Spirit potentially watching the teams playing earlier in the day and learning from that. And I think they were watching those Vision games and learned about, how to approach this Lina Centaur. We saw this exact same framework earlier today and with the Yandex series, and it got blasted by Slardar and lots of jumps who are just insta-killing the heroes. They've replicated that in a pretty big way, and I think Spirit, this is a great masterclass in countering what you see.
Also, I think it's so cool that they managed to use the fact that TB is considered one of the best heroes against Tiny. It's banned out, and it sets up the Tiny to have such a nice game. But I love TA. This is every offlaner hates playing against this hero, and it's because it's so strong in the early game. It kind of flips the script of like we're gonna have pressure on all our side lanes, and BetBoom are trying to address that by having their own pressure on their own safe lane.
Well, I am very pleasantly surprised by the TA here. I'm always a fan of new heroes, especially new heroes at a main stage of TI. So finally someone, Quinn, is willing to pick her, a hero that you've had your love and hate relationship with.
I'm a big fan of this hero. It's very cool. It hasn't been a mid hero for a long time, but as a carry hero, it has a lot of potential. The traps are very good against Winter Wyvern and Rubik, these ranged squishy heroes that are staying far back. Well, now you see them. Now you give an avenue for the Centaur potentially jump them a little bit easier. And I think Heritage is very, very competent and solid on this hero. And so I think it gives them the potential to pull the game back a little bit. But I still feel like Spirit have crafted something that more directly responds to what BoomBoys has. And I like that concoction they've created. So I'm a Spirit bear, but I like the TA pick.
I would agree with that, but I do want to add that BoomBoys have lost with TA already this international. This hero has fallen off a lot to me in terms of her laning prowess. Used to pick her to crush the offlaner, but she got nerfed so heavily the last year. Like her meld level 1 sucks. Her innate is really weird, and I don't think you can use it very well on lane. And to me, it just depends on her having set up to do damage, but maybe BoomBoys can pull it off.
I feel like Spirit has all the answers. I love the way they've answered the draft. They've answered it as a whole, not just one-to-one hero counterpicks, and I love what they've got here.
Okay, guys, I needed a little bit more confidence on the side of BoomBoys. Surely one person can give it to me.
Okay, Save Coddle is like a legit beast.
Okay.
Whether it's mid or 4 or I don't even carry, I don't care. This guy's Coddle is next level Lee Sin Al-Gaib type deal. So if he's in the game, he can cook.
Well, I'm glad you were willing to give me the confidence, but there is potentially another person as well. We've talked about it. Coddle save is so impactful, but there's so much more to a draft, and someone who helped curate that is standing by with Tsunami. It's Volk.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by Bulk, and Dima will help me translate. So, Bulk, what'd you do for the last 5 hours since we last saw you?
Чем занимался последние 5 часов? He was watching Dota.
Wait, you were just watching the games? You weren't prepping? You were just enjoying the TI?
Ты просто смотрел игры и наслаждался интернешнлом?
Все так.
Okay, nice. I'm glad you're relaxing. You have a lot of history against Team Spirit specifically, and over the year, you've actually been doing quite well. You have the advantage against them, but I know that deep down inside, there's something about this team that annoys you. What is the most annoying thing about playing against Team Spirit?
Вы много встречались с Team Spirit в этом году, и у вас преимущество по счету, но что-то вас явно в них должно раздражать. Что именно?
Ничего, я думаю, что мы с ребятами всегда рады играть против Team Spirit.
Nothing annoys us about them, really. We are just glad to play them every time.
You're having a real good time right now, Bulk. Are your players, do they have the same feeling? Like, took the 5 hours off, they relax, and then now they're ready to just excited to play some Dota?
Выглядит так, что ты отлично проводишь время. То же ли самое у твоих игроков? Кайфуют ли они от происходящего?
Да, мы все вместе кайфуем тут.
Yeah, every one of us enjoys what's happening.
And I'm enjoying it with you, Bulk. Looking forward to how game number 1 goes as we send it to our casters.
Every year, BoomBoys comes to TI as one of the stronger teams, and every year, TI is a bit of a disappointment, but every year, they've shown improvement. From dead last in 2022 to 4th place last year. But Trent, they're matched up against one of the toughest opponents you could possibly face this late into a TI playoffs. It's Team Spirit. They either get pretty much last or they get first. And Trent, they didn't get last.
Yeah, they're on the run. You're coming to the lower bracket. You know, there's some people you expect to see in this cast.
like Team Spirit and some you don't, like me, as they have once again fought their way very far into this bracket, and with a massive crowd here behind them. This arena has been packed all day, and if you go around, you ask people, oh, who are you here cheering for? Inevitably, the answer will be Spirit.
Yes. There are a ton of Spirit fans all around the building. I mean, we already heard from the very get-go, right? When they had all the playoff teams line up, who got the loudest cheers by far was Team Spirit. I don't even know who was second because honestly, it was so middling across the board. Everyone.
Honestly, I will say second. I think it might have been BoomBoys because they had a really loud cheer as well. So the roof ready to come off here as we start a less late night than the past previous ones. So maybe perhaps a little more energy, some of these players, but it's TI. The energy's always here.
Well, I think for both of these teams, they're hoping they can get a 2-0 and make it an even earlier night because they will have to, whoever wins here, will have to get up bright and early in the morning and face, what is potentially the longest day of all for TI. A potential of 8 games to play if you make it all the way to the end.
Right away, the advanced strats coming out here. We're throwing the balloons, trying to figure out what's up. The wards here in the mid lane, and I mean, you heard Bulk. They were chilling. They were just watching the games. I don't know if I wouldn't say they've changed very much based on their draft tier.
It didn't sound like they changed too much in their research. Just watch some Dota.
Yeah, enjoyed it, Knows what to do, knows what not to do.
Did you see that play, by the way? The Ember Spirit went across the river. His smoke broke, and he tossed over the ward to the Rubik, who was still smoke. So it kind of looks like, oh, he planted a ward there. But no, not me. Actually put an entirely different kind of mid ward. We're still going to have a 2-2 split, though.
Oh, yeah. The meta's gotten crazy on that, hasn't it? Like, we got people passing smokes like that or dropping them in the trees by the towers. We'll do that a lot as well. So.
We are going to have a potential early D ward here, but that ward is so far back that we'll see if Laurel, as a Ember Spirit, can ever get up there to actually hit it.
Yeah, Rook kind of pinged it out like, good luck there, buddy. See if you can handle that one for me. That'd be great.
All right, matchups-wise, we got the Ember Spirits, Laurel versus GPK, Lina. I mean, GPK, I feel like, has been killing it in the lane. This guy just gets better and better every year, and I feel like it was like 4 years ago, we're like, man, GPK is one of the best mids in the world. Then he kind of had a drop-off, but now I feel like he's back to that status. I really think he is a large reason why BoomBoys have gotten this far in the first place, but Collapse has something to say about that, already getting first blood against the TA lane with the Hoodwink.
Yeah, and I think Team Spirit, they're a team who don't rely on Laurel necessarily having a good game, whereas BoomBoys definitely rely on GPK having a solid start. So seeing this matchup of the Lina versus the Ember, I would think fills them with quite a bit of confidence on the side of BoomBoys. I feel like that's exactly how you want to start things off. Laurel is a great player for playing from behind. He doesn't tend to push advantages in the lane. I feel like we very often see him come out happy if he even goes even. So in the same way, they're also very comfortable. And so seeing that first blood for Collapse, surely that gives Laurel a bit of comfort here in the mid lane.
Talking about some of our other matchups, we got Yatoro on a Tiny, something that is pretty unexpected, but the panel did identify pretty early on that the way this draft went, Tiny, like Yatoro had his total free option of carries. There was pretty much anything could have worked, and he opted for the Tiny. He got Rue and the Wyvern matched up against a classic, a save Coddle. And that is one of the things that the panel pointed out is, well, what BoomBoys are going to have to ride on for victory here.
Yeah, I think he had a win and a loss this morning, if I recall, in the series that we covered earlier today. So obviously already a little warmed up on the hero, but in the win, it was a lot of that classic Coddle shenanigans of just like keeping the push going. Like they got a very early close it on the game because of the ability to just refresh the resources, keep the pressure moving, and actually go high ground, which of course has been very difficult for many people.
And if mana's not a problem, and cooldowns aren't really a problem, right? Yeah. This lineup has extremely low cooldowns. The longest cooldown they have is like, what, Stampede and Laguna Blade? Pretty whatever. So if they can kind of get that momentum, there's nothing stopping them from just go and hunt again in 10 seconds.
Very solid in that regard. I like seeing this Tiny for Yatoro in the sense that I feel like the team fights have been getting very spaghetti. At TI, as it does. We get the best and the worst Dota in a way at TI, where, the nerves are there, the fights get a little bit crazy, and so just having these carries that have the extra bit of stun, you might not hit 1,000 GPM. I know. I'm sorry, fantasy players who had Satanic.
Yeah,
it was a little
really
lower last game. That was tough. Yatoro, Same thing might happen here, but what he lacks in GPM, dude, don't check your fantasy, Cap. what he lacks in GPM,
What's wrong with checking fantasy in the middle of the game?
Fight and kill. I know you were just hoping to see that Crimson Witness.
I was.
Me either. It's tough out here, I know. But yeah, I like to see the ability for the carry to have that impact, right? 'Cause every extra stun just matters so much when we see teams like missing spells that maybe you don't usually see.
Yep. And when it comes to TI, right, the team fight spells, but also the repositioning, right? Those are always such powerful tools when everybody kind of clusters up a little bit. Everybody plays a little bit tighter. GPK might get punished here. Laurel, GPK was trying to pressure into the mid lane, gets caught by Not Me. Rotation, telekinesis, toss back, save, desperate with the save, but will not be able to pull it off. The turnaround, perhaps. Laurel gets off the slide, and it's almost safe. That's going to die. Laurel dropping lower and lower, commits for the kill, can't get it. He knew there was no way out and probably wanted to die just to get the full resources back up into play. Team Spirit strike first in the mid lane when it comes to the rotations.
Yeah, you'll take that trade for sure. Nearly got himself a second one. That would have been pretty fantastic there. And the instant reaction, too, as well, from the side of BoomBoys. Both teams just absolutely ready to help out their cores here.
And they rotated both supports, right? Yeah. And they didn't have to move the Winter Wyvern. I mean, that was just completely reactionary from BoomBoys, and they couldn't save GPK. All they could do was even things out by killing Laurel, which means the Wyvern got to pressure the Centaur even more. Tough to do that, though. Centaur is one of the best offlaners for a reason right now. When your offlane is almost guaranteed to lose, feels like Centaur is just like the best go-to option.
Yeah, just throw him in there, especially the ability to catch him on the helm. It's the new age Midas, not just from the ability to take those creeps, of course. We have nerfed that a little bit, but dragging the waves.
Yep.
That's the off-lane life these days.
I hate so much that we're watching this, like, they're doing it with the Helmet Dominator. We're watching Lone Druid do it with his bear. This is getting ridiculous, man.
Do you think maybe they'll stop leaving the lane at some point? That's too sad.
Yeah.
We can't kill the creativity. I think the further away from the lane they get, the stronger the creep should get.
Okay.
There we go. Then we'll just start killing stuff. Give the power back to the people.
I like it.
Put us on the balance. All right.
Where's our level 6 on these mid laners? They're going to clash again here. GPK so close to the Laguna play. Laurel's going to try and pressure him out.
Yeah, there's a lot of resource trading coming up with the 6-minute rune.
Yeah, gets his 6 first and immediately drops the Laguna Blade with the slow burn. 15 HP. Laurel barely survives. You can see why Laurel was looking for that kill there.
Yeah. And Nami's just going to have to accept that this one is not for them, so goes for the stacks instead. Kataomi's already at the bottom rune, saves at the top rune, so he is forced to take the regen. The pressure from Rue does work in that regard.
Rue gets up to the high ground, hit by an LSA, but lost sight. So no extra kill for GPK.
Yeah, Nami's gonna pick up some of the gold in the mid here as well. Needs to get some of that when Laurel's forced to retreat back to the base. And no rune for GPK means that Laurel's not immediately coming back to like a big disadvantage here.
And it's crazy that they managed to get that kill on Lina. Like, Ember Spirit got the experience for it, and he's still so far behind in levels because of the 11 denies that came out from GPK, showing his laning prowess once again.
I mean, it's the Lina, it's the zoning, it is all set up very nicely for GPK. It'd be interesting to see how his build can coordinate with the rest of his team, too. I think we've seen the Centaur with these big ranged heroes, obviously very powerful both against and with them. As Laurel trying to pressure with the level 6 here onto GPK. Has he got something cooking?
Running him down, Laguna Blade turned back around, trying to kill as much as he can from Laurel, threaten him, and will force Laurel out of the tower area. GPK, though, worse for wear, will probably have to go back to base for that.
Kataomi, no TP right now. It is coming on the courier, so maybe we won't see such a vulnerable Lina the next time around.
We didn't see any plays for Wisdom Shrines or anything like that. Heavy focus on the mid lane entirely.
Yeah, everyone's attention is definitely there at the moment.
And that is to the benefit of these core side laners. Both Collapse and Kiritich getting a lot of farm in this bottom lane, though Team Spirit is definitely better for it. Hard to beat Slardar and Tiny when it comes to CS.
Yeah, and especially, exactly, because like you also need this CS because they're not going to have this ability to get a helm creep and just, farm it up. Like, Tiny, you're the carry, you got your time, but Slardar, he's a hungry boy. Now, he needs to find some kills, he needs to find some pressure on that map. He wants that Blink Dagger first, and he wants to propel his team into taking advantage of it.
8-minute power rune, and guess who's shown up? Almost everybody from Team Spirit. It's an Invis rune. 4 heroes for an Invis rune.
Yeah, they ran into
on a
Kataomi.
support.
down bottom as well, and they couldn't get it either, though. Like, very close to picking up the Hoodwink, but gets a nice bushwhack save.
I feel like BoomBoys can't be too upset about this. As long as the Ember Spirit isn't the one getting the
Dude,
power
Not
runes,
Me
like,
is
who cares?
Not Me's making some crazy moves right now for having no wards.
It's funny, he talked
he
about
just
his,
baited a sentry because the way he was standing, he fake walked to the pillar and walked away, and so immediately got a sentry out.
I think it's so cool to watch him because it's very clear that he just is improving day after day in all of these situations. He even talked about in one of his interviews, right, how he felt like his overall macro play, where he plays on the map, is something that he really needs to improve on. And we have seen that kind of reflected in the stats. He has the, I believe, the highest average deaths of the players remaining here at TI.
Yeah.
But damn, if that guy isn't making some moves in team fights.
Well, we know he has the mechanical skill, that's for sure. And Mapochka's already talked a lot about this too. Like, he feels like he is helping the supports a lot. It seems like, I feel like he often talks about them in the interviews, post games. He's always talking about like the support play, because obviously that's his wheelhouse.
Sure.
So I mean, I can't imagine a better mentor to have as Not Me right now.
Also, are you really going to tell Yutoro Collapse how to play their heroes? Can you imagine?
Fair point.
BPK working towards his boots of travels.
No,
Laurel is poor.
Yeah, no quick tower pushes this game from either team.
No.
Hanging back a little bit, and yeah, Laurel's absence from this game might be felt for a little while. 1,000 gold behind that Lina as head to the jungle to catch up.
Yeah, there's just really not the heroes that can pressure these side lanes too much. If anybody was going to do it, it would be the Ember Spirit. The Ember Spirit had, too bad of a laning phase to really get that momentum going early. Also hasn't gotten a power rune to work with. Speaking of, tries once again to get a power rune. He's met by the two supports plus GPK, and they kill him.
I love their insistence on focusing on these runes. Yeah, I mean, he's a spirit. You know they're going for these. And they get to waltz their way up here, guarded by the Centaur.
Very nice.
Amplify damage onto GPK.
The Centaur bros will return back to the top lane.
They just slowly, they join, they kind of like fist bump. He passes you the creeps, he goes off to fetch another one. It is the life right now. Blood Grenade up top on the Miro, plus the Avalanche, but they already know that with
and
the
here comes that Centaur.
There,
oh, never mind, gets tossed back and saved, so no stun available there. But with double Lotuses, a Helmadom creep, he's got a ring of health now. Like, you are not killing this guy casually.
No.
It would take so many resources. And frankly, they've got an off-lane starter, which you talked about. It's not a hero that's going to farm particularly fast outside. Doesn't have the Helmadom opportunity. Doesn't have as many fast farming opportunities as other offlaners. So he needs to be able to get more out of the lane, and Collapse has done just that. And it's in fact neck and neck with Yutoro coming out of this laning phase. As this sort of breaks down, we're going to see some rotations. Laurel heading towards bottom.
I feel like there must be a temptation to try and get Kirtich here. Like, you have the Slardar versus the Templar Assassin. Such a good way to try and lock her down and track her. There's a twin gate opportunity. She's been pushed out very far from the tower for so much of this, but Yadaro's too dedicated to the creeps at the moment, and so it's Laurel in here trying to sort of threaten this movement with the level 6 on Not Me too.
Taking some stacks right in front of Katomi.
I mean, I like that. I mean, that's such free gold for TA.
Sure.
If you could remove that, be amazing, but there's an amplify damage, so they're going to have to bag it up.
BPK will take it instead, chasing wild Laurel. Next power rune coming up in 10 seconds. BoomBoys are set up for the bottom rune. Laurel's going to head to top. Hoping to get his first power rune with phase boots now being complete. Finally make some plays. Not able to get it. Katomi gets the deny and the illusion room before Laurel can get it. Collapse will be here for the punish. A blink dagger revealed for Collapse. First time he shows is for a support kill.
Unfortunately, they have run into the classic Ember lineup of 0 tower damage. They hit the stolen bushwhack.
That was really nice. Collapse push back. They managed to get the blink in. And GPK low enough will be able to get out with the Stampede. So they do save him. That was a close call. One hell of a gank from Not Me and Collapse as they get the aggressive vision down. They went for a little silence for a while, but as soon as that blink dagger was up, it's all aggression from Spirit. They are running you over now.
Yeah, they've got to get something else after that. I mean, that's so disappointing. Stolen Bushwhack and stolen Lagoon Blade, and they can't take down GPK. And of course, there is this Helm Creep roaming around the map. They have the Boots of Travel on GPK, just waiting for a possible moment. For now, though, it is that more defensive play. Collapse, he's still hungry. Squirrel gets hunted down there. Killing spree.
They're just not going to let anybody get close here. It doesn't matter if you know the ward's there if you can't actually engage in a fight. The difference between a Slardar with a Blink Dagger and a Centaur with the Helm of Domcree.
Definitely something that plays a much better aggressively. And look at the wards, too. Like, they got the ward, as you were saying, but a very sneaky one between the tier 2s of the top and mid lane. Like, that's like a bounty hunter ward. Yeah, that one right there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that one doesn't actually show that much vision.
That's courier
area, but what it shows is very nice.
Yeah, you can track courier movements, have an idea where people are moving on the map. I mean, look how much he's getting right now.
Yeah, so much information about who's heading into this triangle area. They've got both the supports under the vision right now.
Larl's comeback tour.
They wanted to go for the Centaur because they have this Blink Dagger. We said, you can't kill this hero casually. Well, this is a professional gank. This is 5 heroes being brought to the top lane, and Miro is daring them. Go ahead. If you really want it, dive for it.
They're in a union. They're so professional. Like, this is, look at this. Smoked up, not me leading. Has the stolen Laguna Blade still. Really wants to get a cash out on that, but can't find their moment. Get a D-ward at the very least, but yeah, perhaps a bit of wasted time here for Spirit, unfortunately. And good movement there and sense of the game here from BoomBoys.
Manners plays defense at just the right time, but they have lost this mid tower. They should D-ward this right away if they're not fast with it. Apparently they didn't know at all. Kiritich just going to be caught by this ward. Bushwhack does get the grab, but there's still enough telekinesis. Maybe with a Stampede they can actually get away. Rue is now the one in trouble, playing off the side blade. Hits, does get Rue low. Still has this Winter Curse and a Cold Embrace. Not much it can do against the Laguna Blade, though.
He really tried to do the cool, like, you know, don't look at the explosions, walk away, side blade off that. Like, he was backing away real early. Brother, he threw the 3, didn't look, and it kind of clanged out a bit, but friends cleaned it up.
All right, well, Katomi's going to be killed by Collapse once again. He's got a vendetta, it seems, and they ping the high ground ward, but Team Spirit not going to let you take this area.
No, 3 deaths in pretty much the exact same spot, and they did take advantage of this constant squeezing to get that bottom tower. Yadro has moved down here as well, farms up a little bit, will go back, so tower taken, map further reduced here for the side of the BoomBoys. And that really hurts. This is the timing of the game where you are trying to accelerate a Templar Assassin and Alina to hit those big timings around 20 minutes. You want to get those objectives with Templar Assassin and feel strong there. And when you have less farm on the map, it's going to be harder to do that.
Team Spirit up, 2,000 net worth. You've got Yasha complete for Yatoro. Should be flying out soon. But you can see, I mean, they didn't manage to make it happen with that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine, but that early Blink Dagger picked up. Playing sim heroes very fast. Team Spirit, ever since they got to playoffs, man, they just look like a different beast.
I mean, we all knew they had it inside.
True.
You know, that's definitely the fear, I think, that all their opponents are thinking the entire time. You just wonder, like, when is it going to click?
Yes. Every single pro player has always said, you play up against Team Spirit, you know there's a possibility they could show up as the best team in the world. Sideblade hits. Ooh. Bailed out barely as that last Sideblade hit didn't connect.
Larl, though, trying to make something happen still.
Immediately, Kiritich returning fire, but he's going to be caught by the avalanche toss up in the air, almost bursts it down. Another round of the refraction, though. Now Yatoro's the one in trouble, and Yatoro is dead. The Lina cuts him down to size, and now the TA trap slowing down Not Me. They're going to get an extra kill out of this. Do not let this Rubik get away with the TA traps.
Sometimes you wish your carrier would get more involved early, and sometimes the monkey paw curls.
Yeah.
And they show up, and it doesn't quite go the way you were hoping. I mean, that's the blink, right? Like, this is... You're trying to get involved the second you have this item, and trying to keep this squeeze going on to BoomBoys, but they answer back emphatically.
I feel like many lesser teams would be down like 5K net worth, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But BoomBoys have been playing some excellent defense.
Yeah. They had a lot of stacks, too. Just constantly keeping those available for the Lina and the TA, not letting those get stolen here for Team Spirit. Playing really far back at that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine as well. Very good stuff. Very patient play from them because, it's, you know, you should just be losing a lot economy-wise in a game like this.
The net worth gap is continuing to grow between the mid laners as Larl, not able to find many kills with these rotations, has the vessel. He's got a killer build. But Spirit limited to 6 right now, and many of them have come from Collapse's Blink Dagger, not so much Larl.
Back it up here. I mean, a Centaur just standing here farming his Ancients. He can stand tall and take it.
Yeah, what do you think of this fast Lotus Orb?
I think he feels the pressure, right? Like, he knows how Team Spirit are playing this game. There's obviously a Slardar, so that is our big need here for a bit of Dispel. mostly so his TA could play the game. And earlier this morning, it was Save who was dying in a lot of really good ways. I think this game it's Kataomi, right? He got handed the mantle of, could you just kind of go out there a little?
Yeah, could you just run interference for every single aggressive move the Team Spirit's going to make? And, well, he's been doing that. He is 5 deaths of the 7 Team Spirit kills, so...
Catching up to his last hits. He's got 6 right now, so we'll see.
Is that
not a good stat.
Is that a pro player award? Is there, because you got the Milk award, you got the Ake award. Is there an award for a player who has more deaths than last hits?
We might find out today, Cap.
Maybe it'll become the Kataomi award. We'll see. Either way, BoomBoys are not in that bad of shape. They're only down 1K against Team Spirit. They weathered through the storm of these double blink daggers. This Lotus Orb is going to pay out really nicely, right? I mean, there's a ton to remove. You've got Chains, you've got Corrosive Haze, you've got even small things like Arctic Burn to be able to remove. There's single target abilities you can bounce back, like Burst, as well as Telekinesis, so...
Yeah, it's a fantastic item. It'll hurt his scaling just a tiny bit, but the added value of just having so much armor versus this lineup as well just makes it the perfect item in this game. So I think Miro made the exact right choice on this. Also, like, there's no way he was going to get Helm into Heart, at least not a very good chance of it around this 20-minute mark. So they have an opportunity to actually go and engage their opponents at these objectives. I'm really curious to see what kind of decisions they want to make, but because of the squeeze, they've had a very hard time getting a lot of good wards out. They did manage to get one that lasted very long in that dire jungle up there, kind of giving an idea of where Laryl and Yado have been moving around. But for now, I think there's a lot of questions at the moment for BoomBoys to exactly where Team Spirit are going to.
Kataomi, now's your time.
Yeah,
your time
go
to
find
shine.
him, dude.
Get in front of this smoke, because Team Spirit, if you don't get in front of it, then it might just land on Kiritich's head.
I think they're going to try and bait him out here. They're all smoked up.
They're setting up.
Yadaro.
Ooh, he's the one to break the smoke. Blinks back immediately. No punish because BoomBoys, they don't really have too much initiation. Centaur thought about going for a Blink Dagger after this Lotus, but...
There's still a stolen LSA here as well from
Spotted Not Me. Immediately the jump response there from Collapse, trying to create the space, and LSA continuing to lock him down, and now a 2-man Avalanche. Got the toss up in the air on save, almost gets bursted down, but somehow he survived through that combo. Varl slowed down a bit, but they can get Miro. They've got one out of this. Team Spirit now hunting for more. Kirich is slowed down to a crawl, and there's nothing he can do. He can't hit the time. There's too much armor there, so instead he just dies. Yatora blinks forward and more, and BoomBoys, who are playing such good defense, thought that this was their chance to hit back at Team Spirit, and they get punched right in the face.
Sure did. That jump on the Not Me, not being able to be finished up there. Great response from Collapse, and having that already pre-stolen LSA, it's one of the best feelings as a Rubik. You've got that disable ready to go. You get to drop it instantly in the fight, grab something else, keep it moving for your team. And despite the tankiness of this Centaur, I mean, you saw he really did drag things out and help them. There's just not enough damage and not enough like perfect positioning for Kirich, because he's their big hope to lay the damage in at this point in the game.
Yeah. I mean, if you're stampeding in, you get hit by an Avalanche, Tiny's just kind of sitting in the front. Like, nobody can do anything about these two.
And the curse just has so much value. Like, sure, it's a single target curse, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Not Me tanked so much this fight on the Rubik, it is absurd. Absolute chase down, nothing works out for them. Total wipe. And he's rewarded with a shard from the Tormentor.
Very nice. So now they get a little bit of potential save action, maybe for himself, maybe for an ally.
They already sent in Yadaro first in the previous engagement. Now he's got a Shadow Blade to do it again. Trying to figure out what to do in this game as GPK. He's doubling down. He is going for the Chrysalis, so they're gonna probably lose save here. Oh, Collapse. He's respecting it.
Yeah?
Yeah, he doesn't know. Could be some more assistance there. There was still a Stampede. He's just not going to risk it.
Apparently, they do not respect Kataomi as a potential bait. He gets the deny, the shield rune, but pays for it with his life. Now, Team Spirit up to a 5,000 net worth lead, and the map is beginning to close in on them. They have BoomBoys have only taken this Tier 1 tower top. Mid and bottom tower still available, and all the lanes are pushing in, and Yatoro's on the hunt. He's going to run straight into Kiritich, so they throw the sentry out. So are they going to bait this a little bit, or no, they just blink back and run?
All right, so he's going to know that something's up there.
Lap's going to have this BKB.
Yeah, they already got it on Laryl, too. He's catching back up to GPK, looking to get some revenge after that mid lane. And I mean, Roche is there for the taking at any point for Team Spirit. Like, if they could just get a single kill, they could just be aware of the positioning of BoomBoys, and they could feel very comfortable going for it. They got to find an answer here on the BoomBoys. There's no detection on Miro right now. He doesn't have any opportunities.
Toro's still going to set this up for the rest of his team.
He wants this squishy.
Yeah, but Lina would
he
be
wants
better.
And
that he catches him midway through the TP. Hurricane Pike. GPK throws damage at Toro. They have the Stampede. He's going to make a run for it. But here comes Laurel. Cuts him off at the pass. Light chains. Locks him down. Now Yotoro comes in to finish the job. And the Laguna Blade, stolen from Not.Me, turned right back around on GPK.
Oh, what a play there for Yotoro. The scouting just getting right underneath that centaur. They've covered a lot with their sentries. They're aware of what he's trying to do, but this deep out on the map, they don't have that coverage. They lose their Lina. And every little bit, just weakening and weakening that potential scale of this hero, and the damage is just running out. Has to get a 4-staff for the potential Hurricane Pike here on Kiritich. Actually sold it. He's reconsidering here.
Oh, you better get some value out of this Centaur. The Nero Centaur is still having a decent game, and he's about to complete up a heart.
Yeah.
But how to utilize this heart when the map is so small, right? It doesn't feel like a game where he's going to be really able to push out super aggressively and be like, you can't kill me.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel like he's going to be able to make that much space.
No, that window is certainly gone, and it is a very physical, damage-heavy lineup inside of Spirit, between just like Tiny and the Slardar, so obviously going raw health doesn't tend to be the best, but there's many other bonuses for the heart, for the Centaur. He can kite his way out, get some regen going, synergize with all his strength, skills, and abilities, so feels like kind of a necessary item. But again, it's just more and more delay on the Blink Dagger, so they are still very dependent on Team Spirit coming in first and then capitalizing on whatever mistake they make in the initiation. Otherwise, they're just chucking out a bushwhack.
GPK Satanic up next. Seems like a lot of these situations, he's just not able to actually get away.
Yeah.
So needs a way just to be able to take command fight against these heroes. Wish him the best of luck with that. It's going to be, you get that corrosive haze on you and you get double smashed by a Tiny.
I mean, Kiritich felt the same way, right? Like, he bought the 4-staff, instantly sold it, he's going Daedalus. He says, you know what? It's not going to matter. We got to win the 1-tap. We got to find some sort of an explosion between Lina and Templar Assassin. I get a Daedalus, we'll have that damage. We can blow someone up, but it's got to be real quick, because Rue's got a Blink Dagger on a Winter Wyvern. We have that shard on the Rubik and just collapse himself. Like, he's going to be able to just blink in there and break it up. He does have his BKB now coming after being killed on the Courier. Delayed it a little while. But the answers are going to be very rapid here from Team Spirit, so your kill has to be even quicker.
Toro not finding anything in the bottom lane, says fair enough, okay. One shots the wave, starts pressuring the tier 2.
Got some courier scouting happening here from the Centaur. He's throwing it all over the map right now.
Katomi looks to cut waves. Will be hunted down by Collapse. Let's see if Katomi can get away through the trees here. Collapse had the right idea where he blinked, but barely missed out on scouting the squirrel. Goes back into the trees, but now he's got the corrosive haze on him, and that's a problem. Not.Me shows up on the other side, shows off the Laguna Blade that he had, steals a bushwhack.
Very nice grab there. Massive cast range on the old Rubik.
There's Miro trying to create space where he can. Shoving out the waves between his big boy Centaur and his Helmadom. Toro gonna be spotted. 4th Century combo.
No, though, I mean, you look at the net worth change over the 5 minutes. What a handy stat we have here. It's looking all right.
It's not that bad.
The lead is not growing. In fact, I think it might even shrunk a little bit there.
Yeah.
Like, BoomBoys continue to perform very well under this pressure.
It's really surprising me because they just do not have, it feels like they do not have that much map to work with.
Oh.
Right? Even this Ward Sentry in the bottom lane that they have, it's like,
crazy.
That says to me, well, you can't farm the entire bottom part because you're pushing past your Ward Sentry area. So every single step you take that far out is going to be a bit dangerous.
And part of it maybe because there's a bit of hand-holding happening on Team Spirit. I feel like they're still playing pretty close. They want to be available. They obviously have extremely powerful duos, which we talked about a lot during this event of just like these pairings on your team that can get the kills. So they want to keep those linkages together to create the punish because in their head they're just thinking, you know, a few more kills, a few more picks. We'll grow this into a next Aegis, have a super solid lead. But if you're not finding those picks, when you're traveling around together, you're just offering up a bit of an economic concession here to BoomBoys.
I mean, if Miro can actually get, he's got Blink Dagger now. If he can get to Aghanim Scepter and they go on this Lina who has this high amount of magic resistance. They can't kill her. She's saved by the card. She activates Satanic, full heal. Like, I could see a play where BoomBoys are able to win out against the initiation of Team Spirit.
Is it just the greedy? Where is he finding? Is he an alchemist? Yeah. Where is this gold coming from on Centaur? Like, he just got the blink. That's crazy. Heart rate into the blink. Already got a couple hundred gold. I mean, how many greedies are they working with? Like, Centaur's got one. I assume Caudle's probably got one. Yeah.
He did benefit from the fact that last time they spotted him on the map, they went for GPK instead. This time around, he's the only man in town. It goes to show, yeah, all that tankiness doesn't add up against a corrosive haze and a hefty amount of physical damage from Team Spirit.
Finally rewarded for playing so tight together here for a while.
I like this, though. BoomBoys immediately going to try and run out to top lane.
Yeah, for the wood. Oh, it's already gone, is it? Yeah, there he lost the wood. Never mind.
Maybe they could get Laurel, but now GPK is just shoving out the wave, so never mind. They play back to their base. They're not really going to make any sort of aggressive action here.
Laurel also running around with that gem here, too, so... Darkness encroaching ever further towards your base as BoomBoys. Only one more minute, though, until the day will break.
This will be an interesting damage test, right? Don't think there's any way Yotaro kills him here, but just him alone gets him down to about half HP. Now the Winter's Curse, actually, ooh, that's going to set things up really nasty.
The Bushwhack!
The combo with the Bushwhack sold from Na'Vi, and both of them go down. Collapse delivers with the crush to follow through, and now Kiritich all the way underneath the tier 4s. They don't give a damn about your base. Team Spirit wallop BoomBoys in a big way, take a 10K net worth lead, and now can take over the base.
Would you say they passed your test, Cap?
They certainly passed it with flying colors, Trent.
All right, I can agree with that one. Man, that's, yeah, you just start, like, it's a little tease there. It's like, okay, it's just a tiny, but everyone, again, this is what it comes down to. This is why they weren't growing their lead, because they're so close. They're waiting for any tiny little slip up, and they want everyone to be there to jump on you, and it pays off twice in a row. The Centaur kill, and then the Lina grab there. Team Spirit playing so tight together here, and now you're rewarded with an Aghanim Scepter for Laurel. Such a good base-breaking tool for this hero. Zipping around in there, spotting anyone playing defensively.
Yeah, how do you protect your supports? The Emperor Spirit jumps to the back line, like, how do you stop him? He's just going to kill the Caudle. He's just going to kill the Hoodwink.
I mean, you know, Na'Vi will be right there with them, too, right?
Yeah,
he's going to hop in the second it looks even a little bit appetizing.
One lane of Barracks, Glyph is going to be popped. That'll push Team Spirit back. There's no rush to these things because, well, they can wait for Roshan if they want. They know they have a massive net worth lead.
Yeah, I like the Nullifier as well for Collapse here. Yeah, he's finished his Slardar items.
Nice.
This is what you want, right? And then if we blow up the Lina, we blow up the TA, how are they going to fight us? So we're going to pick our target. We're going to try and nullify all these additional saves and tools they have between Yule Scepters and Force Staffs, Ghost Scepters, whatever they got. I can deal with it with a Nullifier.
Yeah, it's so bad that Miro's like, I've got 3,700 HP. I've got a plate mail. I've got the extra armor, and maybe I need a Ghost Scepter.
That is not a good look.
Yeah.
And it's not even a Crozier game either, so there's not even a vision of, like, success later on for that build. I imagine he goes Aghanim's first if he can. Like, I feel like he's going to attempt to get there, because that would be massive.
Yeah. They will be able to very efficiently take second Tormentor, which is the shard for Yotaro.
Rich getting richer here. BoomBoys feeling they can move out just a little bit. They are under some vision here from Team Spirit. Very hard, obviously, to move it on the map at this moment, so they're going to have to use a very precious smoke. Yeah.
That is a smoke that is completely ruined.
I mean, even just getting wards down to the smoke will be great, honestly. Like, they need something, you know? I'm
sure
they have
to try and catch Laurel. Laurel may still be caught. The telekinesis toss away. It's close. They need a little bit more physical damage. Oh, they got him on the side blade. Followed him all the way to his death. Still, though, Yotaro is here. He's already killed Save. And now with the toss back on Miro, they're going to play the distance here. Keep him within striking distance as much as they can. GPK under threat with an amp damage. Throws the Laguna Blade after collapse. Heritage is here.
All right. What's the play? Are we backing it up?
It seems like both teams are kind of discussing. They don't really sure.
Rue still has Blink ulti. Nami still has the Laguna Blade. Yotaro kind of testing it once again. They still have so much vision here. They got out on the map, but they couldn't do any sort of de-warding, so Yotaro wants to peek his head up here. Not who he's looking for.
Gonna jump on a Miro. Laguna Blade, toss back, and oh, that Centaur A tanky boy shredded with ease from just 2 players of Team Spirit.
Yeah, maybe he wanted one of the bigger cores, but...
Look at Yutoro, he's playing fast too. Already teleports to the other side of the map with his Silver Edge, hunting down.
Yeah.
Might just be rewarded with a kill on Heritage.
This guy's good. Okay, who's coming?
The refraction's almost
look at the arrows on the map.
These jumps
heroes.
Tossed up in the air. The rest of the team is closing in. He's going to Hurricane Pike, try and go for the TP away. Collapse, going to get here in time, Brew? No. Nobody gets there in time to stop the TP away. That could have been a death sentence for BoomBoys. They're already serving life inside of their base.
The one time the whole team's not nearby. Yadro really trying to break it here now. That being said, with everything that's occurred over the past couple minutes, we're now up to a 16K lead here for Team Spirit, so time to get some real dominating items. I mean, Yadro still not into anything defensive. He is just all out raw damage, and yet he still sits at 4,190 HP, so I don't think he has any real concerns about that at the moment.
He's almost 10K up on the TA. I've only just now noticed that net worth gap. Oh, dear.
That's pretty good. This guy's still 800 GPM. This ain't your average Tiny. No, he can crack a few barracks real quick, end this game. He might crack something real big. Might crack Alina here too.
Dave is here, but I don't know how much you can actually take. This feels like deja vu. A Centaur, now Alina. Caught on the Ancient, tossed back to the medium camp, and easily killed. The Godlike, make it beyond Godlike for Yutoro.
Yeah, not me suffering from success here. Steals the Laguna Blade again after just using it, unfortunately. Hoping to get a second spell, but he's a little too good at snagging this ulti, it would appear. Would love to get an LSA. Collapse, stalking behind the wave here. Anyone want to step up?
Nope. Everyone's sitting behind their tier 4s.
BoomBoys, they really have done all you could do in a game like this. When you're so far pushed back, they found the gold in these heroes. They've managed to get to a Daedalus, a Deso, Templar Assassin. She has this big damage, but you gotta line them up, man. You need the bowling pin machine to come down and just set them up in the exact right formation for you.
Time to get a 5-man stomp LSA combo.
They're looking for, but not me. He's prepared. He's just hiding in the tree.
Yeah,
he throws down the
distillery. That is complete devastation for BoomBoys, who thought maybe they can find an opening here. No opening to be found. Just a shut door right in their face. Carriage, oh, just go ahead, one-shot him. Just knock him out of the game already, Yutoro. GG is called, and an absolutely dominant victory for Team Spirit.
Well, we wondered a little bit about Not Me's positioning. He's got the mechanical skill. I think he's starting to figure out the positioning.
I think so.
That was ridiculous. You could not be in a better spot. You could not put down a better Essence Distiller, and the smiles are on the faces of Team Spirit. A dominant game one here with, I would say, a draft that's a little harder to play with. There was a pressure to get this going and keep the aggression up on the side of BoomBoys. Keep them pushed in like this, and Team Spirit never let up.
Team Spirit has been looking so hot on playoffs, man. Like, group stage, it was like, is Team Spirit really going to show up to TI? Yeah. I mean, they made it to playoffs. Of course they can turn it on. And then from the very first game, right, they showed up at playoffs, and I was like, oh, that is a different Team Spirit that is here to play, and they have continued that every step of the way. Even if they did get knocked in the lower bracket, right, it was still a close call with Vision. And they're showing that they might just have a rematch on their mind.
Yeah, I think they definitely do here. I know it's what everyone here wants to see, so but, you know, they're trying to make the fans pretty happy here. But BoomBoys, they don't want to go down too quietly.
Yeah, they certainly should have more in the bag. I mean, again, this is a team that has gotten better for TIs every year. They got 4th place last year.
Yep.
Right?
Don't want to do it
Surely
again.
they're going to be able to do better than that after all this practice. I mean, I think that I feel like they're a different team with Heritage. It didn't show in this game one, but I do feel like there's something a little bit extra about this team, and hopefully they'll be able to show it in this series.
It was a great win for Spirit. We always talk about the fact that there is something special about a Spirit that makes it to the main stage of TI, what they're able to do for themselves. And it's no different. We posed the question, how tough is it going to be to play the first series and the final series in such a long day? And for Spirit, it feels like this is actually, they've just woken up. They're ready and they're eager to get back out there.
I'm going to call a spade a spade. That was an outclassing. They made them look like fools. They outplayed them in every step of the way, I think, in draft, in gameplay, in vibe, and atmosphere, and resilience. I think this was a Team Spirit late in the international masterclass.
I feel like Spirit mentioned this during their TI-10 run, but for them, I remember in their vlog, it's something about, or maybe it's the true side even, where they say that it's all about drafts. That's all it is. We just have to get the right draft, and then we got the gameplay on lock. And this is like, I think, very typical for them that they struggle a lot with finding what the right heroes for them are. And in this game, you can see they got all the right heroes in all the right positions, and it's very easy for them to then take a game and just absolutely run with it.
Yeah, and it's very Spirit energy to pick a hero Ditoro hasn't played the entire tournament, like in the Tiny, when they need it most versus Alina, and have it look like he's been playing it every day since the group stages. It really did look like that. And I love that Spirit approached this draft with the idea of, okay, this is what they're doing, this is how we're going to respond. So they see the Lina, like, we're drafting stuns, we're going in with our Slardar, we're going in with our Tiny, we're going in with our Ember, and we're not going to let GPK play his game.
I do remember one thing that was said during the draft, because that was a lot, but one specific thing was what you said, Quinn. If you give this Rubik Laguna Blade, may as well call GG there, and unfortunately that did happen, but to the privilege of everyone watching at home, we now get to see what you mean when you give Rubik Laguna Blade.
Yeah, Laguna, LSA, it's a good matchup, and not me. I mean, he played out of his gourd, 2-1 and 21. And I love what Mira said about the Slardar. She's been hitting on the head today, and I think this matchup against Alina is really abysmal. I think we've seen it multiple times today, and I think it's something the teams need to catch on a little bit more too, that if you're going to pick this hero, you either need to ban or pick the Slardar, because this matchup is actually not acceptable. We have not seen anyone play to fix it. This is the first pick Lina. You're most confident here. You're like, you can't counter this. And then 3, 5, and 2 is the scoreline. These two things do not align.
It's so interesting how the meta has developed this international, where Lina has been picked first ban for a lot of the group stages. Slardar, a hero who was popular only 1 month ago, kind of fell off. We don't see him that contested. Then all of a sudden, Slardar has been the solution all along to Lina's. When did this happen? Why did people take so long to figure it out? That's the beauty of the international.
Yeah, for sure. And it's the beauty of Team Spirit, I would say. They are one of the teams that they try to counter what the concept of your draft does instead of just answering one-to-one heroes. I'm sure BoomBoys were doing their prep, and they BoomBoys were doing their prep yesterday, and they were thinking about bad matchups for Lina, and they were like, DK, I can play into that, Ember, I can play into that, and they absolutely do not care about any of that stuff. But I doubt Slardar crossed their mind, because it's one of those Spirit things where you're thinking outside of the box, you're thinking outside of the norm. Normally you see a mid laner, you want to answer with a mid laner.
Honestly, I go back to groups, and Slardar was banned so consistently against Spirit, and we always talked about it. It's like, we know that is a hero that they're comfortable on. We know it's well within their wheelhouse, but no one was really prepared for what they were able to do with it. And then it's been handed out throughout the day today here at the main stage, and you're like, okay, guys, we got to, again, go back to that phase in which we felt like we had to ban out the Slardar.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of my favorite parts about the Spirit team when they get really good is what Aiden said, the way they draft is so cool that they didn't first pick the Slardar. They're not rushing it. They're picking it whenever it conceptually counterpicks what you do. So many teams, you look at like a Falcons or a BoomBoys or an Aurora, teams like these, they pick what they're going to pick and they run it until the wheels come off. Spirit says, I don't care how many wheels you have, we're going to pick what is good against what you're picking. We're not going to pick the same thing every time. This is a 4-course meal. We're not serving the same dish every day.
I don't even know. What, a 4-course? What was it?
4-course meal.
Okay, well, we've only done 1 course of the 4-course meal. That's with the paddle. We're going to have the 2nd course with Purge talking about the Slardar.
Thank you, guys. Lots to feed you over here. The Slardar had a fantastic laning stage, which is great because his net worth was so high. And this is a little bit atypical if you're not playing mid. Off-lane Slardars are a little bit less effective usually. So because he was ahead and he got this Blink Dagger at 12 minutes, he gets to terrorize the map, which he did very, very successfully here. First jump here, killing the Hoodwink. Check out this really cool tree cut by Not Me using the Quelling Blade so that he can sneak in behind towards GPK, getting the chain disable. He steals Laguna Blade, which is very flashy, but it only does 400 magic damage, unfortunately. But still, the pressure is fantastic, and Collapse is going to back up briefly, and with a third bash again, is once again going to find another hero on the map. And immediately afterwards, he says, I'm not done yet, because his purpose in this game right now is to pressure as much as he can and to make his opponents not be able to play the map. So he goes to a camp, he gets his bash primed, ready to go, and he again finds a Hoodwink. They still haven't killed the tier 1 tower yet, and they're playing all the way by tier 2s, which is incredible. They killed the tier 1 shortly after this, and immediately as that's finished, they do the same thing again. They smoke, and they go to the top half of the map, kicking BoomBoys out of the triangle. They don't actually get a fight here because BoomBoys does anticipate it, but this pressure that they're putting on the map is gigantic. And it's not just Slardar. Sometimes it's supports and the Ember Spirit. They get out. They do end up losing the Winter Wyvern, but that's just one hero getting killed here. They pressure in the same area again. And their whole reason that they're pressuring, let's take a look at the map really quick. If they basically just restrict this area here and this area here, it's really inefficient for the Radiant heroes. They basically have to go like this to here, or they have to do some wild thing, or it's difficult to invade in that area. It becomes very, very scary. So the last fight that ends up happening that's really, really impactful here is when Spirit finally lets their opponents kind of get out on the map. They kind of bait them into their observer ward. So they have good vision, which makes their initiation a lot better. And this all started from pressure into forcing BoomBoys to feel like they have to get something done, and then they play them into a ward. They just completely serve them up on a platter. That's my last food analogy. I got nothing left for me. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much for breaking it all down, dissecting it, and definitely enjoying what you had there on offer. And it's such a simple concept, right? When you talk about it, overtake an area, plant some vision there, ensure that your enemies can't take it back. But we see it take it to the next level with Spirit. They take over that triangle like Purge is talking about. They move back, and you think if you're BoomBoys, okay, we've seen them in the bottom. This is our chance to take back the try. And Spirit take it one next level, and they go, actually, we're going to move back up that way, and you're also not going to get to deal with that one. So it feels so crummy as a support, Aiden, when you're just like, what do I do? Because now I can't even do the basics of dewarding.
Yeah, it ties back to their concept. They love to bait you in. That's what they love to do. They will bait you in. And in this case, they're baiting you in with a ward. Do you think this ward is free? We're going to come here and slap you.
It was very masterfully done. I mean, for a good portion of this game, there were only 2 kills for like 12 minutes. There was some movements mid where Team Spirit supports came to help Laurel, and then BoomBoys' supports came and they countered, and it felt like maybe things would have to happen after that, but there was a lot of farming going on and a lot of patience, and what ended up happening was Spirit drafted for very strong side lanes. Unfortunately, the last pick TA didn't shut down the Slardar, so all they had to do was sit back and wait, and whenever Slardar was ready to enter the game, then they could push Lina away from the mid lane, which is what we saw in Purge's clips. And then when Tiny was ready to enter the game, TA had no game.
Yep, that's how you do it. Easy as that.
I mean, I think it goes
do it all
back
the time.
it goes back to what Aiden said, in that Spirit talked about in their vlogs is all about the draft. And I think for BoomBoys going into next game, you need something that's easier to execute. You need something that scales better. You know Spirit likes to play a long game. We know BoomBoys is not a team that snowballs the game super quickly. They win lanes, they do well in lanes, and then they farm a lot. And so if we're going to be farming a lot, if both teams want to do that, then you need something that goes the distance, because their heroes simply do not go the distance this game. It just doesn't suit them. It's not how they're going to win this series. And I think they have to alter fundamentally how they're heading into the game so the gameplay can work at all.
I do have some more questions then about Spirit's draft, because we have seen time and time again that there are 2 cores that like to be a bit of the tankier guy. They like to be the blink, stun, initiate. But to have 2 of that same role on the roster has fallen short before. But why does it work here with a Slardar and a Tiny that feel like they're almost overlapping in that regard?
That's a great question, and I think it's a lot because you have a mix of damage in your other heroes. You've got 2 ranged supports who both got magic damage. You've got Ember who's got magic damage. And against some lineups, when you commit into the middle of them, say you're playing against an Underlord, well, you both jump in, you get double pitted together, and you're stuck and you die. Compared to you're playing against a squishy Lina or a squishy TA, you jump and you kill this guy, well, they explode like that, and the turnaround is not there that flips it in the same way. And so I think it's a masterclass for Spirit in recognizing what the enemy heroes have, and they don't have the capability to turn this around. And so in a case where double melee has been losing a lot, it works in this case because we can actually kill the heroes when we jump them.
And to add on top of that, the thing that you were talking about, it wasn't just to address the Lina. They ended up picking a TA who's also solved by jumping on her. Like, until she gets to a point where she has her Hurricane Pike and her BKB and her 1 damage item, if she's getting jumped by Tiny Slardar, she's also dead. So both of their cores were countered by the same thing for the period of the game that we watched.
And even to further add to that, I feel like what Spirit does is they amplified each other. They just keep amplifying each other's heroes. But if you look at BoomBoys' heroes, you don't have that. Where's TA's amp? There's nobody making TA stronger than what TA just is as a base model. There's nobody making Lina stronger than what she has as a base model. And the same thing for the Centaur. Like, these 3 heroes don't have inherent synergies the same way, like, hey, I'm going to make my Tiny deal 3 times as much damage by removing a bunch of armor does.
Yeah, and it's a concept that I think is very crucial to Pro Dota, but also to TI. If you think back to some of the most dominant teams of all time, you think back to OG, a lot of their strategies at TI9 and TI8, whereas you pick Treant with Spectre, this hero that's already tanking, going in the middle of the fight, you give them armor on top of that, and you amplify their strengths. And I think, especially whenever you've got star players like both these teams do, you want heroes that make other people's games better. You want to highlight your teammates and amplify them, and I think that pays dividends then back to you, and it's cyclical. And so I think for Spirit, they amplified each other much better this game, and BoomBoys needs to look to do that better next game.
The Coddle sticks out for me, not necessarily because of what you guys are talking about, but because we saw it played recently today. We saw it in our previous series, and it was just a pop-off hero in a way that we saw it doing so much in the map. The item progression as well was so impactful, the way that it was able to turn team fights. What was such a struggle that Saves Coddle couldn't necessarily get to that point of having that much gold, having that impact as well?
Spirit just never lets them get to that point, right? Coddle, like, if you think about it in the same way, it amplifies if you have tanky heroes that you can keep healing, and they don't get there.
And where's his kill combo? Where's his Ember that he's refreshing the spells for?
Well, hopefully those heroes will come if they get their hands on a Coddle again. But both of our teams taking to the stage, and with Spirit one game up here, it's elimination or a top 3. There are no other options for them here, and everyone wants to be able to make it to the last day of main stage TI. Everyone wants to be able to make it to the grand finals. And Spirit, this is the tough thing when you come up against them. They've been able to win TI from the upper bracket and the lower bracket. So at this point, does it really feel like you have an answer as to how to best them when it's this close to the end?
Yeah, we need to craft a secret third bracket they haven't explored yet. I fully agree, and I think for BoomBoys, this is the toughest spot for them in tournaments. They're a team that is always top 4. They're always one of the contenders, but are they the winner that often? I think that is typically where they fall short against these teams that are, consistent tournament winners. BoomBoys has a history of falling a little bit shy, and Spirit are like the poster child for clutching up and winning the tournament. And so I think BoomBoys, this is a moment to prove to everyone that, hey, we're not like that. We have what it takes on the biggest stage.
It is a bit tragic for them because when you look at BoomBoys' history versus Team Spirit this year, they had their number. They actually won most of their series and their matches up against them, but at the International, Spirit are just a different kind of beast. And I truly believe that if BoomBoys were against any other team in this lower bracket, they would not be in this position right now, and that's got to feel bad. But at the same time, this is one of the hurdles that you have to overcome if you're going to be the champion here, and I believe that they have something else to show us than what we saw in that game 1. There's more to BoomBoys than that.
I mean, I think they have ways to enable GPK, right? If he wants to play the Lina, ban out the Slardar. I don't really know what hero you would replace it with, and it seems like in a lot of these situations, we had some Embers playing up against Slarks in previous games, like teams are maybe being a bit stubborn or caught off guard in this case with the Slardar and how effective it actually is versus the Lina, that they don't decide to ban it out. But if you do ban it out, it's suddenly a completely new game. And you're asking Spirit to counter your concept in a new way that they haven't seen. We haven't seen proved here at TI before.
Yeah, I think that was also a fantastic read or call from Spirit in game number 1, was the fact that they see the Lina pick, and even though there is a potential for a flex, they go, not on BoomBoys, that's already their mid displayed, and so we don't have to worry about this Slark potentially coming out. So I love that adjustment for them, but I have full faith BoomBoys will make the adjustment. When I look at every series they played here on the main stage, it has gone to a 3rd game. So if anything, if history were to repeat itself, this should be a game that BoomBoys are more comfortable playing than a game number 1 against Spirit.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind that the draft is done before the game, obviously. But whenever that means whenever you go into a booth, if you have a lot of nerves and you have a lot of tension, well, the first thing that's going to affect, it's going to affect the draft before the gameplay. And so that's where sometimes where a lot of that tension goes, and you can bungle a game 1 draft because your anxiety is not actually going into the game. It's not affecting your gameplay, but it's screwing you before you even get to the game. And so I think now they've gotten some of those nerves out of the way. Okay, we dropped game 1, it's Spirit, whatever, write this one off. It's a mulligan, we messed up the draft, and now you can start fresh. The anxiety is gone, and you can focus on what is a big part of the Dota game, that is the draft.
Yep, absolutely. I think, Dota always starts out 0-0. It's the same game. There's nothing's changed. Game 1 does not affect game 2 in any way, shape, way, or form. And it's important to come in with the game with that mindset. And obviously, these guys have been here so many times. I'm sure they're going to be able to reset just fine.
Yeah. Although I do have to bring up the history of BoomBoys as a team and how they always come so close, and typically their problems in the past has always been anxiety at LAN tournaments, making it so far but not being able to do it, and this is where they're most tested.
It's a test for sure, one that they've studied hard for and one that a lot of people believe that they have the preparation and the answers for. But at the end of the day, you are one game down facing elimination and a lot is on the line for game number 2.
BoomBoys versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
We're going to see how this draft unfolds, what adjustment BoomBoys have been able to get for themselves in what feels like such a short time between games in a hard-fought best-of-3. Obviously, Spirit for themselves want to be able to run a similar thing back, but with a first-pick change-up, it is BoomBoys that are going to have a slight advantage in getting what hopefully is going to be a pivotal point, a strong foundation in their draft and build up to a win.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they go for, and I like that Spirit continues to first ban the IO, and they're going to swap things around and take the Wyvern themselves. I think this is very solid, and Kataomi is one of the players that first popularized this hero whenever it sort of had its re-rise to resurgence. He is kind of the Wyvern guy that played it before it was cool, and so who better to put it into the hands of than him?
It's kind of funny. He actually used to be a position 4 player when he first came up, and he would play this hero like as a carry from the 4 position. I'm sure everybody's seen this guy in your pubs that buys a bunch of nulls, buys treads, buys a bunch of carry items, and is just flying around trying to kill you. That used to be him once upon a time.
Yeah, I remember Entity.Kataomi and his Winter Wyvern. And Spirit have moved the Ember up in priority. They're not too afraid of it. The one question is the Slark Saurians.
Oh, it has to be banned. I was going to say, surely the Slark is banned. I feel like they're not putting themselves through that once more.
I mean, don't call me Shirley, but I also think it should be. I think it's... I don't know. We've seen Spirit give it before, and they played against it, and they said in the interview they thought it would be fine, and it wasn't fine. We've seen people continually, time and time again, try to beat the Slark with Ember, and it never works. And so please, for the love of humanity, don't be stubborn and ban the Slark.
Is there anything else that GBK could look to play towards Ember? Because while he did own on the Slark today, maybe if Spirit go for some Night Stalker like they did the other day, like as a theory craft versus a Slark, then they could be discouraged from it.
Are you thinking like Yatoro Ember? We get to see a new hero unlocked?
No, I'm thinking that they don't mind if Slark comes out on Spirit because they have this Night Stalker pick up their pool for
Okay.
collapse.
Like you try to concept counter instead of lane counter. All right. Personally, I think the Ember Slark specifically might be so bad that that kind of approach actually doesn't work.
I think Night Stalker is cool, though, and I think if you were going to try to go that approach, you need to help the Ember's itemization. I think we saw what you talked about, and we saw, okay, they banned Slark. But, like, I think what screwed them last time was that there was a Doom, too, and so he couldn't just have the Ghost Scepter and just be this tanky guy who goes in and say, okay, Slark pounces me, I press Ghost Scepter, and we waste each other's time, and it's sort of a net draw. So I think you would have had to itemize in that direction, but banning it, to me, is the safer path.
I also feel like BoomBoys are like, they are the we want to win lanes and snowball kind of team. You know, you take that away from them and suddenly they're not as threatening. So I think it also has to do with the kind of opponent that they're going up against and recognizing like this is their strength, this is what they play for, and for that reason we're not going to put them in a position that they're happy in.
And Spirit have left Lina in the pool for GPK, and if BoomBoys want to run it back, they could just pick Lina plus Slardar out of phase and get rid of the Slardar threat.
It's an interesting idea, and also like Spirit potentially trying to pick the Slardar early here means that you're playing it into a Winter Wyvern, which is traditionally a very good hero against you. You're all about physical damage, not just your own, you also want to amplify somebody else's, and Wyvern counters all of that.
Yeah, we've also seen GPK play the Slardar themselves, so it would be a flex for them going into the end of the phase. It's interesting to me now that they pick Rubik even whenever, like, it's probably okay against Wyvern, but it doesn't seem particularly crazy to me, and so I think this to me is like a not me saying, hey, I'm kind of feeling myself, I was owning that game, just give me the Rubik again, I just want to play it. And they acquiesce and say, hey, you did cook, here's the pot and pans.
I mean, Winter's Curse is a big one to steal if you can, but Rubik also just covers for Doom. We've seen this yesterday as well. Like, if you have a Rubik, you can comfortably set up for a Doom later in your phase because you can't give the enemy Rubik. Or an Underlord even.
Yeah, I actually think it's very much related to the Underlord that you bring up. Ember hates playing against it. You pick the Rubik, that way you've covered off that angle. And that's one of the best things with Rubik. I think whenever people see Rubik, they freak out and they don't want to pick any heroes that could give him any spells in any position ever. So suddenly the hero pool that you're drafting from is a lot smaller. And that's exactly what Rubik does for them when you pick it this early.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they opt for the Invoker against the Ember. People have sort of chosen a path this tournament of we're not actually going to try to counter Ember in lane. We're going to pick something that's good for the game ourselves. Whereas traditionally you'd see Necrophos, Huskar, Viper, stuff that stomps Ember early and prevents him from ever getting online. And I tend to think that's a better approach. This hero on Ember is so powerful when you get off the ground running that just giving him free lane every game is kind of strange to me. I don't know if I agree with that approach.
I also don't think of GPK as like a traditional invoker.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Am I wrong?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Let Mira educate you right now, Insania. Get ready for a lesson, a schooling of kind.
GPK Invoker is goated. It's one of the best, and I've seen him so many times in TI elimination games pick Invoker as his go-to, as his comfort hero to put the game on his back. Like, this is what he does when he's like, I don't want to get eliminated. I will carry you. Give this to me. You take Tiny or Sven, Kiritich, you press stun, I will carry.
Leave the carrying to me. All right, cool. I mean, I'm excited for it. I mean, it's also, I think related again, once again, we have to take a look at the bans, right? Like, I think GPK is somebody that would gladly play Shadow Fiend against some Ember mid. He would gladly pick one of these like super strong stompy heroes and just absolutely run Ember over. But I think the heroes that he enjoys playing are both banned out. And here comes the Underlord for Spirit, which is set up by the Rubik earlier. I have been a huge fan of this hero throughout this tournament. I feel like he offers so many things. It's a lot of instant disable. And something I guess we don't actually talk that much about, but stuns coming out really fast or roots coming out really fast has tremendous value because all these like heroes that you want to pick that are able to get away if they just have a slight bit of time, instantly countered.
I mean, even when you get later, right, the Zuma reactions for the BKBs as well, if it just takes that one extra little bit of a millisecond to cast or to get it off, that's enough for the core to be able to walk away scot-free.
Yep.
Damn, did Team Spirit get their two most annoying support heroes in one draft?
Yeah, in some ways, I hope it's the Not Me Clockwork and they play a 5-root because the Not Me Clockwork is just a sight to behold. Like, they're heat-seeking missiles. I thought they'd remove that spell from Tinker, but they put it on Clockwork instead.
Dude, that was so fun to watch yesterday. He was just like running around with the cogs, hooking to get out, not to get in, because he's just running into people's faces, cogging them, and hooking to get out. And I think no one even mentioned in the interview like how incredibly annoying Not Me is when he plays Clockwork.
At some point, they brought up his accuracy, and we thought, oh, are those the accuracy of his cogs? And it was just the hook shot, but it made sense to us.
And now I wonder, BoomBoys, you want something that scales well, but you also want to fit into that typical archetype of we want to do well in lanes. That's what they're built upon. I think you want to strike a nice balance because, to be honest, BoomBoys, you know, we talked about it before, but I think when you're such good laners like they are, you can dip a little bit better into the late game and let your skill carry you through the lanes. This is a weird one. I don't actually quite understand why they picked this.
I personally don't like it that much in Thunderlord because you will buy the Saganims, you'll have your own pit, so it's essentially like pit, and you can't really stampede out of fights easily. So it's a little bit tricky. I feel like this might be one of those things where they looked at the heroes and they don't really have like a clear hero that they super want, and they went with what they think is comfortable.
My take on this is they want this Invoker to be their win condition. They want GPK to carry the game, and for that, they're looking towards the lanes and setting up for Sunstrike kills. Like, to them, that was the priority. So we're going to have a stun on one side lane and a stun on the other, and we're going to make sure this Invoker gets as flat as possible, which is why I wouldn't be surprised if we see Alec, Tiny, or Sven come out for the other lane, because if they don't get these Sunstrikes going, we've seen time and time again Invoker just lose in tempo to the Spirits.
That's a good point. I will say, however, Underlord, extremely effective at killing all three of those safe lane carries. So I would be a little bit scared, personally, to pick any of those. We used to always consider Underlord a massive counter to the Mika Tiny, and then that leaves the Alk and the Sven that they could potentially ban out on Spirit if they're scared of.
Yeah, it's an odd situation. They banned the Necro, which I think is also quite a good shout. Kiritich actually has a bit of an unusual carry hero pool in some ways. He plays the IO and the Necrophos. I think those are some of actually his best heroes he's played this tournament. And so I like you can also see sort of the regional rivalry. I think that the more like deep cut heroes that a lot of other teams are not prioritizing right now, that they know, hey, we know what this guy likes. We played against him for years, whether it's in pubs or teams in the tier 2 scene, the tier 1 scene before they were coming up. And so I think like bans like that show you're banning for the player, not just the objective draft.
Also a hero that really fits BoomBoys' concept, right? It's a lane-dominating hero. I think Spirit right now feel quite happy with the position that they're in the draft, and they don't want something to come in on this last pick that messes up their concepts and doesn't let them play their heroes.
Yeah, which begs the question, we're back in sort of that double carry last pick we had last game, so both clearly prioritizing the two men on the split screen. And I I have to feel like that Spirit last time definitely got the better end of it, and they didn't even have the last overall. They had the one before that. And so I wonder, now that the script is flipped, maybe the second to last pick is actually preferable because there's so few carries left that you get, let me get the first grab, and then you're left with the leftovers.
It does feel like they need a ranged carry with the clockwork, but they need a ranged carry with a good BKB timing, which is a little bit odd because you need that BKB versus Invoker and you want to start snowballing. And that doesn't really happen with Gaos and TAs so much. It's usually the Svens and whatnot.
That's a good point. I'm trying to think, what would I want to play here if I'm BoomBoys?
They're not sure either. Like, this is quite a bit of reserve time used. I mean, you see Kiritish literally scratching his head.
Yeah.
I don't know if they know fully, and some of this may come down to the pressure, right? It's TI, the clock is ticking down, and sometimes when you're the last pick, it can be more of a burden than a boon in that, like, your team is waiting. You have some great, awesome pick, and you're thinking, and maybe you're not sure, and the clock is ticking, you keep looking, and it's going down. Oh, I need to think of something really good. Oh, this isn't so good in lane, and someone gives a suggestion. There's just a lot happening. It's so much, and it floods your mind, and you've got to make a call. You've got to be the clutch guy.
I mean, I could see Ursa, but I feel like this hero hasn't been good. It's like conceptually good against what he's going up against, but the hero's just weak.
Holy smokes.
Whoa! A Jug?
All right, so positives for Jug. He doesn't really die. So they have a lot of roots, if you look at Team Spirit. Ember root, Underlord root. None of these spells really affect him. He buys Mantha. He has the spin, so he essentially has 2 get out of jail for free cards. The only stun that's there is Hookshot and Rubik Lift, and neither of them are like amazing lockdowns to kill a carry from full HP to nothing. So he has that going for him. Healing Ward is also an extremely effective skill to deal with slow damage. And if you look at Spirit, it's not that much burst. A lot of the damage is going to build over time. So he has those 2 things going for himself. So there is value to the pick here.
Does that hit the timing of what you're talking about as well, Mira, where you're like, they want someone with a BKB timing that feels comfortable?
Yeah, I was talking about that in reference to Spirit, but the same thing applies. The same thing applies for the Juggernaut. He gets it for free, right? So you can comfortably play into all of these routes that Insania talked about. And the TA comes out, that's the BKB carry that's going to be ranged and playing with the clockwork. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of this hero, but she's going to be very effective in providing burst damage. Insania talked about how the healing ward is going to be sustaining them a lot while the rest of the damage is slow. This is your hero that's going to try to kill them before they get healed up.
I want to give you guys a fun little stat about what we've just seen, by the way, where we've seen a team or a player play a certain carry hero, lose with it, and then it is immediately picked up by the opposing carry player to end up losing. It has already happened 3 times this TI, and in an elimination best of 3, Yotoro, who was one of those statistics, goes back to it and says, this time around, guys, I promise I will win on it, and I will show you a good TA.
Okay, I like it in this instance, though, because if you look at BoomBoys heroes, they have some heroes that are very committal or want you to clump. They've got a Centaur who's going to blink in and stun. They've got a Winter Wyvern who wants you to group up for Curse. And if you look at Spirit's heroes, look how spaced out they are. Ember is floating around or chainsing you from far away. Rubik is super far away. You don't see him. Underlord is in another dimension and he portals to you. Clockwork is rocketing you and Tia has traps. They're not, none of their heroes are near you. We go back to the first hero you pick. Spirit conceptually counterpicks you. This Wyvern is looking at the most miserable draft of his life. And because of that, I like the Tia pick.
And I think the Juggernaut is cool and interesting, and I'm excited to see what it can do because it's not a traditional hero, but it can definitely outscale the heroes on Spirit.
I think Juggernaut might be too much of a traditional hero and maybe should not even make any more appearances because he's been left behind in time. But hopefully, you know, I'm wrong, and I would love to see BoomBoys win this game and prove us all wrong. I hope the GPK Invoker makes me think of Miracle and makes me happy to see it.
Is there a certain timing that you're necessarily looking for in Insania when it comes to BoomBoys playing through that Jug?
I feel like with Juggernaut, if you're able to extract like a lot of stuff from his early game, that's the best way to play it.
All right, well, we're going to see how our teams or our coaches are feeling about this Juggernaut, because even though they didn't pick it, I'm sure they have a lot of thoughts about it. It's Miposhka standing by with Tsunami.
That's exactly what I had on my mind. Miposhka, BoomBoys picking Juggernaut. You told me before we started the interview, it's not bad. Give me the reason.
No, that hero is not better into lane against Underlord because he can always because of his healing work, he can always regen up and he also can dodge his Firestorm. So he's not gonna be harassed very much in lane. And also it's healing work strong against Ember.
because our draft is more like on harass, poke, and healing ward just gonna restore their resources after our poke. So Jagger is okay. It's a good pick, I think, for them.
But I'm seeing that even though some heroes can be good picks, they are just not good in general, because we've seen Puck show up on the main stage quite a bit. There's no catch on the enemy team, and still the Puck will lose because the numbers just aren't good enough. Do you feel like Jug is in a playable state right now, or you think that maybe the spells aren't going to be able to carry Jug to success?
About Puck, I think this hero is just not strong overall because of meta. Like, like a lot heroes always farming a lot. They farming a lot of items, so they always like has a lot of HP, and it's very hard for Puck to deal enough damage to kill them. They always restore their HP later. Something like that. Also, the hero need to farm a lot. He can't really make some moves, and he can't enable many strong supports right now in this meta. So Puck is just the hero, I think. But in this game, they have, I think, much better draft. It's not only about like how you play in general. It's more about draft. But in this, like previous games, they had just worse draft. In World, I think they cannot do anything. That's why game was so easy. But in this game, they has much more better draft. So game would be more, much more interesting.
Well, then let's watch this interesting game as we get into game number 2.
I think Maposhka might have just been biding his time until Team Spirit finally claimed first blood, which they did. Collapse manages to find it once again. They got it last time, right? In game 1 with the Slardar. So Team Spirit, once again, cooking in lanes, probably overperforming in lanes. I do like how gracious he was about BoomBoys' pickup of the Juggernaut.
Yeah,
actually a legit hero.
It's nice to hear, yeah. And this idea of the counter pick and having the healing ward, and then his opinion on some of the other meta heroes. Like, I mean, I don't blame Tsunami one bit. You hold that mic there. That's Maposhka speaking.
That's right.
You let him keep on going. The game can wait.
The GOAT wants to talk. Let him talk.
Let him go. You know, sometimes he's begging for long answers like that. He's not going to leave one hanging there.
To contrast with the other interview, yeah, he might have been happy with somebody who is willing to stay more than 3 words in a sentence. But Team Spirit already off to a great start when it comes to their off lane. How are these other lanes going to fare? We've got the Ember Spirit versus the Invoker. Down here, we've got the TA Clockwork up against the Centaur plus the Hoodwink. Dave rocking something that's going to be a bit more active and a kill combo with the Centaur, which I do appreciate.
Yeah, I think this is essentially the antithesis of playing Keeper of the Light. Keeper of the Light, even though a very strong hero, is often banned in the first phase. It kind of feels like when you already have a 5-stack and then your 6th friend shows up, and then they kind of go in the coach slot, you know? And when things are going well and they're chatting and like doing things, it's like, yeah, it feels really nice. Like Coddle's in behind you, chakring and like blasting and stuff. But when things are down, they're just kind of there, and they're just like, well, you could have done something a little better there, because they can't really help that much, you know? Yeah. They can just push out the waves a little bit. Like, this gives Save a little bit more impact to the game.
Trying to push him off Yutoro. Great use of the cog so far by Rue. That was quite well done, because Yutoro almost dying there. A combination, bushwhack, stomp, potential sunstrike over the top. Unfortunately, Yutoro did dodge that one, so BoomBoys miss out on an equal kill, but it looks like 2 off lanes are going to maybe win.
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird.
I mean, you definitely know what you're getting as Team Spirit, right? Like, Centaur Hoodwink. This has to be the most common lane of the entire tournament.
Oh my god. Well, Laurel and GPK are just pushing it to the limits over here.
How do the balloons impact that play, Cap? What's the strat there?
I don't know. I kind of got spooked by them.
He was just shocking them there. I think he was just trying to mash all his heals and everything, the sticks, and just flailing all over the buttons there.
Pop the fairy fire, pop the stick, everything.
Yeah, throw the balloons, you know. Everything settles back down, though. Fire almost had to deal with this very annoying Forge Spirit. Blasting his way through this one.
GPK gonna chase after him. Oh, hiding behind the tree, GPK taking a lot of damage from the creeps. Laurel, this looked like he wanted to try and hunt him down and get a slight. Does have mana for Slight Chains again, so GPK's got to be careful. He's got the Quas, he's got a Water Rune coming up, so maybe he'll be fine or not. Not Me will make sure to take that one away. Tries to protect it, but it does get denied by the Forge Spirit, so Laurel does not get a refill on the bottle, and we will stay at this very precarious stalemate in the mid lane.
Save in here. Laurel chasing nearby after
we got double pushed by the cogs, one into the other. almost ended up on the wrong side of the cliff area where the Ember Spirit could have hunted him down, but fortunately, Save will get away.
Yeah, and at least keeps him away from the bounty rune, so Laral can go and bottle that up and get some reprieve here in the mid lane. And good news, I'd say, as well for Yatoro, too. Gets him into a 1v1 versus the Centaur, a little bit more comfortable. Obviously, Centaur is going to be able to farm and trade all right, but it's a team. You're okay if you're trading evenly at this point in the match.
Juggernaut totally free farming, which is what you want to see if they pick this hero specifically for the lane. The panel talked about how important it is for BoomBoys. It's always been a big part of their identity.
Yeah.
Winning lanes, at least coming away neutral. It feels like if you watch BoomBoys and they lose lanes, oh, you're in big time trouble. But this time around, they're walking away with an all right CS situation here.
Bad. Don't want to have GVK too far behind. It is the Invoker, so a mid that's known to be a little bit slower. Maybe not playing his typical style. It's, you know, he likes to get his hands a little dirty, and this time you just throw some Sunstrikes. You farm in towards your Meteor Hammer. We're going to go and stack some Ancients. Farm your way into the game that way, so might have to be a little more patient. Yeah, Nami has been roaming back here for a long time.
The way around. Cold snap. Laral maybe trying to bait him in a little bit. Not me. He's going to show up. Much to GPK surprise. Rocket Flare, Blood Grenade, toss him back into the flames of Laral. Finish him off, and they've got the heroes here to be able to perhaps secure Power Rune.
Yeah,
Be able to split it up.
Patented Wyvern does find the ward in behind. We'll even leave it there, but okay.
Power Rune. Laral, it's full refill. It's going to be Haste Rune top, so back to base. Even with the harassment of the Arctic Burn, he'll be full and have a Power Rune to work off of. Something that our Ember Spirit from Game 1 did not really get the opportunity to do. Back over to Yatoro. Ooh, the Bushwhack off the mark there. Sunstrike still going to land, and Yatoro would certainly be dead if Bushwhack landed. Looks like he'll die either way.
Yeah, no outs on that play here. As GBK getting chased down here. Another Blood Grenade.
Hits him with one Cogs. Another round. A second Cogs. Lands. Not me. Coming in from the side. Fade Bolt. Telekinesis once again. And Laral zooming all around. You've already used the Tornado. Nothing to dispel the power of this Power Rune.
I mean, Nami just never
Look at him run. He's going to go for the Wisdom Shrine, too.
Ooh, okay, Laral trying to make something extra out of this play. And, I mean, who's here? Save is nearby.
Yeah, the Centaur's going to have to come back and try and fight this Ember Spirit who has Flame Guard off cooldown. Save, all you can really hope for is you Bushwhack pull him off of this with the Vacuum F-like effect, but otherwise, I just don't see how they're going to be able to battle it out. I mean, the Evoker, the Sunstrike can help. It'll get Laral a little bit low. Maybe that'll scare him away. Cogs pushing Miro off of it, but here comes the Templar Assassin and the Collect. You've got the Underlord Gate even. On top of that, there was just no possible way for BoomBoys to get this Wisdom Shrine. And look at Yatoro, he's going to push into the side lane area and take a stack. That is so smart.
All right, that is definitely an evolution of what has happened to this tournament. These camps have really told a full story for the offlane, where we started with like the constant stacking for the offlaner. They didn't even play the lane. Then we started seeing the sentry blocking every single game from the enemy supports straight away to take that. And now when your carries and your cores, they come to fight at the shrine, they just immediately look for stacks. Like, this is some really good evolution here and just ideas changing throughout this patch and throughout this tournament.
Illusion Rune top, Katomi will have to grab it. Fortunately, keeps it away from Laral. That's the most important thing. Juggernaut's still the biggest winner off of this laning phase. Has just been totally free farming, no surprise against the Underlord. Has forced Collapse out of lane once or twice.
Very rare Battle Fury builder. Going to be entering into our game here once again. Super common tool we get to see, and it is a little bit slower paced. Farming into an item that just helps you farm a little bit more. But it does have the safety of the spin TP. Of course, there is the hook shot, but not the most reliable one necessarily, especially when they're trying to do it in the middle of a wave. They generally have a good idea of how they're trying to escape versus the Clockwork.
I mean, it does make me worry, though. It feels like there are some... It's going to be kind of hard to get good on these slashes against some of these heroes. It's going to be kind of hard to always make sure you can spin TP away. Not the freest Juggernaut.
And it feels like, yes, he did win the lane. He farmed really well, but were there other heroes that, you know, with how much attention the supports have gone to mid, like, I feel like there's plenty of heroes that also could have had an okay time up here. So you kind of hope that this second half of the game for the Jug adds a lot of value.
Yeah. wonder how much this conversation with the TA pickup and everything came about this mid lane, because Team Spirit certainly came into this with a plan.
Yeah.
My goodness, they just swarmed this mid lane nonstop, making sure the Invoker had no game whatsoever, and they were able to do so. You got two side laners that can play solo against heroes, right? Collapse, possibility that he dies maybe, but he can always TP away, right? It's double slows, like there's nothing really here that can stop it. So he can always TP away. Templar Assassin is always kind of a hard hero to threaten in lane at some point.
Yeah, she's always whittling you down with these side blades. You're never exactly sure just how much burst she's going to have on you, so it's always a little bit tense.
Later in the lane, the higher levels of refraction are just hard to get through.
Yep.
I mean, especially if you could pull the supports away, then a Centaur versus a Templar Assassin, there's nothing Miro can do about that.
No, I mean, how often have you seen Ember get a tower before 10 minutes? Like this was like 9.5 minutes. Full on. I mean, I guess it wasn't an Ember, right? It was Ember and two friends. So it certainly wasn't a fair fight for GPK.
It was a tri lane. It was
in his defense, he spawns Forged Spirits. So he kind of makes it unfair.
It's a weird 3-on-3, sure.
Yeah, I feel like you deserve to have your buds come mid in that case.
We got some stacks still, so not me even making sure, even if Collapse did get shut down in lane, which he absolutely did not, there was still recovery options here in this triangle.
Look where he's going, too. He doesn't want his stacks. He wants their stacks.
Yeah, Team Spirit have been really making an MO of taking the enemy stacks away from them. Again, this concept of them playing slower heroes fast, well, they're playing some fast heroes even faster now as the Ember Spirit's going to chase down the Winter Wyvern, not having level 6, so no way out of this one.
I mean, what's the point of the most farmed carry if he's just going to let him die like that? He's right next to you.
Yeah, he's running for the hills.
That's your man.
Part of this.
You know, you give everything to him, and he just goes back to spin on some neutrals.
Couldn't even leave him a healing ward as a gesture of goodwill.
Just as if maybe it could have done something. GPK, he's trying to get something here. As you can see, the stacks are even, 10 on each side.
Yeah, we're going to need camps stacked, and then we're going to need camps taken. Because
yeah.
while BoomBoys have, sure, they've stacked, but guess what? Spirit has taken half of those stacks that they've made. Heritage wants to hold his safe lane tower, but is he going to be able to do so? Once again, you've got the Centaur who doesn't really give you a whole lot in this early game. Best he can do is eventually he's going to be pressured to spin and maybe TP out. Look at Laurel. There's the spin. There's the TP out. And the hook shot. Rue's level 6 and he's here. Heritage, you can't toy with Team Spirit like that. They've got the killer instinct here. They brought Rue up just for that opportunity. They're trying to what's going to go out from GPK. Maybe they can get one kill off of this with the sharpshooter and the meteor. They will, but it's going to be worse for BoomBoys. It's going to be Kantomi run down by Laurel. Returns with fresh resources. Can even chase after Save a bit. How many remnants does Laurel have? Is he able to hunt him down back behind the tier 2? No, he's going to give up on it. Got his vessel good to go. It is flying out already at 12 minutes and 30. He'll have it.
Man, this is looking a lot like the last game. Knocking down the mid tower, pressuring into the top tower, getting all this vision, stealing all of your stacks, and you have these heroes who, again, are pretty dependent on the stacks, mostly the Invoker in this case.
Yeah, they were having this argument in the green room, right? About like everybody is playing slow. Surely one of these teams could punish this play. And it seems like, well, Team Spirit's the one to take up this mantle.
I think the risk was shown in game 1 though, because you saw how it just didn't grow.
Yeah.
Like they were just constantly pressuring and everything, but still BoomBoys were able to keep it relatively close. And so there still is this pressure to, you have to find these kills, you have to keep it up, you can't make any mistakes, because if you suddenly get wiped, then all of a sudden all this effort and harder gameplay you've put in, more mental effort, just gets wasted and you're behind. So they succeeded game 1.
And would you be able to do this against a team that is even better at playing map, right?
Yeah.
Could you do something like this, Division? Push back with the cogs, locked down by the chains, an easy pickup for Laurel. Vessel charges continue to grow, and BoomBoys, all they can say is, well, we're getting some of our items. They've got a Battle Fury on Juggernaut, but once again, it's going to be them watching Team Spirit run down supports, maybe in run down cores every once in a while they try and push for their first couple of items that will allow them to fight back.
It just feels like they're walking into the same
all the
problem.
way back here. Wait, what?
Okay, there's no...
The game's over? All right, BoomBoys, go ahead and call it. The admin has said that there's no possible way for you to win this game. I'm sorry.
14 minutes. I mean, Insanium wanted to do this as a bit, but production's in on it, I guess. It's over. Simply call it.
Rue pushing him back. Another Wisdom Shrine taken by Team Spirit. I mean, they're absolutely relentless. This is a Team Spirit that is just going to shove you out of the game as quick as possible. Until he's tossed back to the Stolen Meteor. Not me. Okay, good curse. Great setup by Katomi. Can they actually get something off of this? Because these heroes are so low. Here comes Laurel. Hunts down Winter with Remnant. Slight chains on another. 2 kills off of that one. A desperate TP away works for the Centaur. But there's just no shot. Even with a curse like that, BoomBoys could do nothing to push back against Spirit.
They couldn't connect with a Sunstrike. They couldn't get a finished kill there. At the very least, they only lost their 2 supports, but it's just a sign of what is to come right now. I mean, this is elimination here. On the main stage, you can't go in 2 games like this. And somehow a game that's even looking more devastating at this point.
Yeah, it's looking like once again it's going to be BoomBoys farming, and at some point they say, okay, we've got enough items. They go for 1 fight, and if that fight fails, we saw what happened last game, right? The Spirit went from a 5K gold lead to a 12K gold lead, and the game was pretty much over.
Last game, they kept growing this lead with the Tiny. He's running around, he eventually gets the Shadow Blade. We don't have those same tools. You know, maybe the Vision game will be a little bit easier for the side of BoomBoys. Kano, Omi, and Save are running together. They're pairing up with Kiritich, but it's the Jug. I mean, how reliable is an Omni-Slash kill here?
You really got to land this Bushwhack, and they do. The Omni-Slash paired with it, beautifully done by BoomBoys. A trap set up and a trap executed.
That Bushwhack, so necessary. Well done here.
The thing is there was potential for counterplay, right? What if he slights?
Yeah.
Right?
That's it.
All that effort would have been for nothing, but they do get it. That pulls back some of the net worth. That'll shut down a little bit of this aggression from Team Spirit.
Oh, and instantly, though, the D ward comes out. Not me. Read him like a book.
And a stampede away from Miro. Couldn't save his Helmadam creep, though. Rue and Yutoro just taking over this area. They know Centaur is going to be a slower offlaner who eventually uses a Helmadam. He pulls creeps around, but he farms these areas while he's doing the Helmadam shenanigans. Well, what happens if you can't farm these areas? What happens if Yutoro is farming you and your creeps?
There's still an Underlord Axe here.
They had the Underlord Axe, set it up perfectly. Here comes the Melt Strike, though Laurel is so low. He actually went in. This absolute madman, he went in for that. A curse goes off, but he's so low, a blood grenade thrown after him. Everything they have, the Sunstrike. Laurel, he's untouchable. You can't stop this guy. A Cog's hand, Kiritich goes down.
He's coming back in.
Hey, oh my God, Laurel once more. He gets another kill with it.
Oh, he's breaking ankles and breaking hearts. Laurel takes down GPK. They're trying so hard to find the fight, to find the moment. They've already lived through this once. You're supposed to see it in slow motion. You've been here. But it's just the same story. It's Groundhog Day for BoomBoys.
It's reoccurring nightmares of something that they can't wake up from. I mean, they saw this Ember Spear got so low at the start of the fight, it looked okay.
I mean, this looks like one of the best Underlord Axe openings I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
You know, 16 minutes, he's so far, he comes streaming in with Not Me. And then Laurel, I mean, the guy's head, like the mental stack to stay alive in the situation, to even just think of the Sunstrike with everything else going on. Like, what a cutback.
Oh, so smooth with it. Kiritich gets diced up by the Templar Assassin. That one wasn't even close. I didn't even see what the Omni-Slash did. I assume it did not do a whole lot because
he's back.
Outside of Laurel getting low, Kiritich back to pounding deaths, unable to get his hands on Team Spirit. Once again, trying to pull these lane shenanigans. Guess what? There's a hook shot pushing you back away, and the cancel on the TP2. Stuck up in this corner, a corner he will stay in if Rue has anything to say about it. Miro turns, nowhere to run. He knows he's dead. Beautifully played by Rue.
I have never seen so much action occur on this set of stairs than in this game.
Yes.
They are just trying to live here on this Centaur and getting punished over and over again. Yadro will take the tower as a prize. He now gets his Lotus. I mean, this is just... It's everything of last game and just so much worse for them. BoomBoys, they found a lot of good successes. It is true in the last game. They're going to have to channel every little bit of it in this one, though, if they want to try and find that one play. I mean, it's a bad side.
Oh, man.
He must have so much hero damage on Rue in this game. It is unbelievable how many cogs he's hitting. Take it back a step here. Farm up the next round of items. Get a Chasm Stone next on Collapse just to make that ult even better. And the pressure does not let up, though. Stolen spin, a smoke from Team Spirit. Who can they find now? Hook shots ready. Roos here. There's no safety for Kiritich.
Kiritich. Actually, turn back. Oh, another three-man gate opening as they get the two supports a little bit locked down. The rest of the team, a bit slow to get here. Kiritich has to use the spin and make a run for it. Winner's Curse, locking down Laurel, but just for a pittance. It's still going to be Laurel hunting down Kantomi. You just get a Winter Wyvern out of that. A little bit surprising considering the number of heroes caught inside of that initial pit gate opening there. But they also walk away with an interesting prize, a Winner's Curse for Nami.
Yeah, a very split fight to start.
Oh, maybe they get GPK as well. Off of this ward, off the TA trap, slowing him down. Telekinesis quickly bursted. Yatoro leading the way on this Templar Assassin.
If you buy a Meteor Hammer, you don't get to farm Ancients. There's no point having this item, you know? And that is your path to further grow in this game as the Invoker. And he was completely denied that. You're in behind a Rubik who's got an Essence Distiller. He's the same level as you. He just throws it on top of you, and you have no escape.
Chopping away at tier 2s very brazenly. Map's just going to open up even further. I mean, like the tier 1s inevitably happens, right? But the tier 2s feels like that's when the map really starts breaking down if you lose those.
Yeah, and you just got to find every little nook and cranny you can get some farm at. Nero's way down on the bottom side of the map, trying to get into a Blink Dagger, maybe open up some sort of a Sunstrike play. Kiritich is spinning
away.
Here.
Spin and a curse to stop him. They've got multiple answers at this point. Rue still holding on to the hook shot. Let's see who he wants to hunt down with this one. Keeps on poking at Kantomi with the cogs, but they want Kiritich. And Kiritich, he's trying to go through the gate, but no, that's going to be stopped by the Shackles. And Laurel, dominating streak for him. Yatoro hunting in the mid lane. They've got the gate on the other side of Kantomi. Team Spirit's just playing too perfect. BoomBoys just can't keep up.
It's like an arcade version of Dota right now. Like,
yeah, we're playing some overthrow.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel right, you know? With the way some of these matches have gone, it feels like they've just cracked a code here and just said, nah, we're a little better than this, or we're gonna play our own game here.
Okay.
That's a 21-minute butterfly.
Yeah, good look. Go ahead and Omni Slash, the Templar Assassin. Refraction plus butterfly, okay. 14 charges on that Deso. Miro's desperately trying to find farm out of the map because he knows his side of the map is completely occupied by Team Spirit. So all he can do is play near the Radiant tier 2s.
Had to find a little secret path down here, and he does not dare go back because danger lurks in his own jungle. An air of menace is about on the Dire side, so gonna come over to the much friendlier looking Radiant jungle.
And I love how efficiently that both of these lineups for Team Spirit, because they the Sword Art with the Corrosive Haze, now with the Templar Assassin, which they took away from BoomBoys, and this one, they can take Tormentor and Roshan very efficiently. They don't actually need to bring that many heroes to it. They could still play the map, still be menaces there. BoomBoys can't get close because they're trying to deal with these lanes and everything.
It's so interesting because having these objective takers like the TA or the Slaughter hasn't looked like a big benefit because there's always been this like team fight because there's never such a giant gap. It's always felt like, well, I don't necessarily want to roast because the team fight's how they get back into it. And even now, they are trying to look for that moment. That's the read from the BoomBoys. Atos up on the Invoker. Can they find the perfect
Not me. They actually managed to get the jump on him. He had spin. He was trying to bait them in, but didn't activate it fast enough. So BoomBoys will get the pick off. It's still going to be losing Roshan. Aegis for free for Yatoro. No threat there. Butterfly and an Aegis. I mean, simply put, this Invoker doesn't feel strong enough to kill this TA twice.
No, he's going to rely on a lot of help from his friends and try and set things up a bit here with an extra bit of disable.
Rod of Atos pick up for the Invoker. They are desperate to stop Laurel and the havoc that he has been playing on BoomBoys.
Yeah, but I mean, there's already the Shard for the Rubik. There's a Force Staff there for the Clockwork. They already have these tools because of this giant gold lead that is going to rely on not only some offensive plays from BoomBoys, but likely some positioning issues from Team Spirit. And that has not looked like something that they're really going to be doing in this series.
You might even have a global save. Yeah. You've got Lotus Orb coming in for Underlord,
just
so he can gate in and just pass over the Lotus whenever you need it. Huddled up behind their tier 2. Yatoro, he doesn't care.
Look at him
he
go.
doesn't care at all. Go ahead. Fight me if you want. I dare you, Psyblades. making mincemeat of Katomi even through the cold embrace.
You see, that's called pure damage there, folks. All right, he's gonna cut right through you on that with the side blades.
And the TA traps are giving so much vision. They've got the gem, making sure there's no vision down for BoomBoys. Okay, Tornado, Rod of Atos. Oh, but there's that telekinesis toss away. So Kiritich has to work for this one. He's so off these slash. So now Kiritich has to waste even more time trying to get this Rubik, and he can't. He has to spin TP out. They can't even kill a Rubik. They can't even stop Not Me. Yeah. I'll second that one.
Yeah, it is. It's getting larger and larger here.
A battle for top 3, and it's not a battle at all. This has just been a pummeling.
Yeah, it's a complete massacre here on the stage. This is not what they were hoping for coming into this. Yes, we know Team Spirit's strong, but BoomBoys, they know them very well. Traditionally, intra-regionally, that's actually where they've struggled a little bit on Spirit.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Just let this guy farm some ogres. Just let him go in peace. Oh no, he's not going to do that. One man hit, another man to dodge. Side blade to blink forward, finish him off. That's how you play Templar Assassin.
All gas, no brakes.
No cooldowns to wait for. No wards to worry about. And seemingly no strength from BoomBoys to push back. Go ahead, cut the wave you want to. They got the Distiller on you. They've got the ultimate gates. Running around, a Ghost Walk stolen for not being well through. Nice block there from Miro, doing what he can.
He's really pulling all the stops to just try and live here, but his base is in shambles at the same time.
Yeah, go ahead and cut as many waves as you want bottom. It's the top lane where the tier 3 is going to fall.
Team Spirit, they're looking to punch their ticket into tomorrow right now.
Yeah, I mean, we started at the start of the series, right? One of these teams wants a fast 2-0. I was kind of maybe meaning that jokingly, but like Team Spirit...
Storyline building, guys. Yeah. You didn't have to take it so literally.
They actually came here to end this series in under an hour of game time. One lane of Barracks already gone at 26 minutes. BoomBoys, they're going to hold on as long as they can. And this is elimination at TI. But it feels like they just don't have anything. A smoke wraparound here, going to be broken by Laurel. 2 minutes to hit the stomp. Can he get the bushwhack afterwards? Then the sharpshooter. Hook shot attempted. Laurel gets off the BKB. Stampede stolen by the Rubik. They're going to activate that once again. Laurel's just going to toy with them. 100 HP, 200 HP. It doesn't matter. He just keeps on trucking at you. They do have the Omni Slash in the back line. So once again, Not Me steals that one. Uses it back on the Juggernaut. Laurel finishes off the Winder Wyvern at low HP. GPK diving into the base. Yotoro to try and finish him off. Needs some help from his team in order to get vision on this guy. They'll chase after save all the way into the tier 4s. They have the gate to lock him down. Yotoro off the side blades, can't quite finish him off. Turns the damage back around onto Kiritich with a spin. Running, trying to get back to the fountain to stay alive. Another gate to hold him here. The Firestorm trying to finish him off. He gets to the back. The Cold Embrace keeps him alive, but GPK dies. He got away once, doesn't get away twice, and he's going to have to buy back if they want to be able to hold a second lane of Barracks that is rapidly falling to Yotoro.
Kataomi's bought himself a blink dagger.
Look at him, he's got 15 seconds left on the Aegis. He doesn't care. He's trying to kill heroes inside of the fountain right now.
Not Me just chucking these Sunstrikes in, trying to help Yotaro fountain farm.
A blood grenade, they're desperately trying to stop Yotaro from getting outside the base so he won't get the Aegis regen. Their only chance of killing him is if he stays at the 20 HP mark, but 20% HP. But rather, Yotaro gets away, now back up to full. Elena Barracks.
20 seconds till the curse is back up here. They're just throwing out Sunstrikes.
Damage on Kiritich, man.
Just burning this Hydra's Breath. The healing ward barely doing anything.
Side blade, almost finished him off.
Look at this healing ward now helping Yotaro too. If it wasn't hard enough already.
Yotaro just one after another, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, the Juggernaut's gonna stop me? No. Okay, now the second part? No. Yeah, it's just one after the other. Who's next? Who's next? Who's got me?
The Royal Rumble, currently Yotaro reigning.
There's the curse. Got 3, and it's a TA pummeling his own Underlord. Class finally dies. Now they got the Rod of Atos onto Not Me as well. Hit him with the Stomp follow-up on the Slash to kill Not Me. No stealing it this time around. Meanwhile, Laurel inside the base with a Godlike, with the damage coming in from the Templar Assassin. They push back BoomBoys, even with an excellent curse like that. You can't stop Spirit. Oh, shot deeper, catching the Hoodwink. The side blades hitting Kiritich all the way in the back. He's hiding inside of his fountain right now because he can't just take the heat that Yatoro is throwing at him time after time. Laurel is low here. No remnants. They can actually maybe got him on the rod of Atos, but here just can't stick to him, man. The Sunstrike, it lands. GPK finally gets the kill. They got one of these cores. They killed 2 of them. What about Yatoro?
Oh, it's a toss out from Not Me. They're going to bail him out. Throw him right out of the base.
They got so many of them, but ultimately can't stop the raid boss.
Okay.
A blink stomp from Not Me, stolen away from the Centaur. Couldn't get the telekinesis far enough away. Not Me playing a little loose with it here. Does get himself killed inside the base. Yatoro's already finished off the tier 3, and now he's saying, all right, who's next? I've got one more building to go. Katomi, the Cult Embrace is only a setup for me. Tornado couldn't get there in time to save him. Yatoro now hitting melee barracks. Here comes the gate, stopping Miro. 1, 2, 3. Miro's almost dead already. He hits a stomp. He's running in, and he's running straight into the lawnmower. That is Yatoro and his side blades, and that's GG. Team Spirit, 30 minutes on the dot, will make their berth into the last day of TI.
Friendly chat back and forth between the teams, but that game was anything but friendly here, Cap. Team Spirit, they say, we have a destiny to get to tomorrow. You are in our way, and we've had enough of this.
I do not want to be any of these teams matched up against the Team Spirit that team's in full form.
That was a completely different beast of Dota than not just Team Spirit have played here, but really anyone. Like, you think about the Vision games and the domination they've shown, I still haven't seen Dota like that.
No.
Like, this is a totally different beast that you have to look at now. You know, it's getting late into the night. You got to do a little bit of studying to make sure that doesn't happen to you tomorrow.
Exactly, right? And it feels like so many of these teams, they figured out how to be able to play the map. You know, the conversation between Vision and Yandex. Oh, yeah, we both like to do this split push. Yeah, and like,
you put this
maybe
camp
they like a
here.
little bit more team fight or something. Team Spirit's like, screw all that. Let's just run them over, man. Screw all these games. Let's just take them out nice and easy. Again, like an hour worth of game time between these 2 games. Spirit making no mess about it. They deserve to be in the top 3 of TI. And they'll show us tomorrow just how far they deserve to go.
Seems like they've analyzed what has happened here, figured out a few tricks to the game. See if their opponents are able to do something about that.
An incredible performance by Team Spirit in the main stage here in the penultimate day. Ready to go for the ultimate day is Laurel.
恭喜 Team Spirit 赢下这场比赛，他们也是锁定了自己 TI 2026前3的名额。
Laurel, what's the rush today, man? You 2-0'd Team Liquid. You got a quick 2-0 against the BoomBoys. This isn't a very fast game of Dota from you guys. I want to know how your form is right now.
斯纳米问他说：“拉尔，你在急什么？今天早上2-0了 Liquid， 今天晚上又2-0了 BB， 2场都是非常快速的结束比赛，请跟我们分享一下。”
I mean, we're feeling good. We can play slow, we can play fast, like play late game, try to pressure enemies. If you have good lanes, like matchups, we can pressure, like in this game, like a lot of pressure by my supports and me. So we're in a good shape, I guess.
拉尔说：“我觉得我们可以打得比较快，我们可以打得比较慢，我们也可以跟他们去打后期。那像今天这样的比赛，如果我们线上就能够取得优势，我们就可以滚雪球，比较快速的结束比赛。”
I wanted you to maybe compare it to the shape you were in 3 years ago, 2023 in Seattle. It was a different path. You guys went through upper bracket all the way to grand finals, but do you feel that same energy that you did 3 years ago?
想问他说，在2023年的 TI 上面，他们也是有着这样的一个表现比较佳的状态，但是不一样的是，他们当时是在胜者组一路闯进了总决赛。现在他们虽然在败者组，感觉会有什么不一样吗？有没有觉得找回了当年那个状态呢？
I mean, not the same. It's also different. I mean, it's different play style, different players, so I cannot complain with this. So I would say we're just good right now, that's all. Not much.
我觉得其实并不是一模一样的，我只是觉得我们现在的状态还是比较不错的。
You have one more opponent before you can make it to grand finals. Yandex has been a demon for you guys all season long. At this point, do you feel that any team matters to you, or it's just 5 players? It doesn't matter who they are, you're going to beat them.
他们即将面对另外一个大魔王，那就是 Yandex。这支队伍在过去几个月当中，给他们造成了很多的困难，包括把他们淘汰掉了几场不一样的比赛。想问他说，在面对 Yandex 这样的一个对手面前，他会不会有一些不一样的想法？
I mean, Yandex here is also some kryptonite for us all year. So right now I think we can easily play against them, like even in Parivision. So we're just gonna try our best. Also, they good team. They play really well. So we just need to perform well, like today. So and we can beat them.
Yandex 确实啦，他是我们的老对手了，而且我们在对阵他们的时候，感觉 Yandex 也是比较强劲的。但是我相信现在的我们既可以击败 Yandex， 也甚至可以击败 Vision， 所以我们就觉得明天的比赛我们要打得像今天这样好，找到这样最佳的状态，也许问题就不大了。
Congratulations on the win.
I love what Lal is standing out there and saying after a quick 4-0 day for them here to be able to make a run in the lower bracket that they have been doing is they're willing to play slow, they're willing to play fast, they're willing to play any play style that will give them the advantage over their opponent. And it feels like now you don't really get to have this comparative one-to-one play style matchup conversation, Effie, because there is so much more that Spirit are bringing to the table than necessarily other competitors right now at TI.
I mean, this is their tournament. Like, we've seen this plot before. They're just a wrecking ball in the lower bracket. And honestly, that felt like they were bullying BoomBoys a little bit. At some point, it just hurt to watch that. Everything was going wrong for them. Laurel wasn't letting them breathe. The supports were just cooking in their entirety from the start of the game to the very end. And unfortunately for BoomBoys, they just couldn't cut it.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, that's TI. It's very difficult, and whenever you run into a team that is just unbelievably in form like that, sometimes you just crumble. So massive props to Spirit, but I feel for BoomBoys. I know what it's like to be eliminated from TI, and so, you know, it's always sad to see them go, but Spirit, man, you can run, you can hide, but it's not going to matter. They're going to run you over anyway, and this team is so electric to watch at this tournament. It's so sick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I really love what Laurel also brought up in the interview. They found a way to play fast. This isn't something that's been typical for them. And he also says that it is different from the year in Seattle, right? They are playing a different way of Dota. It's different team, different players. They're found new ways to play the game. And it's really awesome to see like this kind of old team level up and discover new ways to play.
Yeah, but that was the thing. I already talked about that Spirit and as an org had gone through the upper bracket and the lower bracket to TI, but they're doing it for the players that weren't there for the lower bracket TI-10 run. They go, Lol hasn't gotten an Aegis just yet. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but when you see the display that was on show here from Spirit, it really is hard to not put them in that conversation straight away of them looking towards that grand final, even though they still have to play the lowers.
Yeah, it would be amazing if on their first year running Spirit, like Not Me gets an Aegis. I remember when Team Spirit won their second Aegis, Yataro basically said that they wanted to do it for Laurel, and they just have this sense of wanting to bring their newer players in and experience that feeling, and I just can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
There's more for them looking towards that, but right now we do have to say an unfortunate goodbye to BoomBoys, who should be very confident in their top 4 finish here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with Miero from BoomBoys. Miero, first of all, we're very sorry that you guys have been knocked out of the tournament. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. It felt like this was a tough break for you guys to bump into a Spirit team in such good form like that. Before the tournament, but before the main stage began, Save said that top 3 was the aim for the team. Are you still happy with a top 4 finish here in a tough field?
在淘汰赛开打之前 ，Save 有提到过目标成绩是前3、前4也是不错的成绩，在那么竞争激烈的 TI。你会不会对这个成绩感到自豪？
Of course, we're happy with this result. Have nothing to say about. Yeah.
Fair enough.
我们肯定是对自己的成绩感到自豪的，其他的也无需多说了。
You guys got second place in EWC before the tournament. You got top 4 here. Team seems to be going from strength to strength, getting better and better results. Are we going to see you guys kick on next year and really start pulling in some big wins?
队伍在这个赛季其实成绩都是不错的，在 EWC 拿了亚军，然后这个比赛成绩也很好。我们有没有机会看到你们队伍再次冲刺？
Yeah, of course we're happy with this result, and I want to say thanks to every fan that support us.
So the fans have been supporting you guys all year. There's a lot of fans here. How much energy does it give you to have them cheering for you guys throughout this TI?
You guys given me a lot of energy. Спасибо всем, кто поддерживал. Очень люблю вас, ребята.
我们其实非常高兴，有很多支持我们的粉丝，现场的观众也很热情。
Thank you so much, Pyrian, Mira, of course, Helen, they're translating to. I mean, Mira, it's such a tough situation to be in where you feel confident in what you're coming up against, but knowing that at the end of the day, it's such a formidable opponent in the likes of Spirit, and you're this close to reaching the final day of TI. That is, like, yes, lifting the Aegis is the ultimate goal, but I think there's something a little extra special about hitting a top 3, making it to the final day to get to see the whole extent of a tournament here like the International.
Yeah, it's tough. It sucks. It sucks to fall just short of the final day. And I think you can kind of see it from the way he responds to those questions that, I mean, he knows they got wrecked. They got outplayed, and that just feels bad. And sometimes there's nothing to say, right? You can say thank you to the fans, and yeah, we're happy with the results, right? You can understand that I'm very grateful to have made it this far and have great teammates and to be a top-tier team. But at the end of the day, it just sucks to lose. It sucks to get whopped like that. And you just have to feel for the guy. You know, I'm sure that he's gonna keep trying and keep playing in the future. He's a great player with a great future who's still relatively new to the scene. People don't think about that because he acts like such a veteran presence. So, you know, you feel for him, and I look forward to seeing him in the future.
Yeah, he's been such a positive force in BoomBoys and changing their issues that they've had in the past with maybe toxic environments and tilting, and they've really had to have changed since Miro joined them. I do feel quite bad because it feels like they get so close in so many tournaments and they just lose to anxiety, they lose to nerves. It feels like this team has such a high floor, but their ceiling feels a little bit lower than all of the other teams that we see make it this far in TI, and I'm not sure where you go from here, to be honest.
I'm hoping that there is a lot of longevity in the BoomBoys roster. It's insane to be able to be so consistent in those top 4 finishes and to maybe disregard that for what might potentially not necessarily be a strong season for them if they were to make a lot of changes. But it's a tough one to really be in. And we were looking at our bracket just there. Today has been an incredibly heart-wrenching day. And this always happens, Insania, when you get to this point of the International, is we went from a top 6 to a top 3. We said goodbye to Liquid earlier. We said goodbye to Enigma Galaxy. You know, most notably, Sumail essentially saying this was going to be his last event, full stop. Not even necessarily last TI. And then, of course, here, following that up with the goodbyes of BoomBoys too.
Yeah, I mean, it's always sad to see people go home, but that's just the truth of any tournament and any championship like this. It's only one team can win in the end, so it's sad. And I feel for BoomBoys. They've been very close for so many years, and I know what that feels like personally from getting second place a lot. So I hope they keep fighting, and I think that it will come. Their time will come.
For 3 teams, the fight still is on, though. We haven't crowned our champion by any means. That joy comes tomorrow. We are going to have our final day of our Shanghai International in 2026. It's going to start off with Yandex and Spirit in that lower bracket final starting at 10 a.m. There's a lot of fun content to come between that lower bracket finals and our grand finals. I think most notably the cosplay contest. People love that every year, and so by no means are we going to be looking over that one. That one's going to be a lot of fun to get to warm you up and whet the appetite going into the grand finals.
Yeah, it's good content, and I think it's cool to celebrate the people in the scene that aren't just the players. There's a lot of fans and people that appreciate and enjoy the game in other ways than just playing it, and so I think that's really cool, and we should celebrate that, enjoy that, and I look forward to, you know, all aspects of the game, not just the actual gameplay.
I mean, I'm just excited to see my first China cosplay contest. I've heard incredible things about it, that they have the best cosplayers and the best outfits, and it'll be a treat.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and like Quinn said, TI is actually so much more than just the players. It's a celebration of all the fans. It's a celebration of all the people. It's all the people around us. And it's awesome that we get to do this cosplay contest to highlight more than just the players.
I know how full this arena was throughout the day, and the fact that it's only this Saturday. We still have our Sunday to come for the International. I can only imagine how loud it's going to get, how electric it's going to feel in this arena. But we're going to say goodbye to you guys for now. Make sure you tune in for our final day of TI 15 tomorrow, because we get to crown our champion here in Shanghai.